for losing the one who loved me for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame a past we simply let fade. But I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but
Had the lows on time बोलते कैसे हो सब लोग. What is up? क्या आज ब्लीड जीतेगी? यही क्वेश्चन है. ये है क्वेश्चन. क्या आज T1 जीतेगा? ये भी क्वेश्चन है. दोनों टीम वैसा क्वेश्चन वाले हैं. T1 RR के who's gonna win? यार T1 यार बस हो गया भाई. एक्सक्यूरेट आज मारेगा भाई. आज एक्सक्यूरेट धोने वाला लग रहा है मेरे को. क्या हो गया? प्लेयर्स नहीं आ रहे क्या? ऑनलाइन हो रही है इवेंट. क्या? अरे
And welcoming our two teams, RRQ
Bunks bhai,
and
zindabad, love you.
T1. You can see their team
कैसे Bunks bhai, सब
capsules
बढ़िया?
up on the stage there. The bass is turned
T1
up
और
high for
ZETA
the
लिख
new
के ले लो.
song Undefeated by
मेरे को लग रहा
XG.
है.
It's our Valorant Pacific theme this year. Now we have our two teams lined up, looking all right.
Yeah, well, we've got one team that is in fact undefeated.
चंबर खेलेगा तो
and the
मारेगा.
other team
खेलेगा.
defeated.
आज खेलेगा.
Yeah. So obviously T1 trying to change their fates here, but just to go off of what
I
we were
love-
talking about right before the player walkouts, the IGLing for
Defeated
Exterior,
बोल दिया
I will
मैं.
say one thing I think this could really benefit from is we're seeing a
कैसे
trend
बात
across
सब
the
बढ़िया?
entire world in VCT where IGLs who are able to get their own information by digging deep into the map, by going into lurks, by either being very big part
भाई
of
ये
the
लोग का
entry,
कोच
they're making
हमेशा
huge calls. So Exterior on that op, on that
हमेशा
sentry, on those
कोट
lurks,
पैंट पे
he could
रहता
be
है.
the one that brings us all together for T1.
Same could be said for RRQ here. I mean, more
Pa-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
is again as I
Hello,
mentioned,
hello.
to get more information as well, and just kind of relay it to the rest of the team, allowing them to just work off of it so well from what we saw in those previous matches.
Now, of course, on the side of RRQ, I mean, again, that similar trend is Elmimore giving that information and then flips, oftentimes playing these agents that allows him to be in the front lines, like the Euro or sometimes the Gecko, where he's always in the thick of things.
बहुत गर्म हो रहा है भाई. बहुत गर्मी है यार. बहुत गर्मी है.
And then, like you mentioned, Asteroid, the teammates, how much information are they relaying? That's going to be a huge one for
No,
RRQ.
T1 today पता नहीं,
Eyes
वो नहीं है
continue to be
शायद.
on Xfero, even more so than Elmimore, on how much information
घर
does
पे
he
ना
get
वो.
on those lurks. And then on the side of T1, now if Carpe's not the one making the decisions,
घर पे
how often is he
पे.
feeding that information as the initiator
कैसे
over
फेवरेट
to
चैम्बर सब
Exterior?
बढ़िया. एक सेकंड आया. Undefeated.
The teams are getting ready to go, and I do know, Will, you got to talk to the coaches, asking them what they talk about during these huddle sessions.
You know, I don't buy what they gave me in that answer because they were all like, well, the huddle is like the most, nonsensical thing. We don't really do anything. At this stage, we're seeing them spend a lot of time in these huddles. So
It's serious.
I think it's very serious, but one thing a lot of
घर
coaches
पे
agreed
घर
on
पे
is you
AC
can
ऑन
actually do
कर
some
दिया है
damage during the
भाई.
huddle. So you really want to pick and choose carefully what you
गर्मी
say
है.
and what you're doing.
All right, let's get into the first
मेरे को
series
लग रहा है
of
इस
today.
season
Let's go over to casters,
AC
Valdez and
अपग्रेड होने वाला है
Helios.
नए टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, it is now time to dive into the action once again. I'm Achilles. That's
कुछ ज़्यादा ही
Valdez.
नए हुए लग रहे
We
हो.
are getting ready to jump into a very exciting match. T1 struggle street so far here in stage 1, despite all of the expectations for this
घर का
squad.
यार टीम
RQ
लेंगे कभी. जी
slowly
के कोई
building up
चांसेस है
the
क्वालिफाई होने का.
expectations, but
3 में
a
से
major
2 तो
change
मिनिमम
for
जीतने पड़ेंगे उन
T1.
लोगों को.
Excurit is going to be the IGL here today, not Carpe.
Definitely could help them out, I think, making a big change if things aren't working out. I am always a big fan of. I think kind of just wallowing and waiting and seeing if it's going to help itself is not necessarily the right approach. So hoping that they do kind of change things up as we take a look at these agents here.
And really, it's not too many changes for the side of RQ. It's more just about who's going to be playing what. So will be Xfaro sticking with the Killjoy. Loved hearing from Ewok there on the desk in the breakdown.
क्या सीन है किलजॉय है एक्सक्यूरेट ठीक है
It's really nice to see that this is a system and a change that's put in place basically by the players, led by them going to
अब
the coaching
सीधा
staff
जी
and saying, hey,
वर्सेस
we
पीआरएक्स
think
के
this is
मैच
going to work better for us.
दिन
Can we try
उठाना
this out? And then implementing it and getting it
कल
to
ये
a
में
very
कल ये
workable
में
position. We were scratching our heads when we first saw it, but I think especially after some of the more recent series, you know, even with Flips not picking up a single kill on that icebox, being able to get the wins, everybody's looking damn comfortable. There's a monstrous performance from the likes of Elmior as well as Xfaro. Let's see if they can do that again. Let's also see if T1 can find themselves a match victory as we jump into game 1. We are heading to Ascent.
क्या लगता है भाई भाई ये लोग ऐसा कॉम से खेले जो एसेंट में कभी देखा ही नहीं है नेवर सीन बिफोर
And you know, I think all these players been around for quite a long
चाहिए
time.
बे क्या बोलते हो हां
Handle it, of course.
नियॉन
I'm
बियॉन
just curious
यूरो
to
एसेंट
see
में भी
mainly if T1 is going to show us what we kind of expected from them. And if RQ can keep up this great form,
Saving किया थोड़ा किया
me and William were the only two to
पतला
actually vote in the predictions for T1. I just felt like, you know, eventually they're going to make a big change.
एफएनसी
and
का कब है
maybe there'll be
मैच
this opportunity. I think that RQ has had
कल है
some
ना
stumbles here and there, especially in their
कल
first
सेकंड
match.
मैच है
But,
फनाटिक का
you know, I don't know, after the beginning of this week,
ये में होता है ना यूरो हां ना
but we'll have to wait and
इधर पे
see
चाहिए
how it does all pan out, and if some of the changes for both squads can work out as a pretty quick gauge through B. Looking to get on top of the site already. Rossi fully flashed, can't do anything.
हेवी ब्लाइंड करे रॉसी
Entry there from Jemkin.
हिला भी नहीं वहां से
Coming through. Just 20 seconds into the round.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा ना बिंग्स बढ़ा रहा हूं
See what the setup looks like here. For now, it's just going to be Flipshider sat back. Does have that
रॉसी भाई
fragment,
क्या
but
सीन
waiting for his moment to strike is Carpe as well assessing. Dart shocks ready to go.
Doing
Sets one to try to
things
clear a little
level
bit
which is
more
needed.
angle.
बात तो है
Run up
मानस
over the top and see what he can spot, but
बात
it's be more
तो
quick to
है
clear it. Not going to get pinged out.
Flipshider here on the left. He could be really key to see when the timing
There's the
is. So when he
paranoia.
picks
Gonna
out,
swing in.
and that is going to be huge. He does get the one and distracts, and he picks up a kill for himself. Very important based on recent timing, but it is going to definitely be a RRQ round. I think the fact that they get onto the
भाई
same
RRQ
pace
heavy
for
लग रहा
free,
है
and Rossi could
8-0
stop the
map
ball
ball
flash. I mean, the entry was just too clean, right? So
यार
a very good
RRQ
start here for
जीतेगा
RRQ.
लेकिन
Yeah, very
भाई
solid
को
setup.
सपोर्ट
I mean,
करना
Flips just
बंद नहीं
dumping
करेंगे
both of those
T1
flashes
my
within the
map
first
prediction
15
T1
seconds of the round. Comes up with an immense amount of value. I love that. Just backward dash up over the top so that he can avoid getting flashed as well. Lands, finds the kill, and then just running guns
Bhai,
with the
chalte
frenzy. We've been
chalte
seeing
maar rahe
players
the.
kind of leaning into these super wide swings when you have a frenzy or a stinger in hand. It also allows you to potentially just get the kill itself. So Jemkin off to a roaring start with 3 elims in that first round.
मैं
Let's see what happens as we go into the anti-eco here for RRQ.
See a relatively big stack for T1 over towards the B side of the map. Not too surprising, as you can go for that retake on A. But for now, RRQ taking their time as well. They start off the map with a very quick entry, and now they're just taking their time with it, seeing if T1's going to do anything
माउस ओस
a
पे
bit risky.
बात
Maybe they
कर
get
रहे
caught
क्या
out,
सीन है रीमेक हो रहा है क्या राउंड
trying to do something here in their spot, as it's only Saya player out here in mid, checking for what he can see, but no contact
ने
just
देख
yet.
लिया ए पे कुछ नहीं है चलो ए 20 टैग
Very
हो सकता है
quiet here. Down to 50 seconds. RQ now going to start inching their way a little bit closer to this A site, but T1, given the weaponry, given that they're not spotting or hearing anything
heavy
at all,
slow खेल रहे बे
basically just have to stay statuesque in their positions. They realize it's going to be a pretty swift strike once it does start, but there you go. Entry coming through up on top of Jen for Jemkin.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of util burned here. Still plenty remaining
सब
for
spike
the
से
post
मरेंगे लग
plant
रहा है
as
अभी
they now get situated. Side player around the back.
ट्रेंड का कितना बचा 800
Looks like they're not going to set it up. Instead, Xfaro just going to swing back in. Takes out side player first, then sets up the turret.
He's like, something is fishy. Maybe if I jump out at exactly this time, I'll find a member of T1, and that he
it's
did.
spike scenes
And this is pretty much not going to happen for T1, just trying to get in position to die to the spike.
Yep.
We'll see if Elmimore wants to maybe deny some of that, but
He doesn't only have a ghost, so
Subcon
he can
leader
hang
bhaiya,
around a
thoda
little
close
bit
hone
longer if
do.
he wants to try to get some picks, but no, he's
Mere
not
kaise
spotting
dalte wo bhi
anything.
nahi
He will just opt to go ahead, keep his life intact. And overall, a flawless anti-eco here for the side of RQ as they
Teams
start
आप
things
इतना
off
अच्छा एनालिसिस
2-0.
करते हो, सब स्ट्रैट सीख लिया बॉस पार्टी
Very
से,
nicely
लेकिन
done.
गेम प्ले
I mean, high pace in the pistol round gets them
गेम प्ले के लिए
a
मेरा
clean entry
स्ट्रीम
over onto the B
देख
side.
सकते हो.
Very much just grind things to a halt.
सिखाते सिखाते खेलता हूँ मैं.
Not wanting to get picked off, not wanting to
ऐसा
have
aim
any
हो रहा है.
kind of surprise
समझ रहे
shots
हो?
coming through from T1.
ऐसा मारा
Take the
मारे.
time,
गेम प्ले के लिए
and
मेरा
just to get
स्ट्रीम
them the
है.
round win.
Yeah, RQ
Thinking of
definitely a
it, stream,
team that I think really indexes heavily into strategy, you know, round by round, trying to mix things up, really trying to get into the heads of their opponents, and already seeing little tastes of that. It is still very early, but so far so good for them. Let's see if they can pick up a bonus here as they are looking to go in. And yeah, Carpe is pretty good with that Odin, and he is going to take one down already.
Yeah, a little bit of a different setup there on the angle. Not just going to be playing straight in front of Lobster in quotations. As the drone to search.
बस मैं जी ज्वाइन कर लो एज एनालिस्ट. एज अ प्लेयर जाने वाला हूँ मैं भी.
Meanwhile, just
मेरा
rotating out
खून
of that one
गर्म
is
हो चुका है.
RQ. Kind of hamstrung now at this point. Nice little push out here from Saya player and his
केजर करो
buddy.
गेम पे के लिए
Dude,
फिंकी
just
का
trying
स्ट्रीम
to
देखे.
get some information. Gonna see Estrella potentially.
Just around the corner. Swings in. Yep. There's a bulldog, but also not a fast enough reaction. Taken down by the headshot is
क्या खतरनाक भाई उसका सेटअप देख के फटती है बे.
across in towards short. Double stack in boathouse.
अपने आप नहीं खेलता ना कोई ऐसा.
T1
एकदम लेफ्ट
very
राइट.
much have this site stacked up. Hurt there for contact. As the swing gets ready to come in, Xparrow going to be noted, tries to swing in. Rossi this time
उनको
not
पता
getting
तो
caught.
था. उनको पता तो
Catch
था.
Elmy Moore slinking around the back.
30 seconds
Has a
left.
judge in hand, but also the sheriff. But is he ready for this? No. Rossi able to find that.
Jord
Pivots
be.
back over to switch and take out flips.
भाई इसकी Rossi
Just
का
like
मार
that,
रहा
it
है.
is a flawless deny on the conversion here as T1 get themselves on board in round 3.
Well, it all starts with the pick
Flawless
in
तो
B
था.
main, and then after that, it's kind of just one by one. You saw RQ
भाई
trying
क्या
to be
रीड
very
था ना वो लोग का.
sneaky on the
रेड भी देख रहे हो.
map. Just multiple members trying to sneak into
Contact वाला था,
spots,
कोई
and
city नहीं जाना
T1
चाहिए
handled
करके.
it excellently. Saya player started it off here. A little push himself. Rossi handles this very nicely, sensing the pressure, and
बाप
picks up
रे.
his third right there.
You guys are trash, bro.
Well, it's round 3. Maybe a little bit early, but Rossi feeling it, so you gotta respect
यार
the
दो राउंड
confidence.
वो लोग
He
जीते
has
यार.
been performing well, you know,
Rossi
despite
भाई
the
क्या सीन.
misfortunes and the losses for T1. Still has been putting up decent figures, so it looks like he's
हाँ.
off to a very
दो
solid
राउंड वो
start.
लोग जीते.
Yeah. I do feel like, honestly, in Valorant, your confidence level can certainly affect how you play. So
Oh,
even
yeah.
if you're just
बहुत
saying it
ज़्यादा
for yourself
बंदे एक
or
रन
also
जीतते.
for
भाई
your
अपने
teammates, just
तरह
to get
लग
people
रहा है यार
hyped and
Rossi.
say, no, we're better than these guys. You know, he might not absolutely feel like they're trash, but it's good to say it and get your team in the right mindset. As a double peek here, and Saya player's going to take him out. Estrella all alone
इसने
once
मारा
again.
भाई ऐसा लग
Not
रहा था
gonna win that
उसका
one.
aim
Just a
सर
hair
पे ही
off.
है.
I mean, even with the double swing, he likely would have been traded, but there's potential for him to be able to find that. But Flip's now going to be taken down. Pushes way up through Cat. It's a falling spray across. Xfarrow once again, just taking quite a bit of damage. Saw him knocked down to, I think, about 60 in the last round, now down to 50. Carpe will just, again, double stack in here to boats alongside Xcurate. Spraying through. Is Elmy Moore going to be able to displace both of them? And that just goes ahead and equalizes the player count. 3v3 now as that
Left
plan
right हो
comes
गया ये
in.
लोग का.
Hey, you can see they were just way in the back there. They did not see that one. Saya's just so clean in this
क्या
round. I mean,
मारता है बे
every time
साया?
it's just one-tapping people down. They're going to need him, though, for this retake as Jemkin and Elmy Moore in a pretty good spot here.
Suits being across. Rossi now going to be noted. Jemkin having a good idea
Saya
about
क्या
where two
मारता
of them
ना?
are. Saya noted over in B main as well.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है T1
About whether or not they can
पे.
actually stave this off. The rush in. Jemkin going to be able to shut that one down, but now the trade comes in. Elmy Moore cleaned up. 3 players lost, but still T1 getting to the defuse and tying up the scoreline
साया
at 2-2.
बोलते.
Yeah, going to give that one over to Izu. And very nicely done from the side of T1. Really just starts out with
जो आपने
Saya
मारते वैसे
pressuring
मार
double
रहा है साया.
peek out of a main. They get that first kill. That's it here.
Haters,
Wasn't even- I mean,
haters.
kind of was just Saya by himself. Then he gets this one and picks up a third as well. And eventually, he's the first one to go onto the side here, so he does go down, but his
Right by
teammates
side. Nice. Guys, switch up.
easily do clean that up.
क्या good job
I
भाई
love it.
तूने किया है.
Kasaya plays with the platform in front of him, so it kind of looks like he's like a kid at the adults table.
Yeah.
But it actually is just a raised platform that he plays on.
Why is he playing like
Whatever
this?
works.
Excuse me.
And looks like the operator's going to work for him this time. See how many kills he can pick
क्या
up in
लगता है
this
ये
round with
लगता है
this.
RRQ
As T1 certainly getting
जीत सकता है मैं.
back in control of this map.
वो लोग सिर्फ साया
The
player
last
को
couple
shut
of
down
round
करना
wins.
बस.
Very much out wide. Should that swing come in from Jemkin? This could be brutal. Drone up over the top. He's trying to overstay and see if he can find anything at all, but this ends up costing him dearly. Now Rossi is well dead. Jemkin swings out, catches him trying to escape back into market. And this is a big blunder here for T1 off the rip in the round.
Yeah, you know, if you guys were watching the desk, the pre-show, there was a bit of talk, at least some mention about some overheating from the side of Saya player. I think extremely aggressive to go ahead and do that. And it almost looked like RRQ were expecting it, right? They had a nice setup, drone over the top, and immediately the second he's spotted, he's just dead. As
Excret. He's in deep. Needs to be able to get out of this position, and he does take two down with him. So solid effort from the new IGL as that is not where you want the TP to. Carpe able to get the punish there onto Estrella. And got bogged down. And now things very well can slip out of their hands. Carpe at 71. Sends out the
Vandal
dart.
versus Odin. Chat.
Gets
क्या
himself
लगता है?
across the opposite side. The drone to try to chase. Pulls back into the site itself. Oh, but does Carpe read this? Well, now he hears the tap on the spike, so he knows. Shock dart thrown down. Elmore taking a little bit of damage, but
Vandal.
challenges around the corner, finds the headshot,
आपसे अच्छी
and
मेरी
manages
बंदी
to
मार
bail
दी है,
RRQ
excuse me.
out.
so the entry started pretty rough. you
बट्टो
know,
तो
Sierra
बट्टे
picking up
बॉय
two, but
कैसे जा रहा है
then,
बट्टे?
just able to push their way
Many,
on
many
in. This is the
happy
start,
of
by
the
the way. They
day.
just get the spot onto Saya. They
वो
get
क्या
the pick on
shot मारा था
Rossi.
उसने?
And you're thinking it's all over. It eventually was. Got pretty interesting down in the 1v1, and Elmior handles this very well.
So I'd have to watch that back again, you know, from the original POV. But I think one of the biggest things that you need, if Saya's going to go on that kind of push, that 0 point from Rossi needs to come out as soon as you hear the initial setup from that drone to go ahead and cancel it. If you're able to do that, Saya can get away with positioning that aggressively. But without that, he just gets tagged and absolutely taken down. Hunter's Fury now out from Elmi Moore, just fishing to see if he finds any kind of straight connection here. Widely just keeps them
Considering KO
pushing into
ult,
the
I
sites,
think
which now
it's
going to be hit, spray, through. It's one shot there on the flips in the
4-2.
leg. Is the null command now going to be invested?
T1 going to be looking to, yeah, that's the end of that drone. Going to be looking to get on in here in the retake. You see
क्या KO का lurk time पे
Rossi
आएगा?
trying to look behind him at tree.
This lurk from Xfero, I mean, they already managed to find one. Carpe just getting taken out by that wall bang through. Off shot from Sion, not going to be able to get the connection. Now Xfero strikes, looking for three. He's able to find it. Rotate around the back to come onto the corner, and Sion player
चार
cannot
मारा
line
बे
up the
कुछ
shot
ज़्यादा
fast
time
enough.
पे आया.
A 4K4 Xfero, as RRQ get 4 rounds.
Yeah, and
Thank
keep in
you,
mind,
boys.
T1
Love you, better.
heavily investing in that round as well. Another operator for Saya, and they get flawless on just a clean entry, and look at that.
Well, उसका भी
that's
बर्थडे
pretty
था
rough
यार.
for Carpe, and then
Win.
not checking this angle. Xfero, perfect
तो भी risk किया
timing
मैं उसको.
to just get them down, and Saya's like, well, I'm trapped. I might as well just go for it. Yeah, he's got a lot to say about that one. And I
भाई
would
क्या
be
सीन
hyped
है?
up for
Heavy
that fight
banter
myself
scenes
as
लग
well.
रही है मेरे को.
Well, significantly weaker buy, but they do have the Blade Storm behind this. We know
अब
it's Sion,
बोलना
what kind of
trash
magic you
Rossi
can work with
ठीक है.
that.
हर्ष भाई
It's already
क्या हो
a bit
गया
of
हर्ष
damage
भाई?
across Xfero and LB Moore getting tagged up.
आप खेल रहे हो गेम?
Lockdown is available should they want to go ahead
Thank
and invest
you.
this.
आज पैर बहुत ज़्यादा है.
You should run.
This looks like that is going to be the call.
सुबह
So let's
और
see how
पिंकी
aggressive he
की
decides
आज
to get.
गरम
He
गरम
is
चाय.
certainly
He's going to try to give his life for the cause here. Up over the top, does manage to find one Carpe. At the same time, finishing off Elmi Moore, so the detain comes in. He's the only one caught by it. Looks recovering fire, able to find Excurate Carpe. Now dead, and Sion player will be finished off in that detain. Leaving now just Rossi and Izu. 2v2, weapon recovered for Izu though.
all
spike
things considered,
गया.
not too bad for the side of T1.
Oh,
and
the
might
spike.
be able to get this pick as Izu gonna get the
Spike
jump on
गया,
Australia. The spike
yo.
is down. Still a lot of time,
Oh,
but Jemkin not going to be able to win that one. Izu pretty crisp on a couple to give T1 the
Weaker
win. And
round
keep in
जीत गया
mind,
बे.
that was an eco for them. I think they had
Yeah.
one stinger.
an effective thrifty for the
First
side
is
of
Mardi.
T1. That is a round that you are going to be frustrated by if
क्या
you're
फर्क
RQ.
पड़ता है कोई भी जीते अपना excuse me.
Had the detain, yes, some early damage. because
Dinner
I
Binks
think,
का
you know what,
बहुत time है.
I will sacrifice myself to at least try to get
खर्चा
a
होने
trade.
वाला है जब ऐसा
Flips opens
प्यार
things up really
आता
nicely,
है
but
तो
it's this
चलेगा.
misunderstanding about where Izu could be. Not respecting that potential flank through B main.
Right here.
And then just stranding the spike.
Very nice adjustment there at the end as well from Izu. It's a pretty important kill to get to make sure it doesn't go to a
यार एक
1v1
दिन
scenario.
ऐसा लग रहा है मैं शक्कर वाली
Despite
चाय
available
पीऊं.
in a lot of time. Your Saya
20
once
साल हो
again,
गए
this
बे.
time trying to get aggressive with the operator. I guess not
T1
just
में
this
क्या
time,
कर रहे हैं?
but
नए
just
नए
general
Chinese
Saya
लोग.
things. And he's going to take out the turret.
Clear on the alarm bot. It's just the poking and prodding phase. Both squads trying to take away some of this more stagnant
क्या
utility
लगता है
from
RR
the
को
other
कितना
side.
राउंड जीतेगा? मेरे को लग रहा है 7 राउंड
They
जीतेगा
can't be
लग.
notified. Saya once again,
डिफॉल्ट
a bit
डिफॉल्ट
of a
अच्छा तो है
walkabout,
वो.
playing a fairly narrow angle, checks over towards the left, nothing spotted, dash to the ready, spots one, but Elmimore just continues to swing in. Catches him in the head,
Like,
right there through the
aggressive
corner.
है
Now
ना.
flash denied as Rossi does get nullified, and Jemkin will be able to go ahead and take him down. Elmimore at the cost of that entry, but
aggressive
RQ now with
है
4 members will be able to get the plant, and I think overall T1,
ऐसा नहीं कि एंगल
Carpe and
टिका के
Extra left
रखे.
alive are going to
जाता
have to
रहता है
call
बे
for a
एकदम
save.
ड्रोन
Yeah, they're
से
just
जाता रहता
running
है.
the opposite way. Just, you know, we did have maybe a little bit
डर
of a
गया
fight
वो.
here, actually, as Xfero thinking about maybe trying to take them out. But
जैसे टरेट पर ही डर गया
yeah,
वो.
certainly the fact that Saya is just going to be caught out essentially for free, and then the entry is
ये
so
रॉसी एसके
quick
रॉसी या
on the
नहीं
side
ये
of
इसकी
RQ.
रॉसी
Didn't really
है.
leave
इसकी
T1
टीम
with
की
many
है ये.
options.
T1 की.
As we did, I think it was Rossi not able to throw a flash out either, just gets daggered and does get the 1 kill, but then it was kind of just an easy cleanup for RQ, leading to a pretty free round here.
Yeah, I mean, Xfero's still hunting and
Zoom करके
will get
दिखा रहा है
taken
ऑफ.
down. And this is about the worst case scenario. I was going to say, I honestly wouldn't mind them just sitting back and allowing these 2 players to stay alive, crucially because Xcurate was just 1 charge away from having the lockdown. Now he has that online going into the next round. Would have gotten it, you know, if he had been killed. That would have cost him his weapon, but
You
he would still
drink
gain
fiki
that very
chai,
crucial
फिर भी
ultimate.
इतनी
But now he has the
LT
Vandal and the lockdown
लगी
going
है.
into this one as
और
the timeout, I believe, is getting called.
LT लगी है.
And you see how this one goes down. Oh, they just kind of line up for it. And slight adjustment for Jemkin to finish off that 3rd member. And it is a
भाई
timeout
हमारा
from the
aim
side
कभी
of
होएगा ऐसा यार?
T1. All things considered, I mean, still kind of close in terms of 5v3.
भाई अब फेस somewhat
in the
different
round
than
score,
yesterday.
but
थोड़ा शेव किया थोड़ा.
For me, outside of that one kind of mix-up with the
थोड़ा
near
trim
thrifty
किया.
from T1, I think RQ is mostly in
कुछ भी
control of
trim
this
किया.
map so far.
Yeah, it's been
Pam,
overall, you know,
pam,
at times
pam,
a little bit
pam,
scrappy.
pam.
There is certainly some bite behind the bark here from T1 today. But starting off on the defender's side, you want to be able to rack up several more rounds. See how they fare as we get ready to go back into this one. But for now, quick interjection from Coach Autumn.
इसलिए हम वहाँ पे नहीं है.
Pump the
भाई मेरा
brakes.
aim almost है यार वैसे ही.
What would you say, Kilios, if you were the coach in that moment?
I mean, given his success rate after timeouts and just the overall performances of the team, I would probably take a leaf out of Alex's book and just say, turn
Chat
your brains
आज
off.
ये होने के बाद रात
shoot a little
को
bit better.
router पे वो
Yeah.
करे. Dragon's Dogma.
I mean,
What time
sometimes
is
I
it?
don't
all
want you
you
to
need.
think, I just want you to play.
Yeah. I do think that the shots have been fine. I think that they have kind of been caught with their pants down a couple too many times.
Subcount लगाओ.
Although
थोड़ा close
sometimes
होने
the
दो.
aggressive
Subs
plays
close
from
होने
guys
दो.
like Saya have kind of given them the
Valo
advantage
में
as
भी
well.
Valo तो YTP कर रहे
Especially out of that
continue
A main,
करेंगे.
we have seen a couple of times, but outside of that, it's been mostly just him getting punished.
Resident जाओ. Resident possible नहीं है यार.
He's going to pick up a
650
Vandal
elo
this time
मतलब
around.
300
Might
350
still
elo
look
और
to get
चाहिए.
aggressive, but RQ all here going down the catwalk.
Saya again, wanting to go for this peak, but they're inside the smoke now here on Cat.
ऐसे गोली मारो random.
Double stack on the opposite side, side player able to find one. Now the smoke dissipates. They both strike, a 2 for 2 overall. Elmimore down to 60. Dash forward, trying to get themselves into the site, and Carpe just not ready for it. Jemkin just dashes in and instantly taps him.
Yeah, you could tell that Carpe was like, wait, what? What? Like, it just seemed like the communication failing, or they didn't quite spot them getting in onto the site, and now it's going to be up to Saya
Next time Resident again
Spirit
देखते
to try
हैं.
to retake this one.
Spots him. Jemkin just pivoting back, not allowing him to get the re-peek lineup. Swing in. They're both lined up now, though. Saya takes him down. Doesn't even take any damage for his troubles, and Execute will find Estrella. What a turnaround here. From a
You know-
surefire win for T1 to, or for RRQ into a T1 victory here with this
Heavy
diffuse side
stuff.
player breaks it down.
आरपी भी कर सकते
I
हैं
mean,
फन यार
Coach
आरपी
Kilios, you were kind of right. They turned the brains
डिसकंटिन्यूड
off, but
लगेगा
they
यार
hit
मतलब
their
एक दिन
shots at the
करूंगा
end
फिर
of the
वापस
day.
एक दो हफ्ता गायब
Very nice angle from Saya, and
इसलिए एक
then
बार फ्री होने के बाद
he
फिर
picks
रेजर
up
करो
3. Excurrent does finish it off at the end.
Yeah, and that's a relieving sight there for Autumn.
Yeah, they're happy, but they don't look too satisfied just yet. Still a close map. Still a lot of
लड़ने की
pressure.
जगह पे
I didn't realize this
पोस्ट
trio was
प्लान खेल
IGL
सकते थे
today.
ना
0, 5, and 3.
Well, sometimes that's the way it goes. We've all been there.
He's done some side calling. But
Yeah.
now really
चलो
heavy
यार,
stack outside of
क्या?
the A site here for RQ.
इवन नहीं
Still
आएगा
money
सुने वो
system
घर पे
purchase, but not able to get that dash off in time. Jemkin's entry getting disrupted. Very nice 0 point there from Rossi as Hunter's Fury now coming through from Carpe. But he tucked back over towards Wine, and Tag's not quite going to be
Padi bhai,
fouled,
padi,
but
padi.
Rossi just reading a
Look ko
timing,
tag
feeling
pada
like,
tha, lag
okay,
raha hai.
Hunter's Fury probably pushed them back. They're going to try to get themselves back over in towards A main and away from this archway. It just reads it to absolute perfection.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of that was almost as if he had vision. I mean, it was incredible
अर्धे को ना
how he does line that one up. Saya does get punished in mid, though. And now RQ may be looking to regroup this direction. Carpe's got to set up here towards tree, but it does look like they could be heading towards B at this point in time, as it is only Excurrent, of course, on the Killjoy over on this site. Maybe going to look into pizza, see what they can see. And they're not going to see anything, as T1 at the moment are just playing the sites. And we do have set up here. Carpe's just lining him up, picks up 2 for the 1. Elmimore finally does take him down.
They need to try to get
इसके अल्ट की वजह से बेट हो
as
गया
they
रे
make
वो
the attempt, he's doing
क्यों
Rossi
के अल्ट
one
की
more
वजह से
piece
बेट
to
हो
go
गया
ahead
वो
closing things out, and that is now
उसको लगा
T1
दो ही
tying
बंदे
it
ए
up at
साइड
5
रहेंगे
to
दूसरा तो
5.
अल्ट मार के बैठा है
Timeout working wonders
उसी
here for
दिखा
the
रहा है
squad.
अपना
Still a bit of cash
Heavy
though to
bit.
work through, but winning this round, that'll break things down even further for the
विंग्स
side
भाई
of
आपको
RRQ.
लगता है चेंबर कभी मेटा में
I mean, this is
वापस
what
आएगा
really just dumped up the works.
चेंबर है ना कौन से
All
मैप में
3
खेल सकते
players
पता है
getting caught
लोटस
by
में
that
खेल
0 point. Jemkin can't go for the entry. He can't try to create space, and then they just end up losing flips to that
बस लोटस में
very
खेल सकते
nicely
हैं
timed spray from Rossi.
बड़े दिन
what
बाद
Rossi
आया
had to
हूँ
say
लाइक
after
ऑलरेडी
that.
डन लव यू
I mean, he's feeling pretty good. I'm sure he's got the most kills on the team is now. Trying to look for someone here as
Apne
they
team ka
quickly
tha wo.
get in on the site, but this entry not quite as clean as the first one, and now the rest of the team is going to follow up. But Rossi, here with a nice flash, kind of flashes himself at the side there, and Elmimore will take him down.
Yeah, this one, it's far too chaotic here. Messiah player to try to line up any of those
Back
shots
off,
with the
नहीं लग
operator.
रहा
Drone
यार.
now up over the top. Spots one in market. Excurrent now noted. And now taken down. Elmimore making the best of that Guardian. Carpe with a reveal
क्या?
himself. He's able to find one. Swings on the corner. Can't quite line up the other. So RQ,
अपने लग रहा है
they lose a couple rounds in a row. They say, right, let's just
Last
up the
round
pressure.
in the
They
Breeze
storm their
नहीं,
way
नहीं,
into the
Breeze
A
बहुत बड़ा
side.
map
Is
है
it
यार,
clean?
Timber लेगा,
Absolutely
लग
not. Is
जाएंगे.
it entertaining? You're damn right. They get themselves a round
ब्रीज
win and now
बहुत
up to
बड़ा
6.5.
मैप है इसलिए अभी हॉल्स खुला हुआ है ब्रीज में
It's clean as long as you
Impossible,
get the
Timber.
round win. That's what I always say.
Oh yeah, I mean, we heard it from Ewok himself, you know, in regards to Flips having 0 kills on that last icebox.
आज
He's like,
सुबह
I don't
तक स्ट्रीम
care as
देखा
long as we're
अब
winning.
फिर आ गया लव
His
यू
calling is
सेव किया
going
थोड़ा
well.
सा
I don't care about individual performance. Scoreboard doesn't matter.
Just win the rounds. Jemkin goes and dies, you know, kind of
सनसेट पे आर्मी
messing
से
up
सनसेट
some of the
भी
utility from the
एक
other
टाइम पे
members.
ठीक
Doesn't
है
matter. Just
Two
get
to
in,
map.
win the rounds, get aggressive. It has been working.
ब्रीज फुल
and
एनएच के आइस बॉक्स फुल एनएच
kind of
के
surprised they didn't send it again, but maybe trying to peek, maybe trying to find Saya if he were to peek out of A main once again. This time, just peeking out of B main. He might be the first person to contact.
भाई हेवन चाहिए
if
मैप वापस हाँ
RRQ do
मजा
commit
आएगा
to this push towards B.
They open things up with that null command. Be curious to see if Saya actually tries to
I am
stand his ground.
missing
He
my
won't have
garage
the
push
exit.
यार क्या दिन थे वो
Oh boy.
Around the corner. Do they read this? Oh, the flash.
भाई
They
वो
swing
लोग
it a
क्या
little bit
hype
too late.
कर रहे हैं ना
Rossi
आवाज आ
in
रहा
main,
है
able to put 2 down on the ground.
Korean
Jemkin
casters
Rossi
का?
with an effective third. Is that a res?
फुल हाई
Tap
बे
on it around the corner, but they need to try to fight their way out of this one. Estrella will be able to find the headshot. Shutting down Rossi here for the moment. Paranoia across, swings out, but will end up falling.
फिर भी मारा दो.
That is 6-6 here on the half.
Pearl भी चाहिए वापस. हाँ.
As well, he finally used the lockdown after the half was over,
Pearl
but
Haven चाहिए.
wasn't fully necessary.
Might as well, I guess.
अबे ऐसा लगता है कि
Yeah,
आप
very
रहते
close
हो
map
live
so far,
MAE
6-6. Very back and forth. Feels like T1 kind of getting back on the horse, calling the timeout at 5-3 deficit, and picking up 3 out of the last 4 to get it to even. Certainly kind of calming things down, not getting as crazy with the peaks and just holding some angles, and it worked out. RQ did get that one aggressive round, but outside of that, feels like we have a pretty close, we've got a pretty cute friend with this stuffed animal there on the desk. But yeah, pretty close map in this one.
Huh?
And I suppose our T1 predictions not too
Jersey
off the wall after all.
To be fair, I would consider you as the lone T1 predictor. Williams is not fully because he believes in T1. It's more because every time he predicts for RQ, he curses them and he loves them more than just about
Still
anything.
counts as a pred.
Champions तक आ जाएगा कोई ना.
He did put it on T1.
We'll see if you guys are rewarded for that. As Rossi, a hell of a performance so far, leading in kills here in the lobby at this moment. Now we switch sides, RQ over to the defense. T1
दे तो फिर salary दे. दे salary. ये नहीं salary दे.
Might try to give them a taste of their own medicine. You remember round 1, we saw RQ coming in.
We go to jobs.
Press W just going right over the top into B.
I mean, they're just going to Paranoia off the rip, probably a dash up over the top, maybe off the back of this one.
15-16 साल
Is going to be able to try to get away from this one. Paranoia does connect. He's going to be held by that 0 point, but Shock Dart lobbed in, looking for some damage, but Rossi already able to find the opening kill as Jimmy falls. Saya getting Elmore as well. Straight spotted, noted here in boat, splash straight into his face, still comes away with one. Flash, but ultimately it's just Flipshider by himself.
RCB फिर आ गया भाई मेरा बस हो गया मेरा सपोर्ट हो गया.
Gonna be a nice entry here from the center.
Next match confirm मारेगा RCB.
So many opportunities, and Saya will pick up a third. So T1 right on the board here from the attacker side, and that is going to be fantastic. Trying to get some momentum for yourself in the second half on ROQ's map pick. And once again, just we did have
Jaws भी तो नहीं हो रहा.
The one man here on the site surviving for a decent amount of time, but wasn't quite enough as the entry came swiftly onto B.
7-6, T1 tying up the pistol round count.
भाई रॉसी भाई मार तो रहे यार.
Decent investment here. Everybody with
ट्रैश बोल के मार तो रहे. वरना आ जाते थे मीम.
Two Spectres, Bulldog, a Phantom, and then Saya player with the signature Marshall coming through.
Yes, Parag, that's right.
Only Elmi Moore really investing much of anything as he goes for that Sheriff, something that
Well, it's a free side.
Performance with those Sheriffs in hand.
Oh yeah.
Thrown forward, does manage to tag him up though. And Saya wanting to take a peek in towards Heaven, spots the shoulder, and Straya not swinging wide enough to identify Saya player, does end up falling down.
Interesting.
Yeah, gonna be a pretty tough ask here for the side of RQ. Let's see how they want to do this.
Interesting,
Maybe just straight up through the door. As Excurant is here, just spraying him down. And flash did not matter. Yuzu up top as well. And that's going to be the end of Elmi Moore on top of it.
Blind
So
तो है बे केओ का.
T1 in control at the moment. And yeah, I mean, just pretty straight up stuff. Kind of reminds me of the way that RQ played it from the attacker side at the beginning of the map.
अब जी सारे मैच
Go
जीता
B one time really quick, go A a
A.
little bit slower, and then eventually just
वो तो
execute
जाएगा.
onto the site.
लेकिन एक मैच में
you know, you have a weapon advantage, you know that you're pretty screwed in that position. You might as well just hold your ground, hold down M1. Excurant rewarded for that. As
PRX.
else one.
हमारे क्यूट चिंगू भाई भी है उसमें भी.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it.
Well, you have
चिंगू भाई.
Yeah.
Excurant not opting to spend too much, wants to have his economy in sync here with the rest of the squad.
ये पिएगा तो अभी के अभी शाम को vlog आएगा.
Buy up the share for him, but Flips and Estrella trying to make something happen here outside of A, and they just end up getting gunned down. Izu coming up huge.
देखेगा तो 50,000
It's pretty
देंगे
rough, and it's going to be a couple of upgrades as well for T1.
bottoms
So
up
they just
मारो
get onto the site for free, and RQ are just running
save.
away.
एक महीने बाद आई हुए
That
एग्जाम के
is,
वजह से अब
that is
सीधा
not the
एग्जाम
round
के
you
बाद
want to see.
आऊंगा
If you're RQ,
आज
I
की
wouldn't even be
स्ट्रीम
surprised
देख
if
के
we see
लव यू कैसी आ
an
रही है
out called either
I'm
now or on the next round, because that one was,
रेफर से था
they got
इसमें
kind of mowed down in A main.
अभी
Now
A
the
में
round is just over.
I've already written down on my sheet that they called
जिंगू
a
और
timeout.
फोर्स के नू भाई भी
Because I
है
feel very confident that that is exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, they have 2 left, so.
Having the bonus conversion here for T1 on the
फोर्स सेकंड
attacker
को कर
side,
सकते हैं
that
यार
is a
सपोर्ट फोर्स सेकंड
dangerous
को तो
spot
हम
to be
लोग
in
ने
for
कितने
RQ.
साल से
T1, they're
सपोर्ट किया
fanning out. They want to be able to take away these weapons. They haven't suffered too many losses in these opening rounds, so no one is particularly close to building up their ultimates. So if they can get rid of some of these weapons, that would be a major boon. And
Oh, no.
boy, Saya
that-
spotting Elmimore. The gun barrel giving things away.
Oh,
X-Barrel
almost
will
मार
be
दिया
able
था
to take
दूसरा।
him out. Keeps his own weapon in his hands, but that is a
Land with
brutal way
gunfire.
to lose out on an additional rifle right at the end of the round. And as we see the clock stopped, timeout.
कैफे में वालों खेलने आया था बहुत पार्टी देखने
Oh
लग गया
my goodness.
एक्सक्यूज मी
Yeah, it
Cafe
almost
में
was
log
like
in करके पैसा
T1
भर रहा है,
got
बहुत
in
पार्टी
there
देखने
before
का।
RQ
Love you,
realized. Even though there was the one guy in wine, they just didn't see them walking in.
मेरी दीदी
And
की
then
शादी है कल और मैं स्ट्रीम
obviously
देख
they
रहा
were
हूँ
a bit
डेडिकेशन
caught off guard.
अवार्ड
And then
तेरी
Izu just able
दीदी
to
की
spray them
शादी
down.
है
And
तेरी
he's the
थोड़ी
one
है
that confirmed the kills, but he
तेरी
had a couple
शादी
of
में
us
अगर
seen
तू
him shooting
स्ट्रीम
as
देख
well.
रहा है
And
तो
it was
डेडिकेशन
almost like they just got caught off guard, and it was
इमेजिन
a
तू
free
मंडप में
entry
बैठा
into
है
A.
और
Put
बोलो
that
पंडित
over
जी
the
रुको
middle from RQ,
क्लच
and
हो
then
रही
it
है
was just over as we
तब
saw.
मैं बोलूंगा
So
डेडिकेशन
easy time to call a timeout.
हो जाए
And I'm not a coach. I'm not sure what I would say in this one.
फिर आपके क्लच के बाद
Need to be able to clear
तो
the heads of the
थर्स्टी राउंड
players.
होएगा एक
Focus back in on this. Identify where things are going wrong, what the misreads are, what the tendencies are of T1, at least the ones that they've been showing thus far on this attack side. Try to shore up those weaknesses and close whatever gaps you
जानवी
might
कैसी
be
है एक्सक्यूज
having
मी
here in the first 3. See if Ewok's intervention is going to be good enough for
करने आए
RQ
हो
to stop
सेकंड
this.
तब बहुत
Now,
पार्टी का
effective 4-round win streak across both
oh.
halves for T1. Still, I mean,
बस
they
भाई
have a
कुछ
Spectre
भी
in hand.
बोलो
Well, I
पिंकी
haven't had
भाभी
to really get rid
है
of
तो
this, so
बहुत
just keep using
खूबसूरत
it.
लेकिन आप कसम से
Saving up
कमाल
the
हो
money
भाई
for the latter
लव
half
यू
of
यार
this second half.
लव यू
Let's see
मेरा स्किन केयर
what this
रूटीन
is
की
going to
वजह
look
से
like
मेरे
for the
साथ
side of RQ. They
KR
have
के
3
बुलाया
guys
था
in
तो।
mid
हाँ
around pizza at the moment, so that's
my
not the way
God.
you want it to go.
Buddy.
Zell
Rossi
gets
also
sprayed
gets
down.
Elmimore. Just through the
Every
smoke,
can be.
and I just,
Every-
whatever could, okay, whatever is
Ah.
discussed. Might not matter too much anymore as
Oh.
Lips swings in, the paranoia hits him. What an
That
effort for him,
tough
though.
could be, huh?
Able to find those 2 kills, but
Yeah, he looked angry, and you know, not going to get the ace. That is,
मेरी शादी तब
that's almost
तब
worse
बंद
than
में
the
आपको
round we saw
streaming
last
छोड़
time.
देंगे ना
I mean, 3
Impossible.
people in mid, you get scouted, nobody hits the target, and everybody
हेलीपैड
just
है
gets
उसका क्या
sprayed
एक्सक्यूज
down.
मी
As there was no escape
Helipad.
for those 3 members, and it was an easy cleanup for T1, kind of
He's
reading the
talking about
situation
forehead.
very well as well. As you'll
What is
see, the
your
dart
thought on
comes
it?
in, and it double bounces, and they just don't.
Don't you
can't clear it
think
in time.
having
seems like
PC
they
in
just were
India
not
is a
prepared
big
for
thing
where that
itself?
one was going to end
Yeah.
up. I mean, you know,
I mean,
again,
yeah,
solid effort
yeah,
from Flips to be able to look
Simple
like maybe
CA
that was going to be
leading,
turnable, but put on his best fishy chair impersonation with that Guardian in hand.
Yeah. I mean, shout out to Carpe, very nice angle, I guess, on the dart, but you got to be ready for
By
those.
having
Now
PC
here comes T1.
is a big
Once
thing.
again,
ऐसा
slow
बोलो
push
जैसे
onto
India
A.
is like very poor.
Binks coming down, expecting that recon at any moment, but they're just holding this, and this means that because they're just creeping forward, they have no idea that they're in the sun. I mean, look at Estrella. He has no idea whatsoever. Chemkin now overwhelmed, swarmed, ends up falling, and T1,
walking
what
करके
a call, what a
इतना
read.
तक
They say,
घुस गए
okay,
वो
you know
लोग।
what, let's just enter with no util. And now the cleanup continues, and
Wow,
T1
wow,
are
wow,
running
wow,
away
wow,
with this.
wow.
Now, this is domination, and whoever it was, I assume that, you know, it was probably Xcurate. I'll give him the credit, given that this is his first day IGLing for the team, to just not send the recon. Let's just walk into sight.
सिर्फ
There's
walk-in
nothing
करके
set up
गए।
here to play contact for them. There's no alarm bot. There's no turret. Let's just get into the site. Don't send
भाई
anything.
turret तो
And
था
pick
ना
some
लेकिन।
corners that they're likely hiding behind.
Might as well throw another timeout at this point, but, you know, if the last one didn't work and the last 2 rounds looked like that, I don't know if this is going to help, but you got to try. I mean,
It's kind of funny too because
वो
you
तो अच्छा
would
अभी
imagine
मोने
the
भाई
mind
नहीं
games, right?
खेल
They
रहे
kind of got
वरना
screwed
सोचो
by a
खेल रहे
recon
होते
turret in the round right before. So they're like,
अब
okay,
करो
let's
यार।
be really ready. Let's be ultra focused to see if a dart comes in. And then you just don't send it,
Every
right? You
season
just
में
walk
लेकिन
at them. It's total
एक्शर
mind game
मारता है तो
domination
ट्वीट
from the side of
मोने
T1.
मारता है तो ट्वीट
And I
जी,
don't know
हार
what's
के
gotten
दो
into
tweet।
them, but they look pretty incredible in the second half, and RRQ have had zero answers.
It's just insane. Just make the call. Let's just donk
और
walk into
अगर
A
जी
site.
जीती
Everything will go well.
लकी
It was very
now-
unexpected, to say the least.
Yeah, and I mean now this is so many things
Yeah,
that
8
RRQ
minutes
need to
भाई
be
साहब।
cognizant of, and they need to try to expect and predict which thing T1 is going to try to do. Are they going to play default? Are they going to play contact? Are they going to send out this util
तुम्हें
and try
घर
to
वाले
find
नहीं
picks
देते
through
क्योंकि
wall
तुम
bangs?
घर वाले
Are
का
they going to just
बात
walk
सुनते हो
in?
तुम लोग
There's a
जो घर
multitude
वाले
of
तुमको
options.
पीसी लैपटॉप दे
Yeah. Or are they just going to walk at us? Not something you generally have to be careful for. As same dart comes through, but nobody on the side of RRQ is there. As they're just going to play it a bit
इतने
more
सारे लोग
passively
यहाँ
this
पे
time
जो
around.
पॉकेट मनी सेव कर रहे सिर्फ डेडिकेटेडली पीसी बनाने के लिए
Yep, very quietly done.
भाई
here from
अभी
T1.
आप भी शादी कर लो ये गए
Then
0 point.
Am
Not
I
noting
looking
anything
that
there.
young?
So making a little bit of noise. Couple
बिग
picks will
बैस
come
स्किन
down
लूटिंग का
into mid.
सिगरेट मैंगलोर एक्सक्यूज मी
Yeah, really, it's just Jemkin who
Whatever,
is
yeah,
watching
boy.
this angle.
Huh?
If anyone is going to go through market,
Market.
we've seen Saya just try to lurk forward, bit by bit, trying to creep forward before. But for now, just
दिस वाज
keeping it very quiet.
0
2
point.
रुपए की पेप्सी बम्स बाय
One up
सेक्सी
close. Sparrow still okay, standing his ground for the moment. Continues to want to try to fight this one. Said we'll just be backing away here
उतने
to
पॉकेट
Lumber,
मनी मिलनी
but I think
चाहिए
they're decently aware of that.
जो
Execute
कुछ
was
save कर दे।
considering sending the nano over to that position
जो
for
भी
the
पॉकेट मनी
brief
मिलता है,
little
ये तो
moment.
सोच मत
Flash out full blind as Sparrow swing out.
Oh my god.
Just full whiffs across the board as 4 players disappear.
लो
T1 just Thanos snapping them out of existence, and suddenly it is only Estrella left. Zaya pushing, prodding, taking him down. A team ace as T1 get themselves up to map point.
T1 kind of just dunking on him now. They play it quietly, and then they go for a very clean push. And RQ was ready. They had 4 people there. They were ready for the push, and it didn't matter as the ult came forward from Rossi. And they were just not able to stop
भाई
it.
आप
One
तो
flash
अभी
through,
चलो 10
and this is
लड़कियां
where it
आगे
all
10
went
लड़कियां
wrong.
पीछे
Just,
होंगी
you know,
चार्ज के
spotting
लिए
one by one the members. A
लेकिन
really nice
पिंकी
splash to
भाभी
come
से
through on the
बेटर
entry
नहीं
from
रहेगी
T1.
ना
Oh my.
बात
Kind of saying the
मतलब
same
दोनों
thing
पॉइंट है
that I was.
मैं
It's not really much
चलूंगा
else to
तो
say
20
about it. It's
लड़कियां
just
घूमेंगे तो
domination at
सही
this point.
आसपास
Yeah,
उनकी
they
से
are
बेटर नहीं है
absolutely
बात
feeling it here.
दोनों पॉइंट है गौर
Not
गौर किया
dropping
था
a single round here in this half. T1 looking to just get the streak all the way across.
Dev
up
bhai,
13,
language,
move on to their
language,
own map with
hater.
Lotus,
मॉड्स हाइट दो
which has been
और देव भाई का
very
हाइट देगा इतना
consistent
बड़ा
for
हो
them.
गया तू
देना पड़ेगा
इतना बड़ा हो गया
हेट फैला रहे हैं देव
Shots have
भाई हेट
changed there. Chimkin
देव भाई कैंसर
one on the shoulder.
आज से सिर्फ क्यूट फैम मेंबर
Trying to
एक्स्ट्रा
maintain
क्यूट
control of mid, but doesn't
शर्म
have the
नहीं है
alarm
बे।
bot here to
नो
play
खास
off
नो
of.
ओनली एक्स्ट्रा
Super
Turret
chat.
still on cooldown.
सुपर चैट कोचिंग कर रही
No
है बे
command invested.
मेंबरशिप
Going across.
ये तो
Here's the
player
push
coaching
now
से भी
into the
ऊपर
B
चली
side.
गई
Elkhorn
पिंकी।
here, Guardian in hands, able to find one, can't quite get the second. Experiment trying to get the drag across, but Rossi again.
भाई
Another
क्या हो गया
3K.
भाई
What's
इसकी
the third
रोसी
and
को
fourth one? Jemkin will be able to find Carpe.
इसकी
They now
टीम
bring
है
it into
ना
a 2v3. Rossi down low on HP. A fragment, a flash. All that
मैं
Flips
नहीं दे
has to
सकता
work
है
with.
देव भाई को
यस
It
मनराज
just
मत
clicks.
देना
Just kind of staring each other down through the smoke.
पोल खुलेगी
Smoke about to dissipate.
हाँ
पोल खुलेगी सब
They know they're coming from that direction as well. Xcurid playing this angle very, very nicely.
They
And
are
there it is.
blinded.
दूर हटा
Izu sets it up for him. Swing onto the
भाई
corner. The
क्लीन
kills
जीते
come
बे
through. And
T1
T1
भाई मैं बोला था
have
ना
an
आज T1
absolute
जीतेगा बोला था कि नहीं
perfect run in the second half of the map.
Sexy
13 to 6. They
T1
take
is
down
back, baby.
RRQ, and RRQ's map pick of Ascent.
Yeah, T1 looking like a different team today. This is kind of what we expected from the beginning of the split.
Yeah.
And it looks like finally in the second half of this map, they were able to show up in a big way. RRQ can't quite say the same. They're going to have to come back on Lotus and try to take
Phone to
T1's
chalu
map
kar.
pick, but it's not going to be easy.
Phone to
As
chalu
we're
kar.
done here on the caster desk, let's go over to the
Minus
analysts to break that one
150.
down.
Minus
Thank you so much,
phone भी चालू
gentlemen.
नहीं है,
If there were
ऐसे-
any
ऐसे
T1
करके
doubters
ऐसे
for a second, T1 is here to prove you wrong. They take RRQ's map pick Ascent away from them after a string of losses previously.
I mean, you say, were there any? But I'm like surrounded by
We
T1
need
douters out
support.
here,
यार,
right
आप
on here on the
popcorn
desk.
live वाला
going,
He
popcorn
came
"Yes,
at
popcorn
me
that's
कैसे
like,
डालते पता नहीं।
okay.
It's crazy. How could you lose faith? No.
हटना पड़ेगा तो
बता मैं
YouTube पे जा
डिस्प्ले बंद करो
YouTube पे जा
YouTube पे
create studios
ये गाना
Get it to, oh,
हाँ.
it's going to be execute now. It's
Studio.
holding all the calls. It feels like there's a lot
हाँ.
more
ये खोलना बंद करेगा
as an entire
Abhi-
team. I mentioned how Saya player was one that would love to go
Analytics.
for those aggressive peaks, but now he's getting
live
refragged quite
support.
quickly here by the rest of T1, which is a different step from what we saw in the previous series.
ये ऐसे ही
I mean,
रहेगा
the only times that
तो ये तो
Saya
सब
kinda,
दिखेगा ऐसा
I guess got
नहीं,
caught,
वो crop
we should say,
करेंगे ना
is
हमें
when there
तो।
was a very deliberate trap set up by RRQ.
तो
A lot of the
डालना है।
times T1 used
ये
that to
copy
what they were
करो।
going for.
हाँ,
There was
copy कर।
always someone paired with him when he was pushing
ठीक
out
है।
on the defense, and then on the attack, T1. They
अरे
moved as a
उधर
unit
डाल,
around
क्या
that
कर
map.
रहा
No one
Copy
was
कर रहा
really
था।
separated
ओ
from
भाई,
the
10
back
बार
unless there was a very clear intention to do so. So you have to credit Skirt a little bit, right? Obviously, we can't ever read into the IGL.
ये है ना
give a
तेरा
little
already,
credit,
ये किसका
but
है?
on top of it,
ये पता नहीं
Rossi.
किस
I mean,
हाँ, तो उसमें
talk
डाल दे।
whatever you want on those comms, man, because he
डाल
was
दे।
fragging out today.
हाँ
ठीक है
I
अभी
just wanted to add that
ओए
it
हाय
did
ये
feel
क्या हो
that
गया
in response,
क्या
RQ
था वो?
felt like
लॉगिन का आ
I
रहा
don't
है
know. It just seems like they couldn't
इसमें
really
login
figure
का
out
कैसा आ रहा है?
where the push was gonna be coming from. Right? It's always we'll stack on this angle right here. We peek out. There's like 3 players of T1 prepared for us. We're gonna stack on mid, see how that goes, and there's like a recon dart, a KO blade that clears us up, and then it kept happening over and over again. The punishes from T1 just felt like
लॉगिन का आ रहा है
RQ was what's the word here? Just felt like they were drowning in pressure. Sure. Yeah, and I think part of it was that it started off really well on the pistol for RRQ, and then once perhaps what RRQ prepared started to get red a little bit,
वरना
they
फिर
couldn't
वो
adapt fast enough
उससे
within
करना
the
पड़ेगा।
game, and that's what we're
पर
seeing
उसमें
here in
accurate
Pacific
नहीं है।
is that the real divider between the top teams that are most likely making it to playoffs, and maybe even Master Shanghai, and then
नहीं,
the
नहीं,
rest
वो तो
is
है नहीं।
you can all come with great plans, but when that gets broken down, how do you adapt to
हाँ
it?
भाई।
RQ seemed to still be so focused on what they prepped, their own game plan, that they couldn't adjust to some of these
match
positions that
Google
Rossi
करता
was
है।
taking, that Execure
Google
was
करके
taking,
आया।
and then the fact that Saya always had someone to trade from. Things, the weaknesses that T1 used to have, they weren't there today, so RK had to figure out in the game.
100%. I
10
think that
लाख
sums it
BC
up really nicely. It looks like a
7
completely
crore.
different T1 playing today than the last 2-3 games. They changed up their tempo. They look more confident. They definitely adjusted
League.
something
Impossible
over the
league.
past couple of days. And maybe it's,
League
you
is
know, maybe
impossible.
it is the change of the IGL. But whatever it is, even that representative change of the
तेरा
IGL,
भाई
they're trying to
डिस्प्ले
do something different.
कैप्चर करना सीख
Again,
गया
obviously
है
we don't know the exact comms, but one thing's for sure is that the comms are clear. I think that's what we can all agree on, no matter who's making the final decisions, etc., etc. Like Rossi setups for Saya are so much better. Izu is not getting caught out as much, and I think that spells a lot of trouble for RQ, because now you're going onto a map of Lotus that T1's originally already comfortable on.
Yeah, and it's not just the comms as well. I think one of the talking points I had for T1 here is there are some agent compositions on certain maps that they play where they look very lost, if not uncomfortable on. But now you're looking at Excurate, who we know is a great chamber player, but he doesn't really do well with the more passive sentinels. He's getting, you know, that good.
इधर
He
है
doesn't have to be
रेफन तेरे
explosive,
जो
but
गिफ्ट में
he's
मिला था
not
यूज नहीं
really
कर रहा वो
faltering
ब्लॉक
when
के लिए
RQ
फोटोज
creates,
के लिए ब्लॉक के
their
लिए
play wherever he's at. So these kind of, you know, kind of nuances right now for T1 really helping us
Vara
kind
Pav
of
OP in
even
the
out
chat,
team
huh?
that we were hoping to, you know,
I built my
perform
first
like this
PC
at
last
the
week
go
with
stage.
my own income
Yeah,
just to
and the big
fulfill
thing
my
here
dreams.
is going
ये
to
होती
be
ना
that
बात
neighbor,
सुदेश
right?
भाई
What does RQ have prepared to combat it? Now, when they were playing in their previous matchup, I think what RQ
इंडिया
showed
में
is that
एक्सेस
they're
बहुत
very
है
prepared
लोगों
to
को
battle
जे
against
बैठे
operator.
बैठे
They
मिल
know
जाए
how to
सब
take it out, and Xfero
कुछ
seems
नहीं
to be
करेगा वही तो
picking up his
भाई
own op as well to go into those duels. But how do you
अरे
reset
भाई
from
ब्लॉक्स
that point
किधर है
out
भाई,
where it
किधर
started off
निकलने
so
तो
good,
दो.
you got 6 rounds, you know, on the attack, you're feeling okay.
क्या
going
करूं
into the half,
chat,
and
नहीं
then
कर पा रहा
bam,
हूं
you
मैं.
don't win a single round.
मैं
to get
ऑलरेडी
your run
लॉग्ड
back
इन
up.
हूं,
That's
लेकिन
tough.
लॉगिन के
Oh,
ऑप्शन आ
that
रही
is
है.
really tough, and especially when you end like that for RQ going into Lotus, like you guys mentioned. We know that T1 is pretty damn good on Lotus, and if they carry on this sort of energy going back into Lotus, even when they're shaky, they still
Sure.
do well. So if they're like this, you can imagine it might possibly be devastating. With that, I do have a question about Lotus, and it will affect our ranks.
299221 है. ये लाइव चलता भी है क्या? चैट कोई एक
He's not
बंदा
even
सब्सक्राइब
kidding.
करो, एक.
Will
Yeah.
was boasting how he had stayed up all night prepping for this very question. We shouldn't give these questions ahead of time. So it seems like the viewers have voted for T1 here at 76%.
Okay.
How
All
about
right, viewers.
Who
I
will
see
win
you.
the
I
last
do.
round of
I see
the
you.
first half?
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh
take.
no, you can't cheat like that.
How about
Take it away, my stats.
I
my
only
hard
got
work.
one.
I
I
sent
didn't see
it
what
to
you
my
did.
original vote.
Okay,
now.
okay, okay.
तू एक
1,
बार डाल
2,
के देखना क्या होता है.
3.
Ah.
तू एक बार
Okay.
डाल
All
के देख.
right. I hope this isn't silver.
Okay.
हाँ.
Well,
But you know
Abhi
what, the
डाल.
viewers, you're with me. The
रुक
viewers,
जा,
you
रुक
guys
जा.
are wingman on the
Drop
board.
करना पड़ेगा.
Victoria, that's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? It's we're a
But
team.
okay.
I like
हाँ,
that.
but
I'll
ये
be-
अलग
True
window.
I'll be the
wingman.
gecko to your
Yeah.
wingman.
क्यों?
Yeah, so
Yes,
gentlemen,
हो
okay,
जाएगा
we're
तो
talking
time
about
mistake, वो दिखेगा.
T1 being
है
dominant
क्या?
on Lotus, but you think they'll RQ will win the last round? Is this because they know they need to get that last push to get the last round, or is there like real logic behind
भाई
this?
खतरों के
I mean,
खिलाड़ी
logic
से
is
लड़
pretty
रहे हैं
simple. I
अपन.
just feel like there are so many explosive players right now on RRQ that it could always happen.
दिख
It's
गया.
just as simple as that.
ये
for me.
चैट को रे
Okay.
दिख गया.
For me, RQ has almost always won the last round of the half in all the maps they've played so far here at
Yeah.
VCT Pacific. On top of that, they're on attack. So I think they will always have a better chance of having some last, like whether
Yeah.
it's ults or util, etc., where they
बराबर
Are you
है.
changing your
बराबर है.
answer?
अभी
No, I'm not.
डाल.
Okay.
इधर क्या?
I did
But-
yesterday. I think I did
I
yesterday.
think you did once, yeah, but yeah,
Th-
that's
those
just the thing.
analysts are more friendly
अरे
with sharing
बंद
their
कर.
answers.
चालू कर और फिर crop कर.
Okay,
Shift.
I'll stick to my T1 answer
Alright,
with
alright.
the audience because I had a
Shift.
shift.
नहीं.
The thing is,
Alt,
when I
alt.
was watching that Ascent, though, already in my head, I was like, I don't know, I might have to vote T1
Okay.
on this because they're looking so hot right now.
The thing is, RRQ, they've had a
I-
match where they got bodied by Team Secret, right? 13-6.
Crop.
So they're
Subscriber भी
not,
हटा दे.
you know, they're not unfamiliar to being bodied by a team, so they can get that bounce back. So, you know, just
Subscriber भी हटा दे. और
Alright,
4 को थोड़ा और
it's
कर.
analyst
ये
versus
बराबर दिख रहा है.
अरे थोड़ा
including Victoria.
How far back did you actually look
अभी उस पे
into the
filters
Just
भी
data?
stage
है.
one. Just
Oh,
stage
Window
just
one.
capture
stage
भी
one,
filters
okay.
किया ना?
That was a different
Nah.
team. Just
Okay.
stage one, yeah. No.
Okay.
But I'm not that crazy.
कहाँ पे डालूं?
But you are sometimes, so it was
Window
well
captures
within
के
the
filters
realm of
भी.
reality.
विंडो कैप्चर के फिल्टर.
Through all their data, through
That is
individual
fair.
players.
That is fair.
All right, we are going to go into Lotus now. How are you guys, aside from T1's dominance
Color
on
key.
Lotus,
Color
how are you
key.
feeling about RQ, and how are they going to be approaching it this time?
I mean, you look at how they started off that Ascent. I think they're still going to have, something prepped here to kick themselves back into gear. So I think you shouldn't be too worried. And again, the composition, the way they were
Okay.
playing the Lotus the last time earlier this weekend, I think they're prepped for this. It's just a matter of can they
Oh!
Clearly, T1 has already gone through all of
God.
again, there's just so many things where it's
अभी
all
ये
about
खुला
how
रखना
Lotus
पड़ेगा.
can be such a
Minimize
map
करेगा तो
if
क्या
you're
होगा?
not prepared for it.
Minimize नहीं. उसको वो कर.
One of those is
Yeah.
just how you can
वो छोटू कर.
control
छोटू कर.
again,
नहीं
those
मिनिमाइज करेगा तो क्या होगा?
Minimize
मैं पूछ
बंद
रहा
हो.
हूँ.
I've been kind of
की
talking
बात
about this
है?
over and over
छोटू
again.
कर.
But LB
देखो एक बार
has been
देखो.
pretty good at actually creating those openings with how massive.
Oh,
he has
it
been
got
on that
stuck. मतलब
And
दो
on top of that,
सब्सक्राइबर्स
I also
लड़ रहे हैं
saw,
आपस
with the
में.
Chamber, what RQ was doing last time as well,
समझ
is that
रहे
they're
हो?
very focused on battling for Mound
Dukan.
first rather than
Yeah.
Rubble. They're happy to
Hello.
retake that with their utility after everything's been spent by their opponents. So I'm curious if T1 has a read on this on the defending side.
That's exactly right here. RQ
Technical
does
fix
need to
that.
figure something out to do something about X-Curate's
Sicko,
Chamber in
sicko.
particular, who really likes to
Window
push the
capture मैंने
boundaries
किया
there,
भाई.
go far out. He's very aggressive even
हाँ.
on the
अभी भी
defense.
stuck है वो.
And if they don't have
नहीं,
him figure it out, this
नहीं,
could
stuck
be
है
a 2-0.
I mean, our
But do you think it's going to be a
Stuck
2-0? Asterai, you voted for
पक्का?
RQ as your
देखो वो
prediction?
छोटू
It's
कर.
gonna be a reverse.
मैं क्या बोलूं? छोटू कर.
ये देखना.
You
हो रहा
laughed nervously. Come
हो
on,
रहा है
give
क्या
us,
guys?
give us,
हो रहा है.
give us the argument for RQ. What is it?
Well, my argument is, again,
Stop
I just
it.
trust in Jemkin. So, Jemkin.
अटक गए अबे कोई कर ही नहीं रहा रहेगा कुछ
Gem King got. All right, Gem King. Let's go over to our casters, Achilles and Valdez.
Thank you very much.
देखो,
Let's
unsubscribe
get
कर दो।
into the action once more.
हाँ, बस
Lotus,
ऐसे रखना है।
Team
उसको
1's
भी
map
छोटा
pick, and one that has been, it's pretty much all reliable for them. You know, this
ऐसे
has been
मत
the
कर, वो नहीं
most
दिखेगा
comfortable
उधर,
map for them
गया।
across the board. I
हाँ?
believe just a singular loss so far on
ठीक
this
है
map. So
चले गया
तो क्योंकि तूने क्रॉप किया है
RQ, they
वो।
have plenty of tape to study for this, knowing the
Yeah.
tendencies of T1, but can they counteract it?
ऐसा रखना
Big
पड़ेगा
question, 'cause
चैट
they
कैसे
had
पढ़ूं
a pretty good read about Ascent,
Chat का
and obviously
pop-up
that did not
करना।
go their way.
Yeah, I do wonder
OBS बंद
and
कर।
worry a little bit for
हाँ।
RQ, right, coming into map number 2, because sometimes if it's very one-sided, you can kind of just brush it off and say, okay, let's
अब तो गया
reset. But
रुक जाओ भाई
things were going
अब
really
है ये
well,
काम
at least decently well, half and half for the first half, and then it was like they just kind of fell apart. So it's going to take a lot, I think, mentally to just kind of forget that that happened and try to pull off the reverse
बंदर
sweep.
के
So the
हाथ में
beginning of this
कीज
map
दी
especially, I think, is
वाली
going to
just
be
saying
very important mentally for the
and
side
is a
of
full
RQ.
streamer
They do get to start
अगर
here on the
200
attacker
कर
side,
रहा है
and
एक
already
आज 200
It's
कर
gonna
रहा
get
है
them on
एक
the
दिन
board.
2000 करूंगा
Solid opener
I'm
there.
working at
But
data
the
analyst
Sheriff
for
to
gamer
good
by
use.
hard I should follow what I
Jump kick there
love
from Rossi, spotting
Remember,
quite
done
a
soon,
bit.
tech to
Takes
gamer,
attack,
done
but
soon.
He's able to back away over towards the A side, but for now he is going to be operating all on his
तभी
own.
thank you
So
for the 200
with the information gained, is getting extra, we'll be able to find
but
one.
मैं
Still
एक्सक्यूरेट
trying to
और
reload
चेंबर
back
में
towards B, but
कुछ तो रोमांटिक सीन्स है
Sanchez
मीर
there,
भाई
there's
कैसे हो my
extra
Japanese
to find that kill,
friend
but now creeping up into the smoke. Rossi pops the poison or the
How's
gets
you?
popped, tucks away back in towards stairs.
Yeah, he gets a lot of information. Executed, not quite able to land that
क्या
one.
कहे,
and
रुको
kinda
रे
just getting
बाबा,
out of
रुको।
there. So spike planted, and they should have known this was coming for a bit. We do see the rotation already coming in from the side of T1. Saya and Izu
क्या अरे यार
from the back.
इसको क्या
but
करो पॉप अप
Still not going to be an
तो
easy
इसको
retake here.
मिनिमाइज करना।
इसको
हाँ
हाँ
हाँ अभी
I'm gonna
उसको
be
भी
ticking.
रहने दे।
So they look for
अभी
an entryway into this
that?
one. Paranoia getting a decent catch,
हो
but
तो रहा है
they can't quite swing the corners fast
वो तो
enough
रहा है
before
चेंज।
that
तुम
blind
लोग
does
कर नहीं
expire.
रहे हो।
Extra and Rossi able to find one apiece here.
हो तो रहा है
Souls over towards
भाई
the
वो
spike.
stuck ही
Jepkin on the
रहेगा।
drop down.
इतना जल्दी
Looking
नहीं
for the
बढ़ता है
spray
वो
through.
सुपर
Has to push forward. That's going to be the diffuser. Now taking down Izu right back over onto it. It's held to half. And Rossi staves off Estrella.
इसकी रॉसी बोलते इसकी रॉसी बोलते
T1 turn this round on its head and get themselves another pistol win.
Yeah, extremely confident retake there. Just
God,
all
what I was
running
first.
in through tree. Throw down a bunch of smokes and a bunch of paranoias. The Omen
और है ना
obviously having a really good effect on this one. Starts off with Execute, able to tie up in terms of the member. But then this
और है
push on in and just making it really hectic. They get the half defuse and then
बंस
Rossi
में
able to defend.
बूचून
Of course. That's just a big
बूचों के
nice
साथ
coming
मस्ती
out.
क्या क्या
And T1, you know, they continue
मस्ती
their
क्या
streak.
अच्छा क्या
Technically, they had
ट्रिम
was
किया
it
थोड़ा यार
8 in a row at the
Onion
end of the
काटा
last
तूने,
map,
एक
and now that's
बड़ा
going to be
इधर।
9.
एक इधर।
अरे
Let's
ट्रिम
see how
क्या
this is gonna
काटा
go.
नहीं है अभी तक
Onion
Back away there from
काटा
Izu, double TP out. Put a smattering of damage down on the Jemkin. Took a hell of a lot more in reply. So 13 health remaining here.
हो रहा
for
हो
the
रहा
Omen, as he's currently occupying B by himself.
सारे लोग
Trying to
एक
move
साथ
back over
टोको
into the
सब्सक्राइब
waterfall.
देखते
Execute
कितने
moves over
हैं
to try to reinforce his position. Paint shells, well, Jemkin's able to find it with the classic. The paint shells would have done the job all the
सब्सक्राइब के
same.
लिए भी
So
उल्लू बनाना पड़
elimination
रहा है
found, sight
हाँ?
broken open. But a triple push now coming through from
आज
Mount.
गोल्ड पे बिजी है वहाँ दिखने का पे ये
Experiment
गया
now
अभी
spotting this one out.
ये
Everyone
गया
needs to get tucked away. See, he's not going to be able to find anything here. Estrella out wide, does get taken down. Flips dead moments before. As the turret there, but attention pulled.
One enemy remaining.
As this is falling apart. Elmy Moore now the last man standing. Can't quite line up the headshot.
Execute
there. So a bit of
and
damage
chamber
dealt.
is a love
Spike
story
planted overall, not too bad of an eco attempt here for RQ.
मैं
But
जो already
T1 will
सब
be moving up 2-0.
है वो क्या करे
At the end of the
मस्ती
day,
के अलावा
they get
जो
on
करना
over
करो
pretty
मस्ती मत करो
relatively easy retake to get on
अपना बड़े
there.
विशेष हमें
You
बंक्स
see they
बाय से
weren't
नहीं लिया
quite
तो
able to pick
क्या
up
क्या
the
मैं
Spectre
लव यू रियनिक्स
from
बाय
the
मैंने
Execute.
हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे मेरी
So that
जान
kind
के
of made things
टोट्स
more difficult on the defense of the retake. Carpe starts it off very nicely
नहीं
with that
होने
long
वाला
range
है, बस
bulldog
सबके
shot.
लिए
They
तो
know
possible नहीं है ये
exactly where the killjoy is.
यहाँ PUBG के लिए बस
They
ऐसा
take
कुछ
out
नहीं है
Xfero and then pretty easy follow up
Nice.
there.
Okay, don't hesitate. Let's
don't
Okay, don't
hesitate
That's that's the Alex mentality right there coming through. Maybe Autumn telling them, let's play confidently.
Just send it.
Run in, just gonna send
आगे
it.
कर देना
No.
तेरा ये वाला।
Imagine
Sometimes
करो
that's
अगर
the mentality
1
you
लाख
need.
लोग सीधा
Don't
आगे तो
overthink it. And so far, it's 10 rounds in a row. course, including last map. RRQ going to come in
भैया,
here pretty quickly,
unsubscribe करके
but
subscribe
Xgrid
किया,
already
membership
has
चला
an
गया।
operator.
ऐसा
Yeah,
नहीं
I
होता
don't think it's
ऐसा।
going to come as a
और
surprise
ऐसा नहीं होना
to anybody
चाहिए
at
ना
all.
लेकिन।
He will buy in for this no matter what. As Haunt will get the mark there onto Xfero. He's able to back away.
I'm from
Towards A
Pakistan,
main
love
smoke now
you.
going to be thrown down to try to peel some of that pressure off. Alarm bot lapped in as well as Rossi. Going to be waiting for the rest of the team to start arriving, not wanting to reveal his position. Swing out, and Elmimore actually does take him down.
Yelmimore.
Xgrid still hunting. Izu going to be noted behind. Only has a sheriff and oh, side player.
कैसे?
Have been looking at the minimap. Completely distracted, not reacting fast enough, ends up getting taken down. And that should be the call to save whatever weapons they possibly can.
Easy
Izu, though, in a
shot.
bad spot with just the sheriff. Well, he's likely going to have to try to push in and take somebody down.
Yeah, he's the one guy. The other two already gone. Let's see if he gets the jump onto Xfero or Flipshider.
ऐसा नहीं
They seem
होता।
to have a good idea that he is here as well. And
माल तो जा
And a death here in a brief little moment as,
सब्सक्राइब किया ना सारा माल तो
yeah, needs to face out.
Yeah.
Needs to get that death bonus and eventually will. But it's going to be a flawless here for
Mal
RQ
जाता
to deny a bonus conversion. So overall, solid anti-bonus round for them. Still going to be half shields across the board, so they're going to be slightly vulnerable, but
बंक्स भाई के लिए
a nice
स्ट्रीम देखता
reply.
मैं तो
And
बाकी VCT तो
a
बांधा
little
है।
bit of
Love
luck as
you।
well with Saya player not quite glancing at his crosshair in that moment.
बहुत चांस भी जाएगा, घर भी
Been able
जाएगा।
to get that kill. Things are opened up a lot more for a potential retake.
yeah, pretty quick to go up the rope, I guess. If we can give him the benefit of the doubt. Pick up that kill. Is now looking to challenge outside of Rubble. As already Estrella is going to be taken down. And Saya is not going to delay at all. Knows that Jemkin is there as well. And it will be Carpe to take
भाई
him
मेरे
down.
को
That's
चक्कर
3
आता
for
है
0
इतने
on
हाई सेंसी
T1.
प्लेयर्स को देख के
The call was
चक्कर
don't
आता है।
hesitate. They absolutely do
Come
not.
on,
They
Abhay.
absolutely run them down
Huh?
here in this round, not allowing for RQ to string two together. A monstrous and quite dominant performance there. Side player clearly unhappy with getting picked off by Elmimore
I
in that
promise you bro
previous
कि
round.
VCT में जाके इंडिया के लिए अपने
Crazy on him.
स्पेशली आपके
There's
लिए
on swing forward, just snappy second shot onto Elmimore to get some revenge.
मेरे पास कम स्पाइक के लिए ट्रॉफी उठाना है बाय रियोनिक्स हो जाए भाई रियोनिक्स हो जाए
Nice, guys.
Nice guys. That's a good movie.
I wish
It is, and so far their play has been quite nice. RRQ, they got the one around, but as you
हो
mentioned,
जाए
they really stifle
हो
any
जाए
hope
रियोनिक्स
of,
नाम याद
Oh
रहेगा
boy.
well, getting any momentum. As Izu going to pick up one extra
Well,
as
ये
well.
चेंबर में किधर
getting
तो
out
देखा
there,
हुआ
and
लग रहा
The
है
showstopper doesn't seem to get any value, but still going to be advantage T1 here as this
Pinky का
plant
frame
is going
में
to come down onto the A
आने नहीं
side.
चाहती रही पिंकी बदल गई
Sometimes you don't need that showstopper to find the kill. It's all about
बदल
just
गई
ushering the players into a
हाँ,
position
ऐसा
that
बैठ
you want
सकती है
them
ना
to be in where they don't want to be. Just saw a player, the sheepdog, running at him. They scramble back into the pen.
Bork, bork.
यार देखो
More pushing the smoke. Does get a
तुम
time
सबको
in.
सिंगल
Looks
पिल
for a
करवा
little
रही है
more,
देखो
but the spray's just a bit off.
देख रहे हो ना?
Puts Izu down to 30. Cannot confirm the kill.
देख रहे हैं ना
Ticking.
चैट
T1 need to get
Hitter.
themselves into the site here. Very soon as
Oh.
there's the slide down Estrella. He lands in onto the snake
Direct
bite. He's
spit
able
पे
to collect
landing
that kill.
किया
Swing around the back.
आए इधर आए
Xgrid
इधर आए
finishing him off with the classic.
भाई
It's going to be
इतना
just enough
सारा
time to be able to
इमोजी
get that
लिखोगे
defuse through
टाइम
here
आउट
by
की
Rossi.
खाओगे ना। एक
Timing.
इमोजी
T1 now
डालो।
4-1.
कितने
Timing
emojis
for
डालो?
Estrella so unfortunate, and that just
Just
allows
Hey,
Xgrid
mod,
to
इन
get
मतलब का
way
time
too
mod
much value
या
in
ये
this
कैसे
round.
कैसे लोगों को बॉर्ड बना देते बग्स भाई
Pretty
यार
hectic
तूने
there.
आगे इतनी
Side
सारी
screen as well,
इमोजी
very
दी
nicely
है
done. This push out
इतना बड़ा मैसेज
side
मिलेगा
of
तो
Elmimore
टाइम
was
आउट नहीं
pretty
मिलेगा तो
nice,
क्या
but
मिलेगा रे
after that it was all
बड़ा पाव
T1.
मिलेगा
Xgrid picks up 3 on the round, 2 on the site, 1 with the initial
बड़ा बड़ा emoji।
shot, and that will
Normal
be
emoji size
a pretty early timeout, but at
ये
4 to
देखो
1,
काम
and
वाइज भी
Binks
देखो पूरा कैप्स में
continuing to
लिखा
slip
है
away from RRQ. I don't blame them.
कैप्स में ना लिखो भाई
Not a good feeling though to have to call this. Couple rounds just very
But
much
man,
getting away from them.
curious to
But
know your
also
opinion
not quite
and
being
if they
prepared
want
for a lot of the aggression that we're seeing from
if they want
T1
to
out of this defender
what
side.
should they learn from their
One of
last
the things
match
that we were
to
seeing from
improve
Zeta when they played against Team
how
Secret
to
was
play
just
rounds
the
with
all-out
advantage.
aggression. It was something that Secret was not ready for. Jesse just consistently getting caught with util in
And
hands,
even
not
if
being ready for that
Colby
pace and that
is
timing that
upping,
was coming in. And right
if
now,
he
RQ
misses,
suffering a very similar fate.
and he gives
from
the
the
kill
attacker
how
side.
to trade him
Yeah, they're going to have to figure something out. Maybe just mess with different timings. Maybe they try to get aggressive
भाई delay
themselves.
हुआ
and
मेरा मेरे को कूपन नहीं
I
दे
don't
रहा
know.
ये.
They need to change something here because so
delay
far it is still one round in the last 15
क्या मंगाया तूने?
or
मैंने
13. But still, quite a lot. And looks like T1 once again going to look to get aggressive at Rubble. Not, no reason for them to really change up their strategy, right? Just continue being aggressive.
Chat
getting in their
Excurate
face,
top frag कर रहा है
and
with chamber.
trying
Any
to
comments?
Keep them pressured down. As meanwhile, on the opposite side, trying to push into Mound. This actually worked on their eco round, you remember?
बच गया.
They were able to get in onto C.
Fast
Didn't win the
push-up.
round, but one of the better looking ones for RRQ.
Shells checking bend. Izu just sat here within the smoke. Do they suss this out? Looks like they're certainly cautious of this, but tap onto the spike to swing out. Oh, too many targets. Izu splits his attention.
एक साथ 20 बंदे लोग ने पीक
Ends up
लिया
getting
है.
taken down his tap onto the door.
Nish को दो
He away, Xparrow just
हाँ?
a second off being able to get the jump there. Flipshutter going to be
That's
taken out though. A
how
side player does take him down. Lockdown coming through it. Carpe finding the pit.
Hey!
Push forward there. The arm trying to lead
Oh,
the charge
Mara.
out more. The great fadeaway shot there on a side
Oh,
player. Gets
shit.
himself a third, and Rossi now needs to back out. Sees a tiny little corner that he can tuck into. And back into the site quickly, but with the time ticking
Save,
as low
save.
as it is, have to kill both of them here. Head down, himself in, going for it, but yeah, Ellie Moore eventually will be able to get the wall back
Right
headshot for a 4K in the round, and RQ. The timeout, it does work a treat for them. Still losing out on multiple members, but they managed to not let T1 stretch the lead even further.
I like the decision to go in from Mound into C. It was a way they were able to get a pretty nice setup, and
Itu dia ler.
see, they're getting excited now. From the side of Elmi Moore, picks up the 4, as you
Executed
mentioned.
by
He really did
Opa,
a great job
Opa.
of holding down the site from outside from the Mound. And even with Saya player, and I think Carpe trying to get out there and clean that out, was not able to do so against Elmi Moore.
हाइड दो ना
And
इसको.
no surprise, I think they're just going to send it once again
अल्तमश को हाइड दो.
into this
क्या है
area of the
अल्तमश,
map.
हाँ?
The Prowler to check. Flipshutter now in a very rough position. And it just has to hold his ground as the Prowlers continue to check. And Sai finds one. Izu, in the meantime, just pushing out alongside
सोच
Excurate.
कितना छोटा है bro
Picks
तेरा.
off Xparrow.
कितना?
3 players now left alive for
जो
RRQ
team
as
पे
they will
दिखता
build
है,
themselves onto the C site, but they're going to use the
उसपे एक
Nightfall
दो
off
comment
the
मार
rip
के
before the
cool
planters even
करूंगा.
come in. They spot absolutely nothing, so they can take some forward space up through
बहुत छोटी
Waterfall
सोच है
across
bro.
to this C link. Can they deal with this massive approach that's getting ready to come through from Mound? Boombot cleared. No audio here for Elmi Moore. Just pulls back over towards the
मतलब
vent.
आपके और ज़रीफ भाई
Rossi
के
in the
वजह
meantime,
से
potential
वैलो देखना
to
स्टार्ट किया.
strike
Love
as he's
you.
creeping his way forward. Right now, back
Oh!
turn. Elmi Moore able to
मेरे
come
को
away
लगा
with 2, but
तीन
now
हो जाएगा.
Showstopper from Jemkin to try to further slow things up. Gets the spot, the blow up there, but now Rossi coming
Oh, almost
Can't
था,
quite get it done
almost
with the
था,
Odin.
almost था.
Takes them low, but
Almost था.
RRQ, they managed to hold on.
कम क्या बोला full screen था.
You know, 3v5, they get on the site, they get onto the C site, and I think RRQ have identified a weakness in T1's defense, and T1 essentially trying to get aggressive from the defensive side outside of B and A, and that's working in terms
poster
of
नहीं
getting
आया, अभी
kills,
तक आएगा.
but in terms of
ये weekend तक आ जाएगा,
solidifying
बोला
the
तो.
round wins, not so much. And now they're really feeling themselves in a very close round that they did just win there, so RQ, I like that they're finding answers here. Still a bit behind the 8 ball
तेरे.
Move on.
in terms of, the scoreline and on this map. And now T1 going to look to aggress themselves out onto Mount. He's going to start off with one. Saya, let's pick up another
वो
elsewhere.
कौन सा बच्चा था
But,
पता है जो अपने स्कूल
it's
में
going to look
डिबेट
pretty good for the
जीतने के
side
लिए
of
कुछ
T1.
भी
They
बोल के
still
डिफेंड
do
करेगा
have
खुद
Carpe
को.
here on the site.
वो वाला
Yeah,
बच्चा
now
है.
reinforced the side player, rotates his way through Waterfall.
कुछ भी बोल के
3v4.
पॉइंट है ना बराबर वाला पॉइंट है ना वैसा वाला बच्चा है.
They're about sending the haunt. Oh, takes quite a bit of damage. Down to 5. Going to be caught with the util in hand. Elmi Moore able to come away with a second elimination, but Scion player finds flips. That's now the spike down. The Viper out of the equation. Elmi Moore a bit
खाना पीना
stranded here.
हो गया तेरा और
Sends
दीदी
the
का.
Prowler. Manages to cut across,
Guy,
but
भैया, मस्त.
Pain Shells into bend. Going to force him back out into the open where he's able to challenge against Saya. He brings this back into a 2v2. Now a 2v1. Straight up finds Rossi.
ज़्यादा बना है.
Low HP. As it's just a one-tap necessary. Elmi Moore back around the corner, swings in, but Excurate holds his ground.
Excurate chamber
And he is able
bolt.
to find the limbs and the defuse.
Wow. Xgrid just barely able to hold on to that round for T1.
जब भी YouTube खोलो आप
I
live
thought RQ had that one in the bag,
Hey,
but the
पढ़ने
clutch
दो
comes
यार.
forward
Sorry, माफ करो.
from Xgrid to pick up 2. As you see, initially this fight outside of Mound, pretty good, honestly, for T1 side. Also got that pick, but Elmimore is really just on a tear right now. But Xgrid's handling of this situation also fantastic. To take down the two of them in the 1v2, barely a reaction either. Just
chill है, accurate है, बहुत
kinda
सारे
happy to
X
get the
नहीं है,
job
एक
done.
ही X है.
Very
Chill
solid clutch, but I think maybe a little
Mike
bit
में
too
चिल्ला
much
जाए
energy
actually.
there, a little bit too
Plus one
antsy from the
पढ़ने
side of
दो.
Elmi Moore.
Match
Wanted to
अच्छा
go
है.
in for the challenge, suspecting like, okay, I probably forced him back with that Nightfall. He's decayed,
क्या
etc.
चल रहा है क्या? सब कौन चल
Extra,
रहा
he
है?
knows how low that player is, as he just sees Jemkin bouncing in.
Hey, be accurate भाई. है.
Gonna have a pretty decent career as a rabbit hunter.
yeah.
PRX versus T1 close
Love
गया
the
था ना ये
setup
मैप
there.
में.
Xgrid
हम लोग
just
बस
making
कैसे
this
और
map
उस
his right now.
भाई.
Oh, the jump, unfortunate for him, but he's got a lot of setup with his teammates right behind him. Izu gonna take down 2. Elmimore is watching this angle, but already 4 against 2.
Oh,
And on the
man.
move, he's gonna go down.
Yeah.
Down A.
See Elmi Moore there, hand off the mouse, just not quite prepared. As Flips just seeing if he can get any kind of damage dealt, does manage to find one. Now Paranoid. Rossi as well though, getting caught by his teammates. Paranoia isn't able to swing, does end up getting taken.
ये देखो एक और अल्तमश अहमद. भाई मेरे को सच्ची जानने का है यार. क्यों इतना ऐसा सोच क्यों है? मतलब बाहर के कंट्री के लोग अच्छे लोग नहीं हो सकते यार. कितनी छोटी सोच है ब्रो. कितनी क्या रे बाबा. ओए हेड दो.
The second timeout now called here in this first half.
I
Knowing
am
that on this
20
attack,
and I am in
they have
relationship
to get
from
themselves up to
past
6.
5 years. क्या?
And at the end of the day,
15
the
साल
rounds
से.
that
शर्म
RQ
करो,
are
शर्म
winning,
करो, शर्म करो.
it's pretty close. I mean, T1 did kind of let them in a C, and they were
Hey,
looking
Bugs,
for
bye.
retakes,
Love you,
and
मेरे जान
RQ
के
was
टुकड़े.
winning
Love
those
you.
rounds, but oftentimes with 1 or 2 members left up, and it felt good. They strung 2 in a row together.
Love
But at
from
the end of the day,
Bangladesh.
T1
Love you,
immediately
Mirza.
strike back with some more aggression from the defensive side, and they're just not really allowing any time for RQ to breathe. So
माफ करना बंग्स भाई, मेरी
they
रात की एक
need
गलती इधर
now
चैट में
to
आ
get
गया.
something going, because if you start to lose more rounds from the attacker side and you have no timeouts, might just be lights
हाथ
out.
पकड़ने को रिलेशनशिप नहीं बोलते.
I mean,
Excuse me.
it's ultra bound right now here for T1. Estrella, I mean, he could try for a TP play. They have a pit if they can get into a decent post-plant situation.
क्या?
But Showstopper,
Now
try
you
to
know
flush him
what
out,
I'm doing.
counter pit
Ah.
available.
I'm making the
If not
tea
just
water.
one off the rip to just
See?
make one part of the map
Oh.
unassailable.
Just
Given
having
Rossi's
him
position
in
over at A, I don't think that we're going to be seeing that quite just yet.
Smart.
Given that T1 has been
और आधा कप है.
overall
हाँ.
handily winning these rounds, I think you can be a little bit more reactionary with your ult usage.
भाई एक्सक्यूरेट की चेंबर हेवी लग रही है पता है.
Back here on C. Prowler's out.
मांगने को
Information given over Izu, and he's not ready for it
Then
once again.
मांगने को
Jemkin
relationship.
quick on that shot, and they will be able to pick up the C
ये भी क्लोज
site.
जाएगा लग रहा है.
Not seeing anything.
Spike
Also not
planted.
going for the wall bang attempt. Smoking out down, but there's
Oh
a Showstopper.
shit.
Pulled in from Saya. Jumps out, spots one, splits the difference, gets some damage in, but Elmimore
भाई,
swinging in.
दो
Able to
मारे
find
उसको
two,
20 HP
despite
में.
getting knocked down to 28. Jemkin with a second, takes out Carpe, now Excurate. Not enough money, no
Shiv
tour de force
bolte, Shiv
available.
bolte.
We'll just look to back away with AWP in hand.
Kill
You
करो
can already
भाई,
see
haters-
Flip Shutter.
haters
He
नहीं
wants
यार,
to
सोच
intercept,
छोटी
he wants to be able to take this weapon out of his hands because this AWP has been
Bro,
causing
I'm
him
in a
issues.
relationship with the nurse.
Let's see if
We
he can go
have
all the
age
way around
differences.
on time. At the moment, even the Prowler to help distract. Elmimore just trying to jump around, and there it is. Flipshiner from the left side will take him down. So RQ, they get the timeout. They get a nearly flawless round and a fantastic entry on the C. They got to string more than just
मेरे
the one together,
relationship
though,
का
as we'll take a
मजाक
look
उड़ा
at
रहे
how
हैं.
this all began.
Sad हो गया हूँ bro. आर्यन भाई मैं आपके साथ हूँ यार. आप
No,
टेंशन
just-
ना ले.
Solid timing in from Elmimore.
आप सबको wrong prove करे यार.
Continues to look
एक डीपी चेंज कर
excellent,
दो
but it's the
उसके
rest of the
साथ
team
अभी
that
Yeah.
just hasn't really been able to step up here
हाँ,
alongside him.
उसके साथ डीपी डाल दो. लोगों की देखो.
चलेगी चलेगी.
still in a recoverable position. You can see the buy right now, 4T1. Very weak. Execute, of course, full headhunter bullet, so can deal a significant amount of
Please ऊपर
damage.
करने को release ये गए रे.
There's a double stack on Mound. No one really peeking to give them the time of day at the moment.
Bus love
forward position, but can TP
Bunks
back
का love
across.
guru. I am 19 years old and I was
Saya's
in
gonna
relation
continue
for
inching
past
up.
7 years. बेचारा रे.
Gonna take a
एक
little bit
बंदा
more
बोला
space. He
गाफ
does
मार
have that
दे तुम
Vandal
लोग.
in hand.
बस मैं वैलो Esports में पास के लिए लोग बताओ ना रोड मैप.
They're
देखो
gonna
सबसे
cross
पहले
over
आप रैंक ग्राइंड करो.
towards tree and wait
दूसरा
for this
रेडियंट
pressure to
बनो.
be coming on
और
in.
से आपको उठा लेगी.
As the Prowler's
और
also
में
taking out
परफॉर्म करो.
Jumkin. Is he
Salary
going to
उठा
send
लो.
it?
Prowler
और
not
tactical.
spying much. Vulnerables there. They are able to take out Jemkin, but not before Rossi falls. Carpet down on the back end. Execute, however, now arriving on the site. Hit going to be invested. And
Oh भाई aim
had the
था.
lineup, but just doesn't pull the trigger
था.
fast. Elmi Moore
हेड पे था.
swings in, finds him.
Spike planted.
Now work cut out for them here for Saya and Izu. Weapon can be picked
मेरी
up.
शादी के मैं तो
It's
आपके
an
तरह दुख
operator.
दर्द और पीड़ा. Excuse me, hello.
It's not looking very likely,
शादी
but
को
let's
दुख
see
दर्द
what
और
work
पीड़ा
they can
बोलता है
get
तू.
done.
Face your fear.
As, okay, again, just looking for information there. Paranoia.
भाई
Ascent.
साउंड जो आता है वो ठीक है लेकिन
No way
ऐसा
to push
साउंड
it off the
एक्स्ट्रा
back
जो
of
आता है
Attention being pulled over towards the door. Side player gets himself
ये नहीं
over
आना चाहिए, क्या
towards
बोलते हो
this
सर?
spike. Creeping forward,
player
spots one,
standing.
but it's just not quite snappy enough. Estrella takes him down. Paranoia sent. Get onto the door. Estrella potentially
Rina
going
होने
to
के बाद
fall
और
here
कुछ
as
मिलेगा
yeah,
लाइक
pump
कोई
shot will be
स्ट्रीम में
good.
कुछ ट्वीट
Izu
कर
can
दो
just pass
भाई
this over to
अपना
Execute
रैंक और
now.
वो सब LFT
RQ to get within touching
और
distance.
वो डाल के ट्वीट कर दो.
Yeah, again, a
Last
pretty
round
clean
before
one.
the switch.
Just a couple of picks over towards the A sites.
आप इतने
When they
cute
do
हो
go through
यार.
these doors into
मन कर
tree,
रहा है
Elmore.
गिली.
Very nice
चिमनी
shot down
ये
onto
ये
Execute.
रोस्टिंग भी
Otherwise,
करते
you know, we
थे.
could have seen him maybe
I'm
link a
gonna-
couple more kills
Binks
and
bhai,
have
I can
Execute be the
vouch.
hero
Stars,
of that
those
round.
WhatsApp
But that
group
was not the case.
is the
They
best.
get on in,
Lot
they use
of
the Viper's
cuties.
Pit. Still a lot of
Gets
ults
your
available
cast
here from the
those
side of
now.
T1 for the
ये
last round of
we
the
ना
half.
marketing.
And
Yeah, we not
There.
it's
love
good
you,
for
love
RQ.
you.
You know, they used a bunch, but
I-
they're getting
I-
value. They're trying to tie things up before this
Copy
happens.
paste करें. अच्छे
There's the
मैसेजेस
pit on
कॉपी
the
पेस्ट
scene.
नहीं होता है. पेड सुपर चैट लिखते हो तुम लोग.
As
और
Execute
खुद
looking
लिख
like he
रहे
wants to
पढ़
try to push out of this. Does so, tries to go for the flick shot. Take a little bit of damage. Doesn't put any out in return.
मैं लगता
Backing
है.
away, suspecting that RQ is likely not to
Where
try
did
to
you
play
order it
into this
from?
pit, but I think that might not be the case. Especially now that
Maryland is very
Jemkin
nice.
has a showstopper available. Question is, can they get a read on where Rossi would be positioned if they actually decide to try to push into this? Saya with his own off though.
आयो.
Bit of damage, but
पूरा mix
finds the
कर
kill.
दिया.
सिर्फ दाल खाओ और
It's just in the
चाल
corner.
हाँ.
They don't know.
Dal,
He's not
dal,
in it
dal.
right now.
दाल
Tucks back
फिर एक
inside
चावल.
through the poison orb, and oh, Rossi
read तो
not
था.
quite ready. Showstopper does get
रीड तो
burned,
था
but
भाई.
kill is found. Pit
मरने
now
के
dropped.
बाद
He's
भी
in here.
टी-बैग के जगह पे रेस ने पूरी
Get
अल्टी
this
ही
focus
मार
Stray
दी.
on the left-hand side.
इससे बड़ी टी-बैग क्या हो
4v4
सकती
to
है?
try to hold this, but Carpate now sending that
पेड़ तो
Nightfall. Will
शर्म
catch
करो
on the
शर्म.
two.
खुशी भाई
Players
लव
just
मेरे
gonna get
जान.
back on towards Matt, however, not gonna get caught as Isu starts working his way forward. Elmi Moore, decayed low.
Let me
Starting to
know.
get HP back, clears out on these prowlers. The push out, headshot found. Carpate gonna be taken down. Execute dead as well. Now it's all on Izu and Saya player, who still has an op in hand.
Standing.
Saya now gone. Izu in the 1v2. The defuse coming through. They're in a very disconnected position, but there you go. The final headshot will ring true.
बे अभी सबसे
As
मेन प्लांट यही है
RQ
क्या?
managed to run it back all the way up to 6-6.
सबसे अच्छा प्लांट यही है क्या?
3
अभी?
rounds in a row. That last one looking pretty clean as well. They go through the Viper's Pit and Rossi
6-6
just not
बोलते हैं.
quite able to hold
Very
on
good,
to that
man.
area of the map. They thought, okay, surely they're not going to push
Very
on
good.
in through here, but RRQ bravely get the job done. And they get that spike down on C, and there wasn't much hope for the side of T1 on the retake. And so
Okay.
now it's pretty much anybody's map at this point in
Yeah.
time. With this one all tied up.
मेरी जेब
But,
ने बोला
still gonna
मैं
be a
या
bit
तो
curious to
बिंक्स.
see how
आगे क्या हुआ
insane
समझे मैं
that this
समझ
T1
गया.
attacker side is
Thank
going
you
to look.
Arad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This map has been very attacker side and
Thank you.
favored, but
कोई सीन
in the
नहीं.
past it was defenders
ये
for
आते
Pacific.
जाते
We'll see if
जाएंगे.
that
टेंशन नहीं. ये
rears
होते
its head
प्यार
here.
चैट
Or
सीखो.
T1 are going to be able to get back
सीखो,
into the driver's
chat,
seat from the
सीखो.
attack like they did there on Ascent.
बढ़ रहा है क्या? सब
Does
बढ़
feel
रहा है
like
क्या?
some of the wind taken
कितने
out of
सब
their
बड़े?
sails
10
for the
बड़े?
last 3
जब से
rounds,
डाला.
though. RRQ, especially guys like Elmi Moore,
चपकन डालो बैंक पे चपकन डालो. अभी आएगा 300 के.
just showing up in a big way. That is a League of Legends caster. Does the LCK. So shout out to him. He's like, oh,
Whoa!
Valorant's really fun. I heard them talking. I think he's like think he's at least diamond.
भाई
Okay.
बाहर
In,
बहुत
in
बड़ा है हाँ?
Valorant as well, they were talking about their Valorant ranks.
भाई
The
बाहर
LCK cast.
लॉल है ना बहुत बड़ा है
So
इंडिया में
certainly
लॉल
he's put in
ड्यूड्स
a
बड़ा
decent
है
amount of time. He's not, you know,
लेकिन बाहर लॉल
exceptional
बहुत
or
बड़ा है
anything, but that's obviously pretty difficult. Diamond,
फेकर बाय
difficult
तो
for some of
सबसे
us as
ओपा है फेकर बाय के पास कितना पैसा रहेगा यार चल
especially Achilles in the minigame.
Well, in the mid-
हमेशा फाइनल जाते हैं
In real life,
In the real
Valorant,
game, it's
सबसे
not
ज़्यादा
difficult.
famous
That's
है
no problem.
yeah.
Get there
with
in a
the
heartbeat.
biggest viewership
But for a lolcaster to get there,
हाँ
that's a stretch.
50,000
I
करोड़
used to
तो
be a
रहेगा मेरे
lolcaster, so it is possible. Jemkin, though, going to be taking a shot.
उसके बाद thank you for
The
the
shoulder.
gifted of the 5 मेरी जान चाहे जिसको भी
Okay,
मिल
now
रहा
he
है
found a
अंडी
side
मंडी
push the
लाइक
pace.
करें
It's going to be paranoid, but still sees enough to take out Estrella. Pain Shell's now to
जिसको
cut
भी
off
gifted
link.
मिला
So
tag
now the
करके
corner, but
thanks
Jemkin with
बोले
the Ghost
उसे
will be able to strike him down, but it's a good amount of damage across on all of these members of
Entry अच्छा था
RRQ, and Elmi Moore is only going to be good for one as they push into the smoke.
Just kind of running at them, like through the smoke, and yeah, he got the jump on the one, but everybody else was behind him, and now Jemkin a bit low on health, and they're going to get
Rossi.
or thinking about it.
God,
Rossi
babe.
on the backside of that one, going to read the
अब तो मेरे
rotation,
जैसा
takes
aim
out
हो गया
Flipshider.
यार
Very low on health. These last two members should
भाई
be
ये
an
लोग का
easy
अटैक
finish
बहुत
for
अच्छा
the
है ये
side
लोग
of
जीत सकते
T1,
हैं
but Sparrow.
Sparrow doesn't look right. He actually would have been
Gift
able to
मिल
see
गया Binks
Expert up on
भाई
top, but because they
बैठे
missed each other,
बैठे
that means that he's going to be able to get the jump here. Spots them both. Can he transfer this? Goes for the one. Oh, tuck into the corner. Can't quite find that second kill. Sees him drop down. Rossi still on the flank, now getting the read of it, but as he looks away, Execute pushes through the wall. It's a
ये सब
matter
हाइक
of
के बोल रहे हैं
timings
मत पूछे
that T1 are able to win out. 3-1 in pistols now as they regain a lead.
Yeah, it's got to feel pretty good. And again, T1 just came at them so quickly. I mean, Saya is obvious, and also the fact that he was able to get this one through the paranoia, as you mentioned, sees just the tip of the Omen, and that is enough. But then just the quick rotation to go from B straight into A, I think caught RQ off guard, and it
20
was
kills
a
मारे
done
भाई
deal from
20
there.
kills
Nearly a chance at the end. for
यलमी
Sparrow,
मोर ने
but not quite enough.
Solid effort, but needed to get those
भाई
initial
एक
two and
एक
bring it
बंदा
down to the
शाइन
1v1.
करता ही करता है जब भी देखो एक बंदा इतना शाइन
Pick up the
करता है ना
orb.
हमेशा
And a hell of a lot of space here for RQ at A, but T1 starting to work their way towards C. Still puts RQ in a bit of a rough position. Rossi going to try to hold the line here. Ghost in hand, sends out the snake bite. And they are able to get slightly around this, but still a decent amount of damage being taken. Jemkin still able to find one, but now the swing out from Izu. And does get the punish. And looks like the call from
Isn't
T1
it
is
only
let's take
Pinky
the
half?
fight. Izu says, screw it. I can win this out. Continues to push
Nah,
forward,
Pinky.
finds himself a third.
Yeah, they don't have to do this, but I think they want to send a message as Straight does pick up another here on the Saya, but of course on the Eco RQ. Still able to get a couple of kills. It's kind of interesting though, the biggest thing for me is that T1, they're like, let's just run at them. They could have just ran to C and planted for free, but nah, let's just go kill them.
लेकिन इसको
Yeah,
अभी तक
I mean,
नहीं पता
again,
चला मैं
don't
क्यों
hesitate.
पिंकी बोला था
Izu certainly did not. Nicely done by him as he was able to collect the 4K here on the back end. Not necessarily, I should say, the most meaningful one. Obviously, he can do plenty of cheeky plays, but a lot of
तेरे लिए
times
एक
we haven't
गाना
seen
भी
those
लिखा है
get read once the Omen's trying to go for some
Pinky,
aggressive.
where
backside
are
TPs.
you
Yeah.
things
And
by
you remember on
our
Ascent,
gameplay
T1, they went over to the attacker
Pinky,
side.
Pinky, do.
As,
Where are you
Trying to hold it, not able to. Rossi at least able to trade it back, but some damage done to him.
So again, blast back
Same
and forth, trying to
but
take some
ना
space, but
दोनों
Estrella
same.
here on up, they're able to find one. It's a headshot onto Carpe. And overall, so far, it's looking clean
Did
here
you
for
just-
RQ. Just Elmi Moore as a casualty thus far. If they can close
आज
out the round
सोफा
from
भी नहीं
here,
मिलेगा यार
we're feeling
आज
pretty good about
सीधा
it. And I think ultimately T1, I mean, given that there's
Lobby.
the pop and play, might just have to call to save the weapons that they have. They'd wish that one of them wasn't a Bulldog, but ultimately they don't have too much of a
आज
choice.
बहुत पिटने वाला
Yeah.
हूँ आज मैं सोच रहा
Just
24
wait it
hours
out. RQ gonna do the same.
stream off तो मैं भी
But
गया
I think this is a big round win for RQ. Obviously, they stopped the bonus. It's kind of expected, but we expected it on Ascent, and it didn't happen. They got actually rolled on the 9th round win for T1, and then it was a 10,
गलत
and then the
समझे
11th,
अब
and the rest was
उसको
kind of, as you guys remember, in round 1, kind of just a
हम
full-on
साथ देख
sweep.
रहे हैं।
But this time,
उसको
RQ, they
बांध
put up a
के-
good stance, and they don't just get rolled over here.
excuse me
Anti-bonus as Izu is
गर्लफ्रेंड को बांध दिया
coming on
तुमने
in, and, you know, I
It's a
hope I
decent
didn't speak
punish.
too soon.
Good cost them. I mean, can at least try to grab the weapon or get the plant down for some added money, but eventually will fall. So Rossi, his mission is just to protect that operator. I mean, now that X gets the IGL, it's just like, oh, you have the op. Your mission is to stay alive.
It's none of your business. It's my business.
What did the mission used to be?
To save the operator.
Why
But
is
they
she
cannot.
Not able to.
Who is this
Oh
Priya?
no.
Could have stayed tucked back.
Why is she
Behind
calling you?
the rubble, but
At 3 in the
decides to try to
afternoon.
get the catch at the end and ends up losing it.
और true color पे लिखा है likely
And now
business
it's
करके.
mad. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
X-Grid,
Jigar
he was
told
trying
you
to,
up.
he was playing greedily. He was trying to say, okay, I know someone's going to push off the back of this Prowler, but they timed it so perfectly well.
Nice one.
Wait until the very last moment, right as that fight's about to come through, and only more swing in the corner. Gets
Because
that
screen
kill.
के
So,
center पे
a bit
रखो
of egg
ज़्यादा
on the
लोग
face
सब
of
करेंगे.
X-Grid there.
Very realistic हाँ.
Well,
now no weapon for him aside from the headhunter.
yeah. 5 bullets and just a bit of poking out of bounds here, but T1 looks like they do want to fight this. Bit of a spread at the moment. 2-1-2. See if
कल मैंने
they
dinner
do
कितने
look
बजे
to
किया
go
पता है?
elsewhere as the rotation is
3:30
coming
बजे.
back towards A.
और
Decent
सुबह
amount
कितना
of
बजे
poking
पता है?
and prodding out
8:30
here
बजे.
near rubble just to say, okay, well, there's not really much
Series
of a defense for now.
Arky's starting to get a good idea of this, though. I haven't seen anything at C. Warning ping down in front of B main just in case there's going to be a deep flank coming through, which Izu is in position for that potentially. 4 players in position.
बस टिकरी डीपी चेक करो.
First and foremost.
ए हुई ना बात.
He ends up
हाँ
falling.
आप
Sparrow
करो
can do
मेरा
nothing, just
relation.
Sit here, stay tucked, stay quiet. As Han gets a reveal, and Elmore is going to be taken down. Sparrow now striking, comes
भाई
up with
T1 आज
one.
अच्छा खेल रहा है यार.
Site
2-0
occupied here
T1.
by
First
T1.
victory
Izu now
2-0.
starting to work his way forward.
पहला
on this
मैच
lure.
लोग का RRQ के साथ ही होना चाहिए था ताकि और confidence
He's
बढ़े.
noting this, but now backs away. Oh, the timing for Izu, it could not be any better.
Yeah. Saya looking to challenge.
Straight up, about to get caught potentially.
Yeah.
As there's a swing around, he's not
God.
ready for it. This now leaves Xferal in a 1v2. Low HP here on Carpe as he moves up, tries to challenge, gets him through the corner, and they know that Izu was behind. Pulls at the half, doesn't hear the drop. Does he pull off of this one? He's going to try to stick it. And Izu finds his
वो लोग के पास
timing
timing रहता है
perfectly.
कब full diffuse हो सकता है
Moment
करके.
away. Xferal saying, I think I'm going to get away with this. And that's when he swings the corner.
Yeah, very good timing
Just
from the
saying.
side of Izu, just across
वो
the
round
entirety,
अपना था.
the
Just
way
saying.
that played out after the plant. But started off, Saya play with a couple of big picks here. A couple headshots. They get onto the site. Izu, this timing was the beginning of it, and then
रिश्कित भाई
right at
इसका
the end.
मतलब
I
नहीं
feel like
मालूम यार.
after he
तुम
had
नहीं
the
बोल.
half, there was like a bit of time where he could have came off and maybe seen it, but he
ये
wanted
कौन
to
है?
be the
Binks की
pro that did
दीवानी.
not fake and did not work
Binks
out
की
for
only
him. So
दीवानी,
T1 to
no
get back on the
दीवानी.
board, 9-7. Still a close one, but still the it's very threatening from the side of T1's attack.
I am
as
blushing
we have
यार.
seen so far.
Now, looks like, yeah, pick up on the orb. That's going to be the Nightfall
Hey
available
Divani
for
ji,
Carpe.
how about we meet in Korea?
Door tap, Sile will play
बोली I love.
into
ये
this.
गया भाई.
Backs away as Carpe trading
बंद
positions.
करके stream
Just have
देख
to
रहा
keep
हूँ.
that door revolving.
बांध के stream देख रहा हूँ.
Cover going out.
आदित्य
They
भाई.
are going to make the call to start pivoting into B.
No.
Prowler to check. Nothing noted. Jemkin nearby.
बहुत सारे छोटे छोटे
Clear out on the
लोग भी
turret.
stream देखते हैं.
Add to the ambiguity
ठीक है.
here.
थोड़े
Door
से
tap
बड़े
again.
भी
They
सो
might just
आप.
end up shifting this all the way over to A.
Yeah, still a decent amount of time. They have their
I
own
haven't
talk
seen
screen over
SRS
at A.
RCB match
And
सिर्फ
it
score
looks
देखा.
like
I don't watch cricket.
I don't know, well, that's where the spike is going, but we do have still Saya player looking over at Mound, maybe seeing what he can see. Look at where RQ is positioned, though. 4 people on C.
Is this just going to be an info bait? They send out the Prowler, and yeah, look at the rotations
Oh
beginning
भाई
here for
heavy
RQ.
sound आई है.
Oh, the shift back over. Showstopper out from Saya. Flipshider playing quietly, not revealing his position, but it doesn't
ओए
matter. Izu
flip
just
ने
moves up
कैसे
through the
नहीं
smoke.
मारा?
Finds the kill. Showstopper going to be shorted. Side player unable to find that elimination. Now has to back away. Nightfall coming through. Carpe
भाई
jumps them
flip
back,
का
buys some
round
space.
था
The
बे.
plan comes in for T1.
नो वे वहां पे
all
रीड
things
हुआ
considered,
गन
a
था
pretty
क्या
nice
फ्लिप के पास
entry
पिस्तौल
with
था
Flipshider down, and now a good setup, but Execute is going to fall down right as they are potentially going to come in through the smoke. Waterfall being spotted here by Execute, but not able to hit it, and Jemkin gets value with his showstopper, but they don't check the corner as Izu going to be able to pick up one, and Carpe gets
Zizou?
two.
Izu.
And now it is all just Xfero
Zizou.
on his lonesome for the drop down. Gets the
God,
shot onto Izu, but it's just too many targets. Takes Carpe to 3.
रॉसी बोल दे
Just cannot confirm that kill.
भाई
T1
2-0 लग रहा है
now move up
2-0 लग
double
रहा है
digits.
जानवी कौन है बंक्स भाई एक्सक्यूज मी
Yeah, that's got to feel good. I mean, this entire info play was fantastic. Izu also just creeping through the smoke, able to get that one, and Carpe so crisp. Gets the waterfall, looks back, feels the pressure, gets another headshot.
Execute भी
They
अच्छा
don't
खेल
check
रहा
the
है
corner either, and that sets up a nice crossfire as our
लास्ट
were
गेम
trying
का
to
एमवीपी
engage on
रॉसी
that
भाई
side.
देखो काम
And at this point, I mean, 3 rounds.
Izu
stretch,
भाई इतना
half
मार रहा है भाई
armor
क्या
across the
सीन
board
है
of
भाई
Guardian.
कब कौन
In
मारता
the hands
समझ
of
में नहीं
Elmimore.
आता
It's worth reminding everybody, you know, both timeouts for RQ have been burned
मेरे
in that
जैसे
first
एक
half.
ऑलराउंडर प्लेयर
T1
चाहिए लग
on
रहा
him.
है
He's not going to call one unless this gets,
300
you know,
के सुन
maybe
जिस हिसाब से
around the park.
सब्सक्राइबर नंबर बढ़ रहा है क्या लगता है कितना सुन लगेगा
At this point,
मिनट
I
के
think,
हिसाब
it's
से
probably
भी
said
एक
enough
मिनट
times, you know,
Saturday.
just don't think. Send it. You guys are playing really well. Just keep doing what you're
ये पिंकी
doing.
काम
You know,
करेगी
it's the easiest position, I guess, as a coach.
अंकल ये काम
As
करेगी
your players are
Players.
playing it really well.
Yeah, just get him into that flow state where everything just feels natural.
एक बॉल देखो
Yeah.
पट से जाओ पट से
Well, they're going to play with this door again. Certainly worked out in the last round. Just
कांगा
to
रख
get
क्या
RQ
उसके
in
बिना
kind of
नहीं
a
मारना
confused
कांगा
position,
रख
but
क्या
RQ were also trying to stack the C site.
ये
and
शॉट्स
maybe
मिला
try to catch T1 off guard.
इधर
शॉट
Gonna stay on
शॉट्स मिला
bit of a
ये
solo
इतना बड़ा हो
lurk.
गया तू चाय दे
Did this
Look at
last
it.
अरे सॉरी
नहाना है तेरे को चाय से
नहीं नहीं
दे
माफ
मेरे
करे
को।
माफ करे
Fine.
हो गया मिल गया
Which
मिल
is
गया
up.
कंटेंट
He
मिल गया
sees
सर
enough of Estrella to be able to take him down. Rotations now starting as they move away from the A site, which is where the spike is getting ready to move up to. Flipshider around the corner.
लगेगा मजाक हो
Still
रहा है पता है
suspicious. Sees a gun barrel, finds it,
वो याद
sees
है
the
वो वाला
spike. Now
story
rotations can come back.
चोर आया
The
वाला
wall allows
story
him to get bailed out and also stands his ground to find one. Rossi
बोलते।
will be able to finish him off there. They now go to a 3v3, but as the swing comes in, Jemkin takes
एक
it
दिन
down.
मेरे साथ
again.
चोर आया
A bit split.
story
He's
होएगा
gonna be
लग
noted
रहा
here
है
on B as the spike works its way through.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, you see rotation here, and they've got it all clogged up. Every entry into this one. The poison orb. Smoke in their faces. Rossi also hugging this angle very close to where they're coming from.
Kill for either would give them the ult. There's the C's as Rossi going to be locked into position for the moment, but there's just nothing else on the back end. Big fight now thrown down. Xfero pushes up over the top of that one, but
फिर से
eventually
पुश करके
they'll go down to
Balls
it.
of steel था
11 to
अंकित
7.
भाई थैंक यू फॉर
T1
20
is 2 rounds away from closing out this series in 2-0 fashion, finding themselves with the first
इसको
victory.
रॉस बोला ना बंक्स भाई रॉसी बोला तो बहुत दर्द
Yeah,
होता
at
है
this point, I mean, RQ, they got
इसकी
the
रॉसी बेबी
anti-bonus, I guess, right? That one
अंकित
round.
थैंक यू फॉर
and
द
that was it.
20
Like, this
गलती
is,
से खुल गई
again, another lurk from Saya player. It was pretty nice from Flipshider to try to give them a chance, but at the end of the day, it was just clean up here for the side of T1. Right from the get-go, they were in total control of this round,
गलती
so
से खुल गई नहीं तो लॉबी
fortunate
की-
for RQ, we're not really seeing the same level from their defensive side. As here comes Saya player once again, getting in there pretty quickly, and it's going to be Izu actually to take him
अच्छा
down.
सोने के लिए लॉबी तक नहीं
Jim
पड़ेगा
dead.
सोने के लिए
Hit now, invested. Nightfall is available. Saya tucking back around the corner. Does keep himself safe for the moment. Some answering spray damage comes through.
तुझे जैसा
Saya picked off. Elmore able to find
मिलता है
one
उसको
Prowler.
लॉबी में।
Turning
ओह,
into somebody up
समझा।
close. And for now, the spike will not be planted. Lockdown also available here from Xfero. Should they be able to get into a winnable position? And that pick on the Izu. It's looking a little bit better for them, but Carpe lurks around the back of sight, finds the catch, takes down one. Just to avoid that Bulldog spray as Elmimore will get finished off. Lockdown now going to be committed. A 1v3 here from Xfero
Spike planted.
for all the marbles. Turret cleared out, swings, finds two, but he's not ready for Execute.
ओ भाई
Oh
Just
no.
runs
इमेजिन
him
उसको रीड
down.
होता तो
And T1 now
Match point.
get themselves up to match point.
भाई
12 to
क्या हो
7.
गया टीवन को
I mean, this is, that was pretty devastating, right? It was like last chance for him. He was going 1v3. He puts down the lockdown. He's sending it.
कैट
in the
एक क्वेश्चन
1v3.
देता हूँ,
But it just was
उसका
barely
आंसर
not
देना,
enough. He's doing really
ठीक है?
clean, and oh man, just
अगर
able to feel the pressure from the third guy from the
Accurate
same
by
angle, maybe not expecting that.
BGMI खेलेंगे,
And
तो कौन
very
सी लॉबी में
unfortunate for
खेलेंगे?
Xfer. I thought he was nearly going to clutch that one out. It was not the case. And now it's 12-7.
भाई
T1
कभी-कभी
just
मेरे को मेरे दिमाग
nearly
पे शक होता है,
unbeatable
पता है?
on these attacker sides.
वाह,
Well, we're scout around.
कभी-कभी
but
मेरे को
nothing
लगता है।
Noted.
T1 लॉबी।
Rossi. He's
7
not looking to
करोड़,
play
7
quietly.
करोड़।
No
मेरी
real
चैट
reason
मेरे
to.
जैसे स्मार्ट है यार,
RQ
मेरी चैट मेरे जैसे स्मार्ट
trusting
है।
that that pit is going to
T1 लॉबी में
persuade,
खेलेंगे, बात कर।
as it's going to be a very early
Manish
preventative
bhai, thank you
nightfall
for the
set in here.
membership.
Getting those trails out, spotting multiple players.
Yeah. And eventually that just goes down, and now Estrella is right there.
Elmi Moore picked off. Execute able to find that kill. That's a solid start, but Rossi will get traded out. Turret cleared. Experiment finding one. Looks like we might not be done quite just yet. As Execute now finds himself in a 3v1.
Excuse me, is this Binks' younger brother?
Over the
Yeah.
ready, spots one for a moment, lines up the shot, but can't draw down against Estrella fast enough. RQ hold on by a
That
thread,
एक
but
और
they need
question
4
आ
more
गया,
rounds
एक और question है।
consecutively to force this into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, well, you
Elmi
gotta get
Moore
started
bhai.
with one. And maybe you get enough momentum to make this a
Hypothetically
bit
question है,
interesting.
ठीक है?
You see that T1
Smartness,
not necessarily going to
वो
full buy on
करने
this
दो।
next one. Losing a lot of
IQ
money
question,
in the
IQ.
round previously, and then of
Binks
course
and
losing
Chat,
this
ये भी
one.
question
So
सुने,
it's really
ऋषि
nice
भाई।
hold here.
Elmi
Especially from
Moore
Xfer.
bhai,
Feels like he's feeling himself towards
ट्विटर
the
पे
end
कुछ क्यों नहीं
of
लिखते?
this map. I suppose better late than never. And he does show up in a big way
ऋषि
in
भाई,
the
thank you
last
for the
couple of
5
rounds.
rounds.
And let's see now, big control over here on Rubble as both sides trying to get in their faces. Saya's already through the door in a tree, though.
He's got that showstopper, and looks like widely RQ aware of this. Can they avoid it? Couple seconds,
क्योंकि
just
RRQ
corner check as he rushes up the top, Stinger in hand. There's a jump out, Saya. Blinded up, Jemkin able to find Carpet, but hops back up over the top. The Execute will be able to find one with that sort of force. Rossi finds the second kill here for the squad. Jemkin with the elimination, but Izu now
क्योंकि अगर वो
lurking.
कुछ लिखता है
Takes
तो
out
लोग
Elmi Moore,
पूछते
Execute
हैं
finds Experiment, and
RRQ।
suddenly this is all falling apart.
भाई मेरी चैट
Jemkin,
स्मार्ट
the
होती जा
last
रही है
one
यार।
alive. Last man standing. Drops down.
Love
off the
you,
rope.
ऋषि
The
भाई,
plant
love
being
you, thank you
held.
for the
Izu
5
that
rounds.
in his hands, and he's pushing forward, not pulling back towards tree. He's not stacking up, and the timing. Jemkin just misses him. Swing onto the corner. He is struck down,
हेवी मार रहा है
and
यार।
Excurate.
गौरव भाई,
The
thank you for the
IGL
20 मेरी जान
will be
पे
the
तो
finisher, a 3K, as T1 will be able to find a match victory here in stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Make some changes. Things aren't working for T1 for 3 maps, and then all of a sudden, for 3 matches rather, all of a sudden you make one change,
Language,
and
Manus,
they just look
language.
like a totally new team. Fantastically done here in this match against RRQ. RRQ definitely not showing their best colors, I would say, but still, all credit to T1 on a big victory here, 2-0
आई सब में
in
membership
this
कैसे
match
लूँ?
against
मॉर्फ लिंक
RRQ
दे
against
membership का।
most expectation.
हेलो?
Yeah, I mean,
अरे
just
वही है ना,
given
वो
what
शायद
we had been
कृषि
seeing
हो, singer?
as of late, there was concerns
By
and
heavy
qualms about
singer
whether or
है।
not T1 was just gonna get this stuff together in time for this matchup. RQ had been looking improved, match over match, but this was a night and day difference here from
तो
T1
भाई यार,
from the
आप
outset.
मुझे बड़े
The
भाई
vibes
मत
were there. You
बोलो,
can see hugs
सिर्फ
exchanged, of
नाम
course.
लो, आप
As,
बहुत बड़े
even
हो
with
मेरे
some of the
चैनल
smack
में।
talk we heard earlier, these guys are all friendly.
बात एज की
But
नहीं है यार।
this was a
जो भी
much
मुझे
more
support
improved
करता
T1,
है,
a T1 that we were expecting from the
भले वो
outset
stream
of
देखते
stage
हो,
1.
या
A
super
T1
chat
that
देखते हो।
inspires hope in the
उनको
fans
most
and
of the
believe
time मैं भाई
in this
जैसे
team
बोलूँ।
that they may just be able to make their way, well, now this
कृषि
point
की-
into the
कृषि की
playoffs,
शायद।
but also potentially over to Shanghai.
Yeah, you got to keep that
ऋषि
hope
भाई,
alive.
मेरी जान के
And I'm
टोटे,
just
thank you
glad
for the
that,
5
like I said during the match,
rounds.
it's better late than never, and this time on the side of T1. So very
बुड्ढा
nicely
बोल दो
done
आपको,
for them. They
excuse
pick
me।
up the 2-0 tonight. Let's go over to
ओ
the
हाँ
Atlas Test to
क्या?
break down this match.
ऐसे मेरे को बुड्ढा बोला।
And just like that, it is a 2-0 for T1. This is the T1 we wanted to see. This is the T1 we
भाई, 1 घंटे में
expected
2
to
मैप
see at
खत्म
the
किए
start
लोग
of
ने।
the
Any
stage
comments?
1.
I have no words how clean they took this from RRQ. Everything that they were doing, it was just working over and over again. And again, everything that we were mentioning on Ascent have really
भाई
kind of
एल्मी मोर
come
ने
full
बहुत मारा
circle
लेकिन
into
बुरा
this
लग रहा है
Lotus
उसको,
map,
यार।
and
एल्मी
by
मोर ने
then
बहुत
RQ
मारा
just
था,
could
बहुत
not
मारा।
really deal with how well T1 was just again able to win out this second map.
Yeah, I think if you go back and watch the VODs of the previous T1 games and today's game, what you're going to
T1
notice is
पे जाएगी
every
कार
piece
से
of
बहुत
movement that
गंदा।
T1 makes today actually finds some form of value. Even if you're dying, you're finding some form of value. You're getting the
कल सुबह
information
पन्ने
you
निकलना
wanted,
उनको।
your teammates gaining space somewhere else, whatever it might be, it's very proactive. Before, it was basically, if we land the shot, then we gain info. But today,
भाई
you can
T1
tell
जीत
that
गया,
there was
अभी
a
अपने
plan. And
chances slim हो
sometimes
गए
if you're
ना।
watching the player cams, like Excured was just holding a position, looking at his minimap and just calling for like
आज bleed
15
का scene
seconds,
देखना
getting the
पड़ेगा भाई।
team set up for the next set play that they were going
आज
to do. This
bleed जीत
team
जाना चाहिए।
is
किससे
absolutely
हमने? आज
restructured,
bleed
and
जीत
who
जाना
knows what
चाहिए।
happened,
fuck,
but
जटा
they
के
are
सामने
looking
दे।
right back in action.
This is great news for T1.
There's a byproduct here where it feels like because T1
Love
was
you,
doing
yeah.
this,
Love
RQ
you.
was forcing themselves to stop those kind of calls, right? You'd see, I don't remember which player was this from RQ, but then they were just
Danta
holding
kabhi?
somewhere on Murder Hole, Baby Door, and then the
That's
rotation
correct.
comes in from T1, not really prepared for that. They immediately marched their way onto A site, and then they basically lost that map control because RRQ was trying to stop that tempo, that rotation.
Before we go any further into this, what I also noticed, 13 rounds T1 had, and not one of them was the round that really mattered for the guessing game gain where I picked T1.
You know,
What the heck?
ranking up just comes by nature for some of us, I gotta say. Sorry, chat. You know, sorry to let you down,
Ah.
but
Yeah.
maybe
This-
you too should spend your night trying to figure out what kind of
Just-
crazy trivia the production will throw at us.
Just like a Sage Wall, you know, some
इसका
people
रैंक क्या रेडियंट के
gotta
भी
be
ऊपर
put
गया है क्या?
down and then get back
असुर
up.
है क्या?
What?
नहीं
You
नहीं
should be
नहीं डायमंड
G-ranked.
चला गया।
Save
Yeah, let's do that. I'm down with that.
No.
What?
We're bringing it back.
Will Joe?
आराम
I know,
membership
it's
We're
है।
getting Immortal
crazy.
tonight again.
Man, I wasn't even on the desk
membership
for
site
the
not
first
working.
week.
इसका पता नहीं
Oh,
है।
what are y'all doing there down there?
All right, audience. Again, this is a representative. This is your representative. Sending in my wingman to silver first.
Oh,
Scope it out.
chat, you can't stand for this.
Ah,
Ouch, you
क्या
gotta get back in the
विंगमैन
game.
बोल
whatever.
दिया।
I got the best duo right here. Me and you.
Wingman
Me
from
and you, the
walk
audience.
to way.
The best duo too.
Oh, but-
D-Rank. Am I right?
I've been making so much fun of Achilleos.
एक्सीडेंट पे है
Here
असुर
in Bronx.
एक्सीडेंट।
I am about to be.
Oh
He's
boy.
looking right
Same
at you,
rank as
too.
him. I know.
Yeah.
He's giving me that look like that's what you get.
Yeah.
That's what you get for mocking me. I'm sorry, Achilleos.
ये वाला गेम आप भी खेलो।
Okay.
अच्छा गेम
Whatever.
है।
Like he says, this is
Guess
a.
and gain।
It's
अच्छा।
not a real game.
I don't know. My stats tell me otherwise.
कॉलेज में
Oh my
बंक
God,
मारते तो कितना
You get to
बार
double
मारते।
enjoy the
मैंने
glory
आज तक
here.
नहीं
Your
मारा
prediction
यार।
was also correct for
पागल हो
T1.
गए हो।
You know what? That one was. I feel like that was actually
College
more of a
कैसे
coin
दिखता है
toss prediction than even this little game that we had because T1 did look great at the beginning.
Oh,
You know,
एक और
was
आ गया,
kind of a
रुशो।
down, but they definitely figured
रुशो
something
और
out. You could
देव
just tell
भाई।
by how they were playing, the decisions
We
that they're
have
making,
one
the
more
quickness, the
candidate.
tempo, all of it was just fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. Again, I think you
शुरू
put it
हो
perfectly
जाए।
when you brought us back to the desk here, Victoria, is that this is the type of game people were wanting.
रुशु और देव भाई शुरू हो जाए। Thank you, Bang Bang, for making us laugh and entertaining us with your streams. Loves you too, Chris. Hey, Chris. Dev Bhai and Rishi Bhai wants to know where are you from? And Rishi Bhai को मिलना भी है। कौन सी जगह थी वो? कल रात को कुछ प्लानिंग कर रहे थे, मीटअप। समझ रहे हो? या मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, इतने सब किए, पेड सुपर चैट भी करवा दिया, अभी तो कट दे तो अरे घर लेने तो पहले।
Always a good thing because you want Saya player to be in a
Thanks about
spot
that.
where he can
Language.
just be so
Seiko,
aggressive with those
Chris,
double
Seiko.
cycles that we've been seeing here on Lotus.
Yeah, and then I also just want to give a shout out to the side of RQ. Elmi Moore continuing to prove that as head initiator, he's feeling really comfy. But On the flip side, the other one who also had a big role switch, Xfero, a little quiet today on both maps. And I think that's really been weighing them down a bit. Estrella as well, struggling in both maps, quite frankly. Flips, of course, not having the greatest of times here on Lotus. But again, part of it is, sure, you're losing some angels, but a lot of it is what Astra said earlier. It's the way that T1 started playing. RRQ was not prepared for that. They weren't prepared for that tempo. They weren't prepared for those types of decisions.
Love you.
And RRQ started to feel that they have to basically go through aim duels to get out
Love
of
you,
this map.
Rishabhai. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chris.
these are there
for
on the top. You can see that he was all
Rishabh, for the
smiles when they were
Yes.
just finishing that match, wrapping up. And it was just
What about
a different
Lotus?
T1. Besides gameplay, even when they wrapped it up, you can
एक
see
बार दिल का
their new
दरिया हो जाए,
IGL extra
लफ्ज़
going
से
around,
बन
giving
जाए,
everyone a
दिल का दरिया
hug.
के लिए दर्द
Gizu with
चाहिए
the
मेरे को.
biggest
अभी
smile
D-rank
as
के
he
दिन
led
गाएंगे.
the charge, you know,
जल्दी होने
to
वाला है.
wrap it up. Anyway, we're going to go down to the stage and have a chat with today's victor, T1.
अरे भाई बहुत गंदा joke.
Thank you guys. Now T1 secured their first win for stage 1. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now massive congrats, Saya. Now I just want to start with the question of going 3 games without a win. That could be mentally exhausting. But overall, T1's team vibe looked very good. The team synergy was there. So
Yeah.
how did you guys try to keep the energy up to make sure that you have that motivation and the team morale to pick up the win?
To be honest,
Hey, can you repeat the question, please? It was very nice question. Can you please repeat?
they're like really sad, but I know we have a really like good result in scrims. So I know we have really
Talent के
good
4
progress and then
players
we trust
allowed
each
किया है,
other.
बहुत गंदा.
So we like bring back our moments.
So in order to transfer the good results from the scrim to what's going on stage, what do you think was the most important thing that the team needed to address?
Hey, bye. Thank you for the
I
5
think
gifted.
We have really
Muted को
on
मिला.
our team. We have a lot of opinions.
Muted को
So
फिर
we
से मिला.
when we play the games, we have a lot of
Hi,
like ideas.
Taya.
Like we have what to do, but we
Love
didn't figure
you.
out
Cat
what we're
जिसको
gonna
भी
do
मिला,
actually.
thanks
you know?
बोले देव
So
भाई का
we
पकड़े.
just like after the change, we just decide to cabin like the X-Ray, gonna like core everything. So after that, we like good, you know.
All right, you mentioned XQA taking over the IGL role, and Autumn also mentioned that it was to play more fast tempo. So talk to me about this decision. Whose initial idea was it, and how is Kevin kind of helping out the team with this calling?
भाई अब
It
भी
was
agent change
Autumn,
किए लोग
the
ने.
head coach, and then Kevin really wants to call. So I mean, I really trust Kevin too. So we just like decide to calling Kevin.
भाई ये लोग ने अब भी agent change
Now,
किया.
we saw T1 straight play into their strength. For
भाई
example,
क्या
just
adapt
contact
करते
plays
भाई.
to the A sites on Ascent. And also the timing and the
Bhagat
pacing
Dev,
was
कैसा
on
long
point.
time?
How much would you say was down to Kevin's calling, and how much would you say, how much of that kind of came down to the teamwork and the team effort?
ये लोग को हाई बोल के क्या मिलता है? अरे बेसिकली एक बार चैट में कुछ भी लिखा ना तो तुम लोग एक्टिव यूजर्स
Honestly,
में आ जाते.
we have already structure and everything,
लेकिन तुम लोग
fundamentals.
allow gifts भी करना
But
पड़ता.
we like really hesitate before. But Kevin's calling is really like clear, and he just like have a really good direction.
इसमें चार चार पेरेंट्स आते
So
क्योंकि
to be honest, today matches
उसके रॉसी
he
को
has
भी
a lot
रीजन
of
नहीं मिला. बहुत गंदा था भाई. बहुत
effects
गंदा
for
था.
our team.
पेज तो बहुत
Okay, it's a
गंदा
group
था.
effort and everyone's doing well, doing their part. Now, coming up on Monday, Talon. Ben is waiting there for you.
हमारा
Bubble-
बदला
bubble
लेना
Dan.
टीवान.
I'm gonna kill you.
बदला लेना टीवान.
Okay, Ben, be ready because Saya's coming for you. Well, congratulations once again, Saya.
Basma, thank you for
and
the
well-deserved
fun, man.
win. Go get
Fun
some rest.
spy.
Now, thank you for the interview as well. Now, with that, we are going to head after a short break, but don't go anywhere because
आपकी
when we
स्ट्रीम
come back,
देखना
it's going to be
कम करना
Bleed
पड़ेगा.
taking on
नहीं,
the
बोलो
division.
कि ये झूठ है. follow. भाई स्पोर्ट्स में जाना पड़ेगा यार. सिर्फ इंटरव्यू देने जाऊंगा मैं. भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 5 कार्ड मेरी गेम. बंद भाई थकते नहीं हो आप? स्ट्रीम के बाद थक के सो जाते हो. भाई क्या आज ब्लीड जीतेगा यार? क्वेश्चन ऑफ द ईयर्स है। आज सच्ची जीतना चाहिए यार, बस हो गया, मैं और नहीं सुन सकता ये के बारे में। इतना हेवी ट्रोल हो रहा है यार वो बेचारा। मर्ज वो चेंज कर दो टाइटल। ये बेचारा, हाँ यार हेवी हो रहा है ट्रोल।
Okay, TC Queen, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. भाई नंबर बढ़ रहे।
Red Bull gives you wings.
258 भाई बढ़ते तो है बे सब, शायद 20 साल बढ़ गए रहेंगे ना। चैट सब्सक्राइब करके देखो ऊपर वाला नंबर बढ़ रहा है क्या? किधर है ऊपर बोले तो? इधर नहीं, उधर एकदम दूर एंड पे नंबर बढ़ रहा है क्या? देखो सब्सक्राइब तक के। वो फर्स्ट दिन का टेक्निकल टाइम आउट उसको महंगा पड़ा।
そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、
ये गाना मस्त है ना?
スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。
मस्त बना है बे। चलो गाना वाना सुनो, मैं आया 1 मिनट में आया। Let me have a केला and get some water ball for water.
Red Bull gives you wings.
चैट जस्ट saying पिंकी मुझे मार रही है। चैट पिंकी मत मार।
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We just saw T1 versus RRQ, and T1 is back on track taking their second championship point. But we're going to go into the second series of today and hear a word from Bleed.
Hello. Here's a little massage for you. Yeah. Does that feel nice?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ready to go today?
Yes, I'm ready to win.
Oh, you're ready to win. Okay. You feel good?
Yep.
Yeah. Make them bleed, man.
I really hope Jen keeps that thing outside of the talent room. But we are analyzing the match later. Oh, I hope Darian's okay there. I don't think he's making too much of the calls, so it's all right. Scary is the ideal, and he'll be the one making those calls. Now we have Bleed Esports with a star lineup of a roster, but they've been struggling to find their foothold and kind of find their cohesion this stage one.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, whether it's comms, whether it's the calls, no matter what it is. Obviously, yes, they had to go through some circumstances where they had to make huge roster changes, but it has to come together today because it's already a little bit too late.
Yes, they're cutting it really close here. Zest just joined, Retlet just joined this roster, but we're gonna go over to ZETA, who, they've found their wins, but they really need today as well.
Happy birthday to you, Yuan-sang! Happy birthday! Open it.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh,
Oh,
美味しそうです. So,
do you like it?
yeah,
I made it myself.
thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. What's your teammates getting you?
Today's win.
Oh, today's win. Okay, they're getting you the win. Better than the K. Don't eat it though. Don't eat it.
Okay. What is Jen up to with her shenanigans?
What are you supposed to do if you don't eat the cake? Is it a lie? I don't know.
This cake is a lie. Well,
Ra,
ZETA
ra,
Division
ra, aaj
has the
jitega,
birthday
Bleed,
bump.
aaj jitega.
Or Yoren,
Aaj
one
over.
of
Guys,
their
split karo,
rookies.
Bleed will win
Yeah, it's
today.
over. That's it. We don't really need to analyze anything anymore
हो
because
जाए
birthday
भाई,
buffs are
tweet
a
हो
real
जाए.
thing,
आज
Asterai.
Oh yeah, I was
heavy
just in my head is
support
just
करेगा.
keeping. You can have your cake and
Let's
eat it too.
tweet it.
It's the thing that just kept popping into my head. But yeah, absolutely. ZETA Division,
Have a
they,
feeling.
at least coming into the series, feel like they have all the
Bleed.
pieces set much better than Bleed. We saw how well Depp has shown his diversity or his pool of agents, how effective that can be. Laz still is a very effective chamber player, and the player in question, Huron,
Bleed's
has
gonna
been
win today. Let's go.
slowly getting better and better into that initiator role. Sure, again, don't forget that when
Let's
he
go.
came into ZETA Division from his previous team, he was
missed the fun, मैं
a
देख रहा था.
Sentinel main. So him still having
अच्छा
to
miss
adjust to
किया.
this one, and being a lot more successful bit by bit, game by game, is really going to help ZETA Division.
क्योंकि वहाँ जो
Yeah,
fun
I mean, it's
हुआ
really
है.
the eyes on the rookie, right? The rookies, I should say.
मेरा
Because,
chat
like you
वाले
said,
थोड़े
Depp
हरामी हैं.
just hasn't missed a beat. He even brought out the neon once again on the Lotus, things like that. Laz is showing the chamber again. Sure, Sugar's hero, maybe not as many hero moments as in the past, but still pretty stable. But of course, he is up against
अब
an
क्या
age-old
बोलूं,
rival.
12
It's
months
scary,
free
as we see in the
membership.
stats right
शर्म
now.
करो
So
muted
we'll
भाई,
see if
शर्म.
Sugar's hero can at least pull around, a couple of
12
those rounds
months
to
of free
really
membership
kind of
कैसे मिल
re-inject
सकता
the
है?
motivation back into his team when they need
बिग
it
सच
most. 'Cause
बता
if
कितना
not,
मजा आ रहा है
I
वॉच
mean,
पार्टी भाई.
scary,
हेवी
like, I know we've
भाई
been talking about
सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ भाई. हेवी गेम्स हो रहा है कप्पा. हेवी समझ रहे हो. रात को एनए का गेम्स तो देखेगा ना, ऐसा 60 सूट चप्पलें पड़ती है, लेफ्ट एंड राइट चप्पल. मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि प्रीवियस लाइफ में क्या गलती किया रहेगा वो लोग ने कि ऐसे हेडशॉट्स खा रहे हो वो लोग. हेवी फन हो रहा है, हेवी. कप्पा भाई कैसे हो? कप्पा भाई जस्ट सिंह जैसे भाई 34 इयर्स के और फिर भी उधर है और अच्छा खेल रहे. समझ रहे हो. अपने पास अभी भी टाइम है कप्पा. लेट्स डू टीम बूमर्स. अबे फिर से लाइव आ गया. 2 घंटे पहले से लाइव हो. लौड़े एवरीडे आता हो, कुछ शर्म कर ले. अरे माफ करे तुम लौड़े, माफ करे. बट आई गिव दैट लौड़ा बैक टू यू.
Oh, okay. My head was going somewhere else with the goblins, but I thought we were really towing the line here today.
Not so much.
And you know what?
ब्लीड के 3 मैच बचे.
Look at
DRX
their
के
next
सामने तो
matchup
हार
for
गए.
both of
I
these
mean,
teams now.
Yeah.
You're basically
बचा
you're
DFM
saving
और
the
DRX.
toughest for last on both sides, right? I mean, on the side of Bleed,
भाई Bleed
let
भी
alone
qualify
the
हो
defense
तो
that's
सकता
better
है
and
अभी
better,
भी.
but a PaperX and a DRX. Then ZETA has to play Shenji, and now a T1 that seems to have fixed all their problems. So if you don't win today, I'm pretty sure you're about to kiss the playoffs goodbye.
कप्पा भी
Yeah,
एंजल भी
that's
35 का
exactly
कोई
right.
सीन
Here we're
नहीं.
looking
डन
at
से.
some of the highlights of what's been happening so far here in stage one.
So here's the thing as well.
अरे
with
मेरा
all of
नाम
these
मेरे
highlights
को
that we're
रॉयली
seeing,
मिलेगा
between
रॉयली
Bleed
क्या मिलेगा
and
तेरे को
ZETA is, you know, we talk about how scary was a thing, and that's actually a big fact about these things. Because if you look at the first kills, right, overall for Bleed, it's never really up for their
देखते हैं
duelist,
guys
which is
कितने
Ye.
लोग
And even though he's somewhere there, he's on the
मेरे
receiving end of
tweets
a
को
first kill. He's been
मानते
actually
हैं
one of the players for Bleed here that has gotten
मत कर
the least
पनौती
amount
लगेगा
of that
GG
first kill
Bleed
percentage, which translates
शक्तियों
into
का
he
सही
can't really
इस्तेमाल excuse
find
me
that quick contact or
prediction
win that quick
success rate
contact
0
against other teams, which means that the first contact for
भाई
Bleed
कोई
has been
कोई भाई सच्ची
less
ट्विटर में
than
कोई
stellar.
सपोर्टर ही नहीं है बे
Yeah, and a big part of that
सारे
is also
haters
they
है
seem
बे
to be kind of playing around Ye back in the duelist as a member where you can just kind of leave him on his own and he'll do his thing and he'll hold an angle. And yes, that is generally what Ye's good at, but you still need to set him up for success by taking over parts of the map elsewhere or, you know, pushing him further out, you know, in a better angle, things like that. And that's something that ZETA has been doing very well for the likes of Depp and Last. So curious to see how that pans out. Now, looking at the maps, I mean, again, very clear permabans. Bleed not only like the Ascent, which is ZETA's one of ZETA's favorites, and then Breeze being banned out by ZETA as well. So, the real question here for Bleed that I have is, do you pick what you think ZETA is weak at, or do you still have some maps where you feel comfortable? Because the Lotus looked okay against Talon, and then
भाई
suddenly
देखो
not
भाई
so
मेरे
much against
10th और
RRQ.
12th की मार्कशीट
Yeah, that certainly is a question for Bleed because they need to get any.
मैं जा रहा हूँ अभी शादी है डांट पड़ेगी डन सीन क्या हो गया भाई हेलो व्हाई इज इट लोडिंग
Division has figured out because we had a chat with Carlisle not once but
50 दो मेरे
twice,
को
and they have
50
definitely been cooking up something as much as possible. This is a very different ZETA division than last year already. And while they lost their match
जल्दी जाए शादी
the
करे
other
जल्दी
day,
जाए
I still think overall they looked much more improved.
भाई क्या
We're gonna let
हाइट
the
है
map
भाई
picks it up
कोच
for
भाई
some
क्या
members such as
हाइट है
Carlisle and Lakia here.
I mean, Will was right. What maps can actually Bleed be willing to fight
All
against ZETA
good.
division here when you think about how
Hello?
ZETA feels like they have that more expansive
Mafia?
is the mentality here for Bleed to
यार आपका कोई
just
भाई
try to
है
match
जो
ZETA where they're already good
दूसरे
at,
जगह
or
पे है
just completely try to, you know, go the other
ठीक है
direction and just
ठीक है
place them where they haven't been really good
ठीक
at.
है ठीक है माफिया
Wow, the Icebox ban. I'm a little surprised. And then the Sunset pick. I'm even more surprised, to be very honest.
Love you, Bang Bang, love
though
you.
I will say, you know, ZETA,
KCM.
they're bringing
का
out the
बोले
Phoenix
का
comp, and
बोले
while they did win very handily against GE, the weaknesses of
Haters
the
gonna
composition
hate,
showed
I am
through
with
right
them.
away in their previous match. So maybe you've got some anti going on there.
Yeah, that's most likely the
अच्छा
situation
क्लोज
here.
गेम है ये
I
थप्पा
believe we
बोला
saw
था
a match
मैं
like
वही
that
सोचा तुम लोग
yesterday with Talon being
किल रहे
very
हो
bold
तुम
as well.
रॉयल्टी ओ रॉयल्टी
Picking a map against Global Esports, so they thought
काश
they had
जी
figured
पहले
it out. But
सोचा
hopefully this
गणेश
time Bleed
गोलू
has it figured out.
जयंत
Wow, and the Lotus for last as well. I mean, again,
Bhavin
on the side of
को
Bleed, no draft is going to feel
जयंत
good.
कौन
Given the
है?
record, you just have to go off a scrim, so obviously it's kind of hard for us as outsiders to read through this. But I am surprised about leaving Ascent open and banning the
एक
Icebox.
सेकंड काश काश जी पहले सोचता जयंत कौन है रे स्किल्स का नाम अरे तो चिकन नगेट्स बोलो स्किल्स बोलो तो समझेगा ना स्किल्स ओ डीजे बोलो डीजे बोलेगा तो चलेगा तो वो लोग क्या फोरमैन खेलते जी वाले वेरी रियलिस्टिक भाई हाँ फोरमैन खेले वो लोग
Take the pace of the game, even though Durian has been, you know, very proficient on the Sentinel. It just feels like Bleed.
भाई मैं सच्ची बोलूं मैं सच्ची बोलना चाहता हूं सच्ची ये तुम मानो या ना मानो एक सच्ची बात दिल से मैं कहना चाहता हूं यार जी को ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स इफ यू आर वाचिंग द स्ट्रीम आई फील द ओनली प्लेयर एंड द ओनली इंडियन who can beat all of the imports and other regions single-handedly is one and only. It's not Rossi, it's not even Golu. समझ रहे हो? It's one and only Bhovin Bhai. समझ रहे हो? As a pro analyst of the pro watch party streamer, Global Esports, trust me, आपको लग रहा रहेगा कि हे बिंक्स आपका ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है भाई सिंपल है भाई बाहर के प्लेयर्स को देखो कैसे खेलते और उसको कंपेयर करो बोविन भाई के स्ट्रीम से समझ रहे हो बोविन भाई भी ऐसे खेलते ऐसे भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ इतना क्लोज खेलते ना, मैं बोल रहा हूँ यार, मैं बोल रहा हूँ, समझ रहे हो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ ब्रो भाई 101%। आप कंपेयर करके देखो, समझ रहे हो भाई, कब तक हम ट्रैकर स्कोर कंपेयर करते रहेंगे? ये करो ना कंपेयर, ये करो, बराबर है कि नहीं? दुख दर्द पीड़ा और एक इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर, ठीक है कप्पा, बराबर है कि नहीं यार? डिड आई जस्ट स्पिटिंग फैक्ट्स मैंने किया? हाँ, क्या मैंने गलती से स्पिटिंग फैक्ट्स किया?
To go in that aggressively, to move that quickly, you kind of need to be one mind, or you need a very confident IGL. We
तो
saw
क्या
it just now.
T69 इसी वजह से क्वालिफाई नहीं
Once
कर
they
पा
put
रही?
extra
प्लस वन
on there, making decisive calls, the team follows, and that's when it
Opponent
works.
face के हम
Everyone
देख के
is on
surrender
the
कर
same
लेंगे।
page. This is what Bleed is sort of lacking right now. And again, they have all the players. They have amazing
आते ही
players
क्या
on
सुन
this
लिया? आज
roster.
गलती
They
से भी
just
हेट
need
मत
to
देना
come
आदि।
together. At Zeta Division as well, we saw
तू
some
मेरे radar पे।
hesitation from them, kind of
हाँ?
going back to that old
अगर
Zeta,
आज ने
where they
बोला
were
ब्लीड
waiting
ये
till
की
the
वजह से आ रही है, ये
last
गया।
second to go plant that spike, and that really cost them. So hopefully Carlisle has fixed some of those old habits, and
We
you
missed
know,
the goal
we're going
by
to
ये
see some
गया।
top-tier gameplay from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zeta's going in the right direction. It's just a question of how fast do they improve. Whereas Bleed, they got to still figure out the direction and kind of tune
बोविन
in
भाई
the
को
navigation
T69 में पोस्ट
from
करो
the
भाई,
start.
बोविन भाई को
That's
एज अ
right.
जी
Now we
मैनेजर
are
कितना
going to
मिला
go to
मन
the
में?
stage. Welcome
50
these
lakhs
two
a month।
teams, Bleed Esports and Zeta Division.
ब्लीड
us
में
a
आप
good
होना चाहिए,
game.
ये बोलो चलेगा ढंग से, ये
Give us a
चले।
good game. No. They're not going to give us a good game.
No?
They're going to keep
no?
us here.
Is that what
They're-
you heard? The
yeah.
voices have told Victoria that
The
we're not.
voices have
Oh,
told
no.
me that
Yeah.
we are going
Have
to
they
listen
also
to Will's
told you that you're
predictions.
going to go down to bronze in the next guessing game?
No.
Ouch. There's a second game here.
It's terrible. It's been really
Kayla's just
painful.
waiting
You
for
know,
you there.
we're just going to go to the stage. We're going to go back to the stage for Zeta Division and
गोल्ड
Bleed.
पे के
Let's
साथ भी
welcome
कभी
the
वैल्यू का
players.
सीन रखो ना ढंग से ने।
Bleed Esports.
भाई है बे, अपना स्टेज तो है, कुछ भी बोलो। वाइब कैसा? वाइब चेक करते हैं भाई। ब्लीड के एंट्री के टाइम पे अनडिफीटेड जरूरी था बजाना, ऑलरेडी लो फील कर रहे रहेंगे। भाई तू जवाब दे दे, ये तो इग्नोर कर रहा है। मैं नहीं कर रहा है, खास दोस्त का मेंबरशिप एवरी मंथ रिन्यू करना पड़ता है या टाइम पीरियड? जितना देर मेंबरशिप उतना टाइम ग्रुप में रहोगे।
Bleed Esports.
ये
Both
बाकी
of
लोग
these
के लिए फेयर
teams
नहीं रहेगा ना
need
भाई।
that championship point so desperately to even consider the
But
possibility
you
of
can
entering champions.
try out for a
as one
month.
of
You
our
can see
final
how the
four
group
teams.
is.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because again, it's not just about playoffs and
2
Masters
months से रोज
Shanghai,
देखता हूँ
but of
stream.
course looking all the way down the road to
Stream
champions
Lab
as
0
well.
दिखा
And
रहा है,
for
हैं?
Zeta Division, I mean, DFM is already racking up points as well, right alongside you. So you want to make sure you bank those up
Subscribe
nice
किया
and
है ना,
early.
subscribe
And then for
किया।
Bleed, okay, champions might be a bit of a stretch, but at least you want to
Bleed
get
और
that
जी के लिए
first win
only
to really
ये
kick
गया
things
भाई,
into
ये
gear and say,
गया।
no, we belong here
अभी
on the
अभी
stage. We earned
मेंबरशिप
this
मिल रहा है,
spot.
मौत दे
I mean,
उसको।
what? It's 2 weeks,
हाँ?
3-4
T1 के
matches
टाइम पे तो कुछ
remaining
नहीं बोला था।
for all of these teams. Really scary to be in that perspective, especially again when we're talking about Bleed that has those struggles. Okay,
भाई
I mentioned how
आज
Ye was the one
vibe
that
कैसे
was,
है
you know,
भाइयों?
kind of the first point
Vibe
here for
कैसे
Bleed.
आज?
Haven't
मेरा
been talking
Twitter
so much
देखा
about
तुम लोग
since
ने?
then, even though he does have those
Bleed
keys,
भाई मेरा
with,
Twitter देखा?
you know, very good
आज
initiator
vibe अच्छा लग रहा है।
abilities. The timing, the pacing hasn't really synced up with how
शर्म
Bleed has
करे
been
कप्पा,
playing.
शर्म
And
करे।
then Retla has been, I think,
T69 का
not
क्या
there
फ्यूचर
yet
प्लान्स
from
है?
what they were kind of hoping for, from what we heard from
भाई
Lydia last.
T69 का सिंपल फ्यूचर प्लान्स है ब्रो। हम खेलेंगे, एक बंदा अचानक से 30-40 मटका मारेगा, वो जाएगा किसी और के पास, हमको एक और प्लेयर ढूंढना पड़ेगा। सिंपल फ्यूचर प्लान्स। आश्रम है भाई, पहले मेरे को मजाक लगता था, अब मैं मान गया। T69 आश्रम है।
Shaking off the dust, and he needs to step it up today is so important for, what did you call them, Maserai? The goblins?
Goblins.
Goblins? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hemoglobins is the actual thing.
Yeah.
But hemogoblins is what we're looking at this team as. So hopefully they can kind of overcome that, overthrow that title, and get right back into Bleed Esports form that we saw at Ascension last year. And my eyes are on the comps right now. What are they bringing out? Because it can't just be here.
पूरा credit card डाल दिया बे.
Two friends have put their credit cards on the line for a little bet on dinner. Whichever team wins, the other friend has to buy them dinner.
Okay, well, I hope they cover that
Oh,
credit card
वैसा
numbers.
dinner
I
bet.
don't know if you
ठीक
should
है,
put that
ठीक है. Dinner bet.
It's on the back. It's on the
We're
back.
going to go over to our casters now. Achilleos and Valdez.
Dinner bet था. Dinner bet.
Yes, it is now time to go into the action. It has been nearly 2 years since Ye took on the core of Zeta Division.
आज तो join करो एक बार फिर हर month app खुद ही नहीं
That was
करेगा.
April 24th. Find ourselves here at April 16th, 2024. So it's been a damn long while. Obviously, a very different core around Ye, but we'll see how he fares as we go into this match because both teams have had their struggles for sure.
They've had their struggles, and as was pointed out on the desk, we have this match, and then they're going up against really strong opponents, pretty much only. Even DFM for the side of Bleed, you know, who they have to face next. That team looked better last time we saw them out here just yesterday. So it's going to be rough. I think both teams really need to pick this one up and then try to string some victories together, or at least look a little bit better if they want to have any chance of actually reaching the upper echelons here at Pacific, because so far, you know, it's been a bit back and forth for Zeta. They're in a little bit of a better spot, but still, as well, have those tough opponents on the way.
Yeah, it feels like we continue to see a bit of growth out of Zeta, and it's like a couple steps forward, but then some steps back. It hasn't really been super consistent, which is what we want to be seeing from them. And you know, people were enthralled and excited to see that there had been some changes coming through the roster, giving some opportunities to the new young guns. But, well, still...
मॉड बनने के लिए क्या क्राइटेरिया है? सिंपल है बस 7 करोड़ दो मॉड लो. सिंपल है.
Over on the chamber, he is going to be sticking on that duelist
Binks
role.
कोरे कब जा रहा है? Next month.
When we had him on for the interview, he said we are just sticking
Next
to
month
Ye on duelist, and I think overall, while it is
तू भी बात करके आ जाना.
chamber,
घूमेंगे
this is
साथ में.
still
क्या बोलते हैं?
a huge improvement over what we were seeing back at kickoff, where he was playing Sky and Viper, etc., etc. And as he continues to get more reps in on this raid, expect that the performance is going to get better and better as well. But some changes here as we'll dive into this map and see how Bleed do fare. Zeta, they've looked both strong and have gotten crushed on this map. Bleed seemingly thinking that they have a very solid read on how to counteract this composition as well as Laz on the chamber. Let's go ahead and hop into Sunset and see whether or not the confidence is going to pay off.
Yeah, that is a big question. Laz, at least, able to play the chamber, and it's still going to be fun to watch Ye versus Death.
गिफ्ट क्या तो मॉड मिलेगा.
Of course, back
मॉड भी
here
मिलेगा.
on
घर के
Sunset.
बाहर नाम भी shout out to you करके.
Just the head-to-head in the duelist could be a big part
Date
of the
final
story
हुई
between
कोरिया के
these
नहीं
two
नहीं.
teams.
जैसे final होगा
Let's
मैं
see how
WhatsApp कर
it is
दूंगा.
going to go. Zeta have elected to jump on to
तेरा
the
WhatsApp है
attacker side first, and yeah, a bit of a discussion on the desk as well, just talking about
Log income है 101%.
Zeta used to be the really passive team, the one that took, you know, trying
Log
to
का
utilize
title
the
भी सकता है.
entirety
When
of the timer,
Indian gamer,
and they kind of like fell
when
in line with the
Indian
rest of
pro
Pacific, and Bleed now is kind of a
gamer
slower team. Curious to see if Zeta wants to
visits
take a little bit
Korea
of,
for
you know, I'm
gaming
sure they were watching
pro.
the first
ऐसा.
match as well, where
समझ रहे
T1 essentially just W keyed. Maybe they say, okay,
Heavy
well, we can
title
do
है.
that
क्या
too,
बोलते हो?
and maybe they'll bring it to Bleed here real quick.
And they have in the past, and it's been really good to see Zeta not
मुंबई में
you know,
गर्मी
really running
कैसी
down
है?
the clock as much as they had in
भाई इतनी
previous
गर्मी है कि
metas and
टट्टी करने के बाद
matches
पानी
and whatnot,
डालने
but
की
that was
जरूरत
something
ही
that we
नहीं
saw
है.
them slipping back
अपने
into
आप गुड़
in
से
their
पानी टपक.
last series. It was them just not really feeling confident, not
माफ
really
करो
running
जो
down the
लंच
clock
वंच
until
कर
they
रहे थे
had
माफ करो.
20, 15 seconds remaining.
Example
And
दे
just
रहा
getting
था.
picked off on the approach to these spike sites, but now it looks like about 40 seconds
Easy
gone.
for Zeta,
We'll start
excuse me.
clustering up over towards A. See what this attack does end up looking like here for the squad. For now, just going to be Darian cutting back over, but he's not alone. There's a couple players here. Clear out on
खाना
that
खा रहा
0
हो ये
point.
सब मत बोलो माफ करो.
Not going to confirm much
ऋषि
of
भाई
it
चैट
as
में
far
ऋषि
as
भाई
the
क्या बोले?
forces are concerned.
Still a bit of a rotation on over from the side of Bleed to get in
कौन
position
से
on this
area
A
में
site.
घर
There's the
चाहिए?
curveball, and around the back comes Step. They didn't
30 seconds.
quite lock him down, but the paranoid comes through.
अंटीला के
Spotted one,
बाजू
sends
में
on the
हो
hot
जाता
hands, will get a bit of
तो.
damage across there. Zero able to find one. Zest trading it back. It's just a bloodbath here on the point, and suddenly Laz is all on his lonesome in a
क्योंकि मैं और
1v2.
अंबानी
Tearing
भी
down
friends हैं.
to a one
भले
tap.
वो नहीं मानते.
Quite many headhunter bullets, but yeah, it takes quite a bit of damage from that paint shell. Swing around the corner, has to take the TP out. Set one up, and that's going to be Ye.
Laz भाई निकाल सकते हैं.
Defuse. Laz taking his time, but there's two players. He's got to try to go for it. He does force Ye off the
भाई
defuse,
ये
did not
clutch
get the kill.
बोलते
That will be Bleed picking up the pistol round win.
Yeah, good start for them. It was absolute chaos, as you mentioned, on the site. It was just trades
ये
back
clutch
and forth,
बोलते
1-for-1, and eventually Chamber left alone, and last not
Bunch love
quite
from you,
able
love
to
you,
get it
मेरे
done.
जान.
Nearly did, though. Was kind of close. I feel like if he had time for one more bullet at the
You
end,
wake
one
up
more
300
headhunter
case of spare.
might have been enough. Rella really had a great angle there
Last player standing.
as Ye uses half.
भाई smile आया रे.
Comes off.
Nice luck, guys.
भाई
Well, solid start here for the side of Bleed. Really, I mean, just
आंटी ला नहीं रही
that paranoia on the Dep, really slowing up that entry, forcing him back behind the box, unable to get the instant punish onto Zest.
This is an आसपास टेंस ये something depends on Rossi. 6 जन
Pearls
खेलेंगे
things
वो.
there for Zeta.
6 जन क्यों 10 जन का
Quite a
टीम
many
बनाता है ना.
players gonna be
देखते हैं
suppressed
25 कौन
as
हरा
that 0
सकता
point
है.
goes out.
चैलेंज देता हूँ मैं.
See what Zeta opt to do.
आईडी हैक हो चुकी है, हेल्प
To
कर दो
spark a
प्लीज.
little
आईडी
push
हैक हो गई
from
तो मेल कर
Bleed
दो.
out of B. Maybe see what they can see. Get some
मतलब
extra
मैं
information.
काम नहीं
As
करता
Zeta,
यार
most
राइट
of
में.
them just hanging around tiles, just waiting to see if they do go and commit to anything in mid. But for now, just seems like maybe another A hit.
Headhunter Sheriff, two biggest
हाँ.
weapons that they have here at their
Volume ना डाल,
disposal.
copyright.
Taking their time.
अरे सुनना पड़ेगा.
Creeping forward, 0 point
मेरे
to
को
check.
भेजना,
Any
बाद
forward
में
presence
सुनता
in
हूँ.
mid,
नहीं,
the push out of B
अरे
main.
copyright आएगा ना.
Really should
What
tell
should?
Bleed all that
हाँ
they
एक
need to
सेकंड
know.
म्यूट करने दे.
नहीं.
अरे नहीं सुना सकते
Wait
इंस्टाग्राम
for
का.
that.
क्यों?
Pushing
It's
it.
not music.
Lambs to the
नहीं,
slaughter.
नहीं, risk
Or
नहीं.
picked up their steps, just going to be trying to build up these
मैं सुनूं कि नहीं.
run it backs as quickly
अरे
as he
सुन,
possibly can. So
this
in the corner,
person
Yoda
is
taking an immense amount of damage as that mosh pit
Ah.
comes through and Ye. Okay, well, scary.
उनको
He'll go ahead and
राजू
play the
होता
kill.
है.
Thought for a second
पैर
they were
होते
actually going
हैं
to try to get a
बाल.
knife.
But forehead
Last
बड़ा
headshot
होता है.
onto
उनको
one.
राजू
Redla
बोलते
onto the
हैं.
corner. Able to just go
He's
ahead and
the
mow
first
down three
comment I
players.
see here.
That will be damn near flawless round here for Bleed to pick up the anti-eco.
Now,
T1
just
का
last, the
comment
one
है इस
guy
पे. ये बड़ी
who's
अच्छी
gonna
बात
have a
कही आपने
headhunter
मैडम.
kill.
T1 का
That was
first
about
comment है इस
that.
पे.
Rella already building up to
हे
his
भगवान
own
टीबोन बैठे
ultimate.
बैठे क्या क्या
So we'll
करता है रे.
see when he'll get a chance
Huh?
to use that one. Maybe here to try to secure
इसलिए
a
आती थी,
bonus.
मुझे लगा कि
As Scary, he didn't want to wait. Rella just had kind of the off angle to stop them in
go, guys.
elbow.
ब्रॉडकास्ट
And
कर
once
भेजा
again,
मेरे
let's
ब्रॉडकास्ट
go. Just positive vibes so far
Hey,
from
nice
Bleed.
comment टीबोन.
Something that has been lacking for the most part. Retla had some polarizing performances as well in his own right, so good to see him off to
टीबोन भाई
a
इंस्टा
roaring
पे
start,
बहुत
having
एक्टिव
that
है.
ult online already here going into the bonus round. Could turn the tides and allow them to get a conversion here perhaps, but for now she's going to be market door broken down, Dep getting tucked.
भाई
all the
आज
way up
ये
here top mid,
जीतने
smoke
वाली
going
है
through here from Scary as well
ये.
to try and dissuade any push into market.
Poison's off.
Yeah, just holding the line is Udon over there on the right side. But will they go for this push through
Nice
market is really the
comment,
question. A lot of the time you got to just follow where Dep is going to go, especially when he's on this Phoenix. For now, he's just going to back out of mid, just not really looking to take an angle here just yet.
मस्त है यार
Udon trying
टीबोन
to get some
ऑनलाइन और
information and
ऑफलाइन
be
दोनों
mean.
सेम
He's
पर्सनालिटी
not
है.
going to see
Pradeep.
much. And that might spark a little push here from the side of Zeta.
One trap wire cleared out, still another one. They're on the spike side itself. Wall goes up. Retla going to be noted there as that recon comes through. A little bit of spray through. Just a couple shots there on the Lazes. That's going to be... Okay, Retla actually getting
कैसे
taken
मारा
down. Dep
डेप
able to
ने?
go ahead and find him despite the fact that he's the one walking into that trap wire. Darian now looking for the target. Flash comes through, but he's already been taken down. Darian with the elimination. Dep now on the ground. Sugar Zero on that right-hand side. And just Zest and Hiron
yeah.
seeing enough of Darian to be able to find the kill before the flash does bloom. Spike on the ground. 10
Let's go,
seconds remaining.
Zakta.
Laz picking it up. Yuran trying to reinforce his position. He arrives in
Close
time
था, close
to
था,
save
close
the
था.
round, but
thirsty हो सकती थी.
cannot save his teammate's life. Cannot save any additional weapons here. Zeta barely scraped by with a win, and they lose 4.
Yeah, so they're on the board. They deny the bonus, but it is not the greatest look, especially this from
ये
Dep.
क्या था भाई
He was just kind
हेलो.
of flailing around. He throws a flash. His teammate gets flashed. He goes down, and it can be rough to try to clear out that entire B
ओह
site.
बहुत
But
खराब कर दिया अब जाना
not the
पड़ेगा.
cleanest entry we've ever seen. Definitely already saw a lot better from the first match. So
Yeah, but good
hope
job,
that they
good
can
job.
kind of clean that one up if they are going to have a chance here to get some good entries.
Excuse me.
For that cam. There you go.
Oh,
Finally
मिला
find
मिला
it.
मिला मिला.
Run it back is available.
भाई ये राउंड भी जीत
Zeta
सकते हैं
widely
आप.
just wanted
Bleed
to
ये
poke
राउंड भी
around
जीत
over at
सकते
B,
हैं.
get rid of some of this Cypher util.
ये अटैकिंग
A little
अप
more
किधर तो
uneasy.
देखेला लग रहा है.
Defensive setup. 3-man stack here. Over towards A site, but now we see that Zest is going to start rotating back around as Zeta work their way up.
करंट तो
through
आपका
mid.
बड़ा होता जा रहा है भाई. राजयोग भाई.
See what this drone can get in terms of info. Believe it spotted the A there. He's just going to back off. It's now.
Alright, Laz didn't even try to turn around, but
Timber.
Paranoia
Timber का
through.
sensible
Looking for the
blow.
wall bang here is scary. They just sided double face. Oh, well, okay, it's a nasty shot from Laz. It's scary.
Buddy,
We'll find him in the end. Redlet now waiting in market, finds depth. We're getting traded up by Sugar Zero, but Darian finds Hero at the same time. So it's a 2v3.
भाई risky है. मेरे
Period
को लगा
8
टिक में
HP,
मार
but
गया
Sugar
यहाँ से.
Zero
30
at
seconds
33
left.
himself. So
Planted.
rough position to be in here for Zeta as they look for a
One
second round
enemy
win. Fight
remaining.
goes in, but Sugar Zero now going to be taken down. And it all falls to Yuran, one of the
ये
rookies
भाई
here.
मेरे
For Zeta to try to
लोग
clutch up.
It's his birthday.
अटैकिंग अप क्यों बोला
Like the
मैंने?
present.
Let's see.
अटैक अप कहाँ है? पता नहीं. मेरा ब्रेन सेल.
Help him push forward. 1v3.
He's got one snake bite to try and delay. Swing out.
Uh-oh.
Getting spotted, has swapped off. Over to that Vandal. As they continue to push up. Finds the first one. That was scary. He was low, but now Tarian as well tagged up. Spray across, but has to go for the reload. It already is held to half. Gets the spray onto one, but it cannot find it onto the other. Ye will actually get the defuse.
पूरा
Swing
राइट में
out.
मारना था.
Even take the weapon away
Close
from
यार,
him. Bleed.
close.
Move up now, 3-1.
भाई आज
Not the
लग
birthday
रहा है
person he was
ब्लीड
looking
जीतेगा.
for at all. Nice try though.
क्या
I mean,
लगता
that
है?
first kill was good. He nearly gets the second onto Darion, but yeah, scary, pretty insane shot there as well. Redla holding his own, does a bit of extra damage.
इधर आ,
And then
इधर आ,
eventually,
इधर आ. Once
we
a
see him
favorite,
just hold the
famous,
defuse, and the spray is
favorite
just
नहीं,
off.
once
You know,
a
he just assumes
famous
that he's
person
a bit
said.
closer
अरे
to it, I
तू
suppose.
जारी.
And that's going to be an early timeout here from the side of
What's
Zeta.
MDM?
It's only
देख रहा हूँ.
3-1, and two of those rounds were, you know, one was the pistol, one was anti-eco, so pretty early on
अरे
here,
तू
but maybe the coach
जारी.
not liking what he sees so far.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It can be a slippery slope, so I don't,
ये
I don't
दिखाना
necessarily mind
जरूरी
the
है.
intervention here. You're down by 2. You're getting ready to come in
क्या?
and carry over any weapons. So, want to be able to just.
क्या?
Bro, what?
Are you actually? एक सेकेंड. लेकिन तू पाउंड्स कैसे भेज रहा है? भाई what the fuck? भाई मजाक से हटकर गांड जली. अभी लंदन आया है तो ये घर का कायर हम लोग रख सकते हैं. भाई आंटीला के बाजू में रहता है.
That will be the alt pop.
Yeah.
ऐसा क्या
making
देख
it
लिया?
pretty clear.
आंटीला के बाजू में रहता है वो.
The plan is, I suppose,
यहाँ रोज आता है
smoke
हेलीकॉप्टर.
down
हम
here
उसमें बैठ के आ
already.
सकते हैं वहाँ पे.
हाँ.
Generally, I
आता है
mean, with the
helicopter.
Cypher, he's going to try to hold
भले
this down
अंबानी
by
भाई
himself.
हमें
See
फ्रेंड
Sugar
नहीं मानते,
Zero.
हम तो मानते हैं.
Rather not Sugar Zero. Scary is on the back of B.
भाई कितना
Lotus.
महंगा होगा बे?
Holding it down if this push does come
आंटीला
in.
के बाजू में.
So far, not a lot of utility,
Hey,
just
Ambani
Laz
sir, big
looking
fan
for a
कहते रहेंगे.
pick, but you'll see that on the side of Bleed so far, very defensive. Scary is thinking about getting a paranoia down at
आंटीला के बाजू में
least.
सला मेरे. वो नहीं
At
रे.
least just
दूसरा
the
side.
smoke for now, just to delay any further push onto this B site.
Lance just skirting around the sides of this one, seeing if
Rushu
there's
bhai,
any
big man,
gaps that he can
heavy,
try to
heavy.
abuse. Not noted as
कम
well.
से कम नहीं बोलो तो
Almost called
500
util,
करोड़ की
or
घर
rather
रहेगी.
knife in
रुसु.
hand.
Charges.
Swiftly exits back
डिस्काउंट दे
around.
देते हैं. आज दिन अच्छा है, ये जीत रहा है
Everybody
करके
from
50%
Zeta
डिस्काउंट.
starting to
250
encroach upon this A site.
लग रहा है.
Darion thinking about swinging the corner potentially.
ऋषु भाई ने क्या किया पता है मेरे साथ?
Come pushing into
How
him and
to
Yuran.
say you are poor in
It's out of
25
sight.
languages.
Right as he was
Okay.
drawing the weapon back down, ends up getting popped. Swing onto the corner, Darion knowing that
भाई
none of the
आज
rest
क्या
of
हो
them
गया
really
भाई?
have any kind of
ब्लीड को
weapons.
आज क्या हो गया?
Works his way forward and finds himself a second elimination. Now the 0 point gets the catch.
आज के दिन
Three
हमको
or
मैच
at least two.
चाहिए था
Maybe
भाई.
getting a
दिन
little
में
bit
दोष
further
है.
ahead of
आज
that one,
देखो T1 जो एक भी मैच नहीं जीता वो जीती, लीड जो एक भी मैच नहीं जीता वो जीती। आज के दिन हमको मैच चाहिए था, समझ रहे हो? ये पैसिफिक बाय हमारे साथ साजिश कर रहे।
Yeah, I mean, not obviously the round you're going to be looking for ZETA. Maybe hoping that Laz could get a little bit more value.
मैं सोच रहा नहीं था बंदे तो क्या कर रहे हैं,
but it really all starts off Darion, and he gets aggressive too, knowing
ये मेरा रूम का व्यू।
You know, he's not going to be dealing with much firepower. Takes out 2, gets 3 eventually, and then clean it up. Not too much else to talk about on that one from the players. But 4-1 is a fantastic start here from the side of lead. They have been pretty much in control of every round. And now Ye has that operator up online.
Just go for a timing shot. Thought maybe he would actually just fish for it. Pop flash at the ready. Swing out from Darion. Not able to find anything there, but Ye will get hit on. So a 1-for-1
आज
in the
खाने में
end.
कुछ अच्छा मिला रहेगा टीम्स को, लग रहा है यार।
Whittled away at down to 45 health.
Okay, so Darion was a little bit confused about who to shoot at. And eventually just went down. That's fine. Yeah, to spare the blushes. And now a bit of a split. We do see that
हमें भी दिक्कत
Depp
भाई उनका
and his buddy
पर्सनल
Sugar Zero over towards B main, where we do have a slight push coming in through elbow at the moment.
Toxin screen down.
Not on the trap wire. Cam's still set up. So
जब तक कैम नहीं टूटेगा रोटेशन नहीं होगी, सिंपल बात है भाई, सिंपल बात है।
A little bit more on the left.
There you go.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं, कैम का आवाज आया है,
On the trap wire, trying to
जब
sell
तक
this.
कैम नहीं टूटेगा
This is an eventual
रोटेशन नहीं
A
होगी।
hit.
अभी भी देखो बी पे ही है थी,
Overall bleed still in a decent position as they have 3 players towards this B site.
कास्टर ने भी पड़
30
गया।
seconds left.
Yeah, seems like they're pretty well set up for this one.
Smoke comes down. Depp, yeah, because they just will pop, run it back. It's at the curveball. Back killer though, and Scary just swinging out onto that left-hand side. Will find one in the smoke. Now is that swings out.
ओ 2 सेकंड रुकता खत्म नहीं हो जाता यार।
As Red Lucas comes pushing through, Laz will be able to collect the kill.
2 सेकंड रुकना था, खत्म हो
The
जाता।
lead had nearly cleaned that one up. The paranoia timing was fantastic, but Depp just leading the charge and creating space for the rest of the team
फ्लैट
to
है
push
उसका
in.
पूरा अपार्टमेंट है,
And
फ्लैट
Depp even getting a kill of his own during that ultimate. So, Ye is very much
Apartment is
away from
apartment.
this. He wasn't able to be there to help stop that push.
Flat
He's
is
just going to hold on
flat.
to his operator. Will they push out and try to get it? I mean, it's going to only be
मेरे
their second
5 एकड़
round,
वाले
so probably
फार्म
just
हाउस पे कल
hold on to
लेपर्ड
the
आया
win
था,
and a win
क्यों
rather,
तो
and
था,
be happy
हैं?
with that.
It would be, high value for them to be able
कुश्ती
to
लड़के
take
देखा
that
कभी
operator out of
लेपर्ड
his
के
hands,
साथ?
but trying to go on too big of an excursion to get rid of it. Also a bit risky for themselves, given that the cash is still a bit unstable here for Zeta Division. So
Plus one।
widely, we'll just pull
अगर
back over
आपको
towards the
देखने
attacker
का है
spawn, stay grouped together.
कि अंटी लगा के बाजू का घर कैसे दिखता
Tucked
है,
there in elbow. So
तो
4-2,
बनता है,
lead still with a lead, but Zeta seemingly the discussion during the
थैंक यू फॉर द
timeout.
5 points भाई।
Can they string another together?
भाई 5 अल्टी है, हर एक ओपोनेंट के मुंह पे एक अल्टी
All
मार
is
दे,
available
पांचों
here for
डेड।
the sign of bleed.
5-2 for bleed, 5-2।
At least showstopper to stop the push from coming in. But yeah, this was Depp just kind of getting in their face, throwing double
Bang
curveball,
by your
getting
top
value on
5
the run
players
back,
in world. Number 1,
and creating space for his team to make it onto the site. Cleared out.
number 1. Number 2,
Here with the top, spotted,
T-Bow.
go bouncing forward. Yay, having swapped the operator over into Red's
नहीं नहीं
hands.
नहीं। Number 2 तक भाई।
Here on site, waiting to see
I dodged the bullet.
anything. Is there's the swing in? Depp's going to be taken down. Solid opening kill, but Laz able to
ठीक है।
find Ye at the same time. So the duel is now
Number
eliminated on
3.
both sides. As that is going to be the
T-Bow.
no command invested from Darion, just looking
T-Bow.
to hold them at bay. Just
Number 4,
forward, gets timing through the
Anna.
wall. Catch on to hit it on. TP across now over onto the B side of the map though, as the plant will come through, but Neural Theft will reveal their positions.
Yeah, I mean,
बस हो गया भाई,
cleaning
अपना
up the
4
site
लोग इतना
was Laz, and they're
strong
even
है,
gonna commit
इसका
here to the
जरूरत नहीं।
pit. It is a pretty nice spot to go for a 3v4. And with the plant down and bleed
जरूरत
having
नहीं
to
है,
rotate all the way
4 लोग
over,
ही बहुत strong
see
है।
if this has worked out for them.
अरे नहीं चाहिए।
They'll be able to hold on to B main and just essentially have
नहीं
Laz to
नहीं,
clear on the
वो
backside of
टिबोन
that.
खेलता है ना साइड पर।
Here comes the Thrash trying to clear out inside this pit, and now they're going to charge on into this one.
Okay, well, Sugar
That's
Zero
why women
Kane
नहीं है।
taken down by the fragment. Work cut out for them here in the 2v4.
एक सोवा
Will obviously take them low, wingman
सोवा
in.
नहीं चाहिए बे,
Either
सोवा
trying to
मेटा
clear
में
this one
नहीं है,
off,
देख
gonna
कोई
get
नहीं
up
ले
to
रहा।
halfway. Now it's just holding for it. Does get interrupted eventually, but
बंस भाई आपने कैसे प्रेडिक्ट किया था फाइट?
they bought enough. 51 seconds. The difference maker is, I mean, again, it's not clean, but
4-3
Zeta
आपने कैसे predict
pulling
किया
this one
था?
back.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds that they are getting are like, it's like pulling teeth almost. They're just barely able to scratch their way by. This one, definitely a nicer setup at least. Lead with the
Mortal by heavy busy है.
Yeah, Wingman
busy
gets
में
it
खेल
half,
रहे हैं.
try to
मोदी जी
finish
से
it off,
मिल
but
रहे
it's just
हैं.
barely not enough time. So
इंटरव्यूज हो रहे हैं.
they
मोटल
hold
भाई
on,
बिजी है यार. उन्होंने बोला मुझे नहीं
Get
खेल
another
पाएंगे
round
वैलो.
win. But it still does feel
हाँ
like
लेकिन
Bleed
सब भाई थोड़ा
are
टाइम निकाल रहे हैं
mostly
वैलो के लिए
in
ना.
control of this map so far. So let's see if Zeta can continue
Off-stream
with some
खेलते
more
हैं.
aggression. That time around though, it was kind of like a big push on A and then a big rotate
Friends
over
खत्म
B,
हो गए.
obviously with the Omen ult and Laz clearing it up. So a bit
सब
of
काउंट
trickery that
स्टक
time
यार
around.
ऐसा मत बोलो.
Zeta certainly taking their time with some of the pushes so far.
बन रहा है ना.
Yeah, just a lot of noise made over in mid. Good mark set up outside of A, just in case that there is an eventual workout.
Why? बात तो
Will
है.
have to be reclaimed though. As Laz gets ready to outrange it.
जब दूसरा वो प्रोफाइल है ना तुम्हारा
Going
जीमेल वाला
forward here in towards A, Bleed now.
ए नहीं नहीं दूसरा तीसरा प्रोफाइल से नहीं चाहिए. जो देखेंगे वो लोग ही करो.
Mentality would seem. Everybody just shifting together aside from Darion, who's just trying to get some additional information. But 0 point is overall avoided. Fragment sent down to try and delay. Laz, however, can swing out a little bit wider around
Manve
that.
का
avoid that one
respect
way.
ही नहीं किया last
Also
में.
finds a kill.
Shot
Zest now.
पे.
Weapon recovered as he takes him down. So old Sheriff shot there. Step. Trying to swing in. Looks for the timing, but it's only able to find one. Shows up at the gate. Takes out Sugar Zero. Paranoia. A little bit wide though. As Hiradon is able to find
Bhai,
one
kya
kill.
ho
But Zest
raha hai?
continues to keep himself and the team overall in this round. 60 HP. Yuran
Go, go, go,
in
go,
from
go, go,
behind.
go.
Does Zest get a read on this so far?
Peter,
The answer's
go,
going to be
Peter,
no.
Peter,
Wingman
go,
sent in.
Peter,
Still
go.
not quite watching for this one. Yuran getting ready to swing the corner.
Oh.
There it is. That shot comes in. Be the last one left
भाई
standing.
Zeta
but
अच्छा खेल
that
रहा
is
है
tied
यार.
up. 4-4. Zeta, 3 rounds consecutively, they run this back.
Yeah,
अगर
Bleed not
1v1
having much,
situation है.
but still able to keep it pretty
अगर
close.
2v1 में
Saw
गेटो मर गया तो
multiple
विंगमैन
sheriffs.
डिफेंस करते रहते.
We did see Ye commit to the showstopper as well. And yeah, Euron just winning the game of Ring Around the Rosie at the end of the day. Just come around elbow and takes him down. So now we are
Well,
having
gaming
full
होगी
buy
या
from the
only
side
reaction
of Bleed,
stream?
and I'm
Jokes.
curious to see if Zeta
कुछ
can
भी बोल के जोक बोलता है.
win
अभी
a
मैं
clean round
कुछ
against a full
बोलूंगा और
buy
बोलूंगा
from
जोक जेल
them.
पे लगेगा.
Not a lot of
इतनी तो गेमिंग कर रहे हैं अपन
That's 0 points.
before
Big
streams
catch from
and
Darion,
after
though.
streams.
Big players. Still early days, and Zeta haven't played the map, so overall it's not going to get you too much
Gecko
information.
need incoming soon. आदि भाई. क्या spelling है?
Now Ye playing
Nerf.
forward once again, op in hand.
Nerf तो है नहीं chat पे.
Peeking into B main. Zeta, and they
Gecko
have dealt with this
need- Gecko
before,
Nerf
but do they have
incoming
the read that he's got it once
ये
again?
Nerf तो है नहीं chat
Dude.
पे.
लीड करना
Likely
पूरा
to see a
वापस
curveball here on this
lazy person.
corner, but continues to push up. Yay. Gets rid of Sugar Zero and he gets out scot-free. Paint Shell's the further delay. They cannot push in to try to find him. Quite costly here for the side of Zeta Division.
Bye chat office
And that
college.
was
Bye bye.
a pretty slick, close operator shot there from the side of VA. Gets that alive, as you mentioned. And
ये
it's
की hopping
gonna
भी अच्छी है.
force the hand of Zeta now, maybe to move over towards this A site, which is heavily defended by the side of Bleed. Keep in mind, I mean, Ye is really the only one on
भाई
B,
पूरा
so
blind था लेकिन
got a
सोवा
lot of
ने
their forces,
पलट के
strip
भी उसका
wires,
हेल्प नहीं
utility
किया.
over on A. Push, looking to come in from the side of depth.
एक सांस क्या लेता है ये
Ball not
बंदा,
getting a
एक
lot of
event
value
में
here.
restart कर
They
देता
get
है.
sent. They need to try to get themselves onto this site. Laz is in a decent backstab position as he hear the footsteps coming through. Gets the catch there on the Scary, but right now, rest of Bleed have their attention paid here on the site itself. Zest watching around the back. He'll be able to take out Laz. Pivots instantly to get rid of Hiradon. And that'll be it. Zest,
भाई
absolutely
क्या
monstrous
Zest ने
round from him.
zesty round निकाला
Up
बे.
3 and getting Bleed back into a brief little lead.
Yeah, had a great last
Huh?
round, even though it was a loss, you know, hitting a couple of Sheriff headshots. This is the first hit from Ye. And then, boom, immediate readjustment. Once again, lines it up 3 in a row from Zest. And it was kind of rough, too, because he was watching that angle, but his teammate actually died first to Laz, and so maybe felt a bit unfortunate, but he was playing it very sharp. Eventually, he does get the kill, and they don't expect him there in that corner, so he gets so much value. Important that he hit those shots, though, otherwise might have been a cleanup from Zeta.
नेक्स्ट पहले कौन से और में था
surrounded by sheriffs here. Dep one off of
अरे
a one at
मैक्सिमस
back,
भाई
but
एक
with the
ही
sheriff not
चीज
exactly
एक
going
ही
to be
चीज
the best value that you could get out of the ultimate. So likely will step on
एफएनएस
hell
बोल रहे
unless
एफएनएस
you
बोल रहे
get
तेरे
your
को
weapon
कॉल करके बोले
recovered.
एफएनएस ना कैसे मैटर
Or
करता है
trapwire
यार
will get cleared out.
Are we going A? Laz has been pretty successful, I feel like, on the chamber, all things considered.
Positive KD. I mean, it hasn't been
डीआरएक्स में था जैस
a
भाई
huge
डीआरएक्स का होल्ड
dominating
टीम भी बहुत
performance
क्रेजी था
on that chamber like we have seen from him in the past, but he's still very consistent in his shots.
क्या रेटला भाई दो मार
And
पाएंगे
Recon start things off. He's finding a few. And Retla Flame landing right at his
My
feet. And
God,
oh, the timing on the
कुछ
curveball
नहीं
is
हुआ
absolutely
उसके
gorgeous. Last whipping the shot, says he'll find
उसके
one.
साथ
But
क्या
does take
कुछ
massive
नहीं
bit of
हुआ है
damage.
भाई
23 HP
ब्लाइंड
rating for
हुआ है
him. Thrash
रिकॉन हुआ है मॉली हुआ
available
है
for the
फिर से
retake.
मुंह पे ब्लाइंड
They
हुआ
look
है
to get clustered up. Dep in the meantime pushing forward with that run it back. Looking to see if
अब
he can find
आएगी
anything else.
एंटी
Yeah, at the very least, he will be able to delay the push from coming on in, and it's going to be up to this picked up Thrash.
Oh.
Dep in a little bit of a rough spot there behind, and he will be taken out. Paranoialis coming up, but Sugar Zero up
Hey,
top
मैं
here.
already उधर
He's got to do the smoke down, Darian. He's pushed right into it.
भाई घूम
And
घूम
he
के
hit it
दे
on
रहा है जेस्ट
dead. Darian with a huge round 3 for himself. Minimal damage taken, op recovered, spike diffused.
Omen भी
Lead
like पहली
now
फुर्सत से
moving up to 6 in the half. Was a decent idea. I like the start of that. The util dump just flush out. Red light.
Lead is back, baby. लग रहा है लग रहा है लग
on
रहा है
point, but Zest spotting, Laz whipping that shot.
चलो बंक भाई मैं
Does
जाता
start to
हूँ
unravel
सॉरी
the
फॉर द
whole thing, and
फोटोज
Darian
कान जला
happened to be in the right place at the right time,
बट
it seemed.
आपने वही डिस्क्राइब किया था
That has been
कैसे
the
ना
only comms we have heard from the
उसने
scene
पूछा था
so
घर
far.
के
Nice,
दर्द
good job. That's all you gotta say. Just keep your head above water.
Love you Rushbhai, thank you for the $5
Question.
million
Get it up.
found.
I feel like he's had this Hunter's Fury pretty much all game. Is he gonna use it?
Yeah, it's been a bit quiet. Hasn't really found good timing for it, I guess. Definitely a bit unfortunate. But now
Who's
maybe,
zero तो नहीं होगा
should
हो
say
सकता है
that
भाई
towards
हो
the-
सकता है
Certainly mixing up the
पॉसिबल है
strategies and the
देखो
push
ब्लीड
timings.
अच्छा खेल रहा है दोनों का अटैक भी
As much
अच्छा
as they
है
can. Drone not gonna get the spot onto anyone. Cyber Cage now coming up. Carry on with that wide left swing. Finds Yudan. It's gonna be Viper down. He's at 3 HP himself. Ult pop, so would be Resable. Yudan trying to take some space here. An off shot from Laz. Will be able to find one. Retla now swinging out. It's a dink on the Laz. Swing under the corner. Sugar Zero puts
बाप
him
रे
down.
क्या
There's
एचपी
his
में
teammate.
बचा है लास्ट
Point can now come through. Out there from Laz and Zest arriving, spotting one, spotting the other.
विनेबल
He's
है
able to get
विनेबल
the
है
kill.
विनेबल है
This
विनेबल
guy.
है
And HP bars, they are dangerously low. They're able
अब
to
नहीं
finally
है
bleed out. Dep getting dizzied. Tries to stave them off even further here as the Mosh is going to be coming
अब
through,
नहीं
but
है,
it's a
अब
little
नहीं
bit shallow. McMahon sprinting forward, won't be
उसका
able
वॉल
to get
मस्त
the
है
daze. Scary's going to have to wrap around the backside of sight.
6-5
Last 5 health. As they're just going to try to hold it with the smoke up.
But the
He's going to
sprays
hold it.
haven't really been great for them so far. He's holding for the defuse, but Dep
God.
can push out of the smoke to be able to confirm the kill.
23 को GRX versus
6 to 5,
PRX है
chance for
G
yet another
versus PRX
6-6
क्या
half.
prediction भाई
We've had 2 so far today. See if
वो
Zeta are
एक
going
ही
to be able to
मैच
continue
जहाँ
to bring
पे
this one back.
PRX को सपोर्ट करो
Well, players here on the side of bleed low on cash.
PRX
We see a
में
Spectre
Jingu
thrown
भाई भी
into
आ
the
गए।
mix here. Be able to have an
समझ
operator,
रहे हो
so
लेकिन क्लोज हो जाएगा
See
मेरे हिसाब से
what
तीनों मैप
damage they're able to
ओटी
do
जाएगा
coming into this one.
उसके बाद 2-1 PRX जीतेगी सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ
Yeah, this has been a kind of funnily enough pretty back and forth match so far. Like Bleed started off really strong, but then eventually, you know, one timeout called, and that's kind of all Zeta needed to get right back into the game. And we'll be curious to see if they do actually tie this one up, make it 6-6, and actually pick up this victory. As on here, as he named, just trying to clear everything up that he can, but
Poison's off.
just the one trap wire back on the site right
ये
now.
गया ये गया
The side of Retla, who has
थोड़ा
been holding
शर्म
down this
कर
B
ले
site very nicely by himself. Bit of
दोगला
a push
है
out here from the side of Yang, gonna be able to spot him, and then they just back away. Not gonna overstay their welcome so far.
सनसेट में अटैक स्पॉन
that
के पीछे
util
से
paint
ट्रेन
shells.
जाती है हैं जी
I
हाँ
think he was going to send it there for a brief little moment.
ट्रेन
Drone
किधर जाता है
tank
पता
down
है
to 83, now
राजस्थान
armorless.
वही ट्रेन से मैं आया था
Dep gets ready to try to go for the entry. Back pillar though for Retla. Avoiding that flash, avoiding that snake bite. Drop down scary, sending that paranoia, crashes across 2 players. One with line of sight though, so can't find a full punch.
Bangalore के लिए
Attention
टीबोन है
being
नहीं
turned
शायद.
either which way. He's managing to find one.
लड़ो.
Takes out Retla. Now a 3v3 with HP bars. Been shattered here on the side of Zeta.
कुछ double shashel
Sugar
चीज
Zero.
कुछ हो सकती है.
Himself back into B main. Laz on the peak. Towards market, sees nothing. Smoke comes down. Opposite TP up
उनको लग रहा है
top, so
कि
you can try to see
flank
over
वाला
the
टीपी
smoke.
मारा होगा ओमेन ने.
See if it's going to be rewarded here. Tap on the spike. Hunter's Fury now finally being used. Hit it on, trying to save them off. Another smoke
shit.
now. Forcing
Smoke अच्छा.
Laz to eventually have to drop off of this, you would suspect.
बोला
Yeah,
अभी
he
भी
goes for the
ओमेन
hold.
को
There's the
ढूंढ
drop
रहे
down.
हैं.
Laz
बोला
good for the
अभी
shot.
भी
Zest
ओमेन
at
को
the same
ढूंढ रहे हैं.
time now. All on scary. It's been a clutch shot in the past, but just does not have the time for this one here. Sugar Zero
भाई
will
वो
pick
लोग
up 3
अभी
here
भी
in the
ओमेन को
round.
ढूंढ रहे
And
थे.
Zeta ties things up 6-6.
Yeah, pretty solid round there at the end from Zeta to
Sentence
get
की
in
मैच कभी
onto
अभी
the
है
site.
3-4 दिन है.
The plant down, and then essentially Laz and the Hunter's Fury that you mentioned finally gets used there, and it is to a pretty successful effect.
आज बड़े विश
They
कर
do
दो.
get that last round.
कुशल भाई
essentially just
मैंने
holding
happy
on to
returns of the day मेरी
spike.
जान.
So, Bleed, they started off strong, but
भाई
eventually
देखो
just
attack
fell to the
strong
wayside.
तो
I do
है.
wonder if they got into their heads a little bit there with Zeta coming back, because it didn't quite look the same at the end of the half as they did at the beginning.
भाई क्या
A big question for
चैट सच्ची पता है मैं और पुन्नू ठीक है मैं और पुन्नू हम लोग मिले थे पुन्नू भाई ने बोला कि भाई मैं राजस्थान से हूँ मैं बहुत स्पाइसी खाता हूँ बहुत स्पाइसी तुम लोग को पता भी नहीं है बहुत स्पाइसी खाता हूँ ठीक है बंदा आया मुंबई मिला ठीक है एक डिश का नाम था गाफ फाड़ चिकन मैं बोला देखो स्पाइसी रहेगा पुन्नू भी लाइक भाई मैं राजस्थान से हूँ भाई हैवी स्पाइसी खाता हूँ एक बाइट में ऐसा आंसू निकला ना उसका ऐसा आंसू जस्ट
Still,
सेइंग मैंने 4 पीस खाए थे
Bleed not quite able to show as much as we have seen out of Zeta.
जो भी
especially
चैट में राजस्थान
from
से
their
याद
first
रखना
win that we
पुन्नू
did
ने
see. They looked
नाक
quite strong there.
नाक कटाया आपका नाक
So let's see how
Gaali
Bleed
dost.
looks here on the attack. The A so far sitting
एक
at the
क्वेश्चन था
bottom, but
स्पाइक
maybe
पे
able to turn
स्मोक
things
क्यों
around
नहीं
and play
करते
the
स्पाइक में
duelist
स्मोक किया
from
था
the
खत्म हो
attacker
गया
side. Maybe they can get some W key going.
Well, weren't able to find that opening pistol round. Let's see if we can do so here now. Bleed will go 2-0 in that regard. Quick push forward and Laz.
क्या
He says
मारता
sit
है
down.
बेलाज
Headshot comes across. Yorodon across the opposite side of the map. Able to find Scary as reload has to come in. Yorodon just trying to hold in the corner. Shots across. Darian loses out on the fight. And that leaves now just Zest all on his lonesome. Finds 2. Those are low HP members though. Needs everything from here to be damn clean. Would have to be perfection. Can't quite make it happen. Zest will take him
भाई
down.
मत
Zeta
बोलो
will take
यार
the
मत
lead.
बोलो
Tie things up 1-1 in pistols.
Yeah, I really feel like Zest is trying so hard to carry this one right now. Like the last 5 or 6 rounds have been him popping off in a huge way,
मत
either to
बोलो
wins or, fortunately, mostly defeats.
भाई
Laz
आज
was so
जीतना चाहिए
crisp
यार
on that shot, and then eventually they just get on top of the site on time, and it's enough defense with the manpower to take it down. A big nice there, as they will take their pistol round this time.
Laz straight in with the Outlaw. Solo here on B. 0 point checks close. No one going to be noted. Looked like they were very much expecting a bit of a trap.
hit the most
Okay, well,
punches good
I
it's
guess
like,
I
I'm going to
cursed
grab
him.
an orb. Nope.
Yeah, that was
सबसे बेस्ट
optimistic.
वर्ल्ड का सबसे बेस्ट डिश बोलो घी रोस्ट
maybe feeling himself a little bit. He is having a good map so far.
लेकिन सिर्फ वहाँ पे अच्छा मिलता है बैंगलोर में
Still there. Get punished. Solid
Best
opening kill,
dish,
and that
yeah.
does force Bleed now. Back across to the opposite side of the map. Sugar Zero and Depp are in fairly committed positions. They have a Bulldog and it goes between them, so should be okay, but
easy for Zeta भाई
will
ऐसा
we be able
मत
to
बोलो
overwhelm
यार
them?
ऐसा मत
Could be
बोलो
quite costly. As okay, going to be taken down. Sugar Zero finds 3, the full flash. Gary
भाई
can't push
इमलान
in off
चल
the
रही
back
है
of that one. A 4K for Sugar Zero. as ZETA will get a flawless anti-eco.
Yuvraj Bashtum wala is
Good
best.
stuff
कुछ
there.
भी यार
Just
वेज है
lining it up,
नॉन
feeling the
वेज
pressure, hitting the shots. From
ग्रेवी
6-0
सेम
picks-
रहती है
pick-
मसाला
picks up a
सामान
4K
कुछ भी
for
डालो
himself.
पनीर
Is now
डालो
on
मशरूम
top.
डालो
And
Yeah.
should be
आप
feeling
मैंगलोर
pretty
में
good as
कहा?
we'll take another look here once again. Just running straight into the crosshair blast and then
कैसे
trying
समझो
to make
मुझे
an
खुद
entry
का एड्रेस
happen
पता
was
नहीं
EA,
है
but
but
optimistic as well.
Unluckily, he
10
saw,
minutes away from the famous
saw that last
ice cream
player
place
right before that curveball came in because it was a team
क्या पी रहे हो
flag.
भाई
3K looks nice,
Huh?
but okay, Yuran playing forward, take it down, yay, up over the
हाँ
top.
अच्छा है
Didn't quite see exactly how this one transpired in the setup, but either way, that is a very solid beginning to this round here for Bleed, as they very much would not like for ZETA to convert the bonus.
रोकना था तुझे मुझे
Stacked up
खुशियाँ बांटने
just
से कभी
Laz
रोका
on
नहीं
this side of the map. He's got that rendezvous to bring him back over into
Pabas,
the site
yep.
proper, but could be
10 minutes from Pabas
quickly, somewhat easily overwhelmed. Tries to go for a bit of a timing shot as it is. He does connect. Has to back away. Now rotation starting here for ZETA.
And they're coming in quick. I like this, just reading the situation with him
घुस
so
तो गए
far
यार
forward.
घुस तो गए
He's probably going to be the only one here, and that he was the plant coming in from the wingman. And it's just going to have to be a straight-up retake here from the side of ZETA, but they're already down Euron.
भाई रिटेक तो हो सकती है ओ ये लोग सिटी ले रहे
This is
ये
going to be
अच्छा
pretty difficult.
ये टफ होएगा
They have a stinger, a couple of bulldogs.
Four-man push out of backside, though. Look at this. Looks like they will have their attention turned back into the site properly, though, as Paranoia not able to connect onto anybody. Hiroron swinging through, finds one before getting taken down. And
Nice,
Depp will
nice.
only be
Let's
able to
go.
get Brett
एक और
Lewis.
round
Three
जीतना है,
members
फिर वो
left
लोग एक
alive.
है और
Overall,
अपन lead
not
पे.
too bad
Let's
here
go,
for the
baby.
side of Bleed, as they will be able to answer back around. Keep things neck and neck, just about.
Zomato और
Pretty good
Swiggy
stuff.
ने एक जन
Looks
सिर्फ
like
आपके लिए
Laz
रखा होगा
going to go straight for that operator now. On the chamber, of course, so let's take another look
एंड दिल्ली में सबसे
at how
ज्यादा
this happened.
मिल
Yeah,
दिल्ली का
Oh,
खाना
yeah, right before the wall even goes up. Good on trying to find the timing, but just not ready for. They just go blast packing in. Very
on the
solid
shirt
catch.
Bonnie leave PRA so that he can be part of playing fire
Hurts
in
them very
other
much to
world.
follow
भाई
that round.
उसकी
But now,
life
full rifle
उसको
v
decision लेना
rifle
चाहिए
operator in the hands
बाकी
of Laz,
लोग
but a
तो
thrash
क्यों
built up
पूछते
for
हो?
Zest.
अभी मैंने बोला हाँ हाँ मोनी को प्लेइंग फाइव में रहना
Just
चाहिए
gonna
he
take
should
this
leave
one,
PRX
trying
क्यों
to get
छोड़
that
के
running
जाएगा
back online. Looks like Sugar Zero will hang back to
या
watch
फिर
Fame.
उसको छोड़ के जाने का रहेगा और मैंने बोला नहीं नहीं यार
Another
मोनी
smoke
को
there.
6 रहना चाहिए कितना अच्छा और गया PRX तो बोले हाँ हाँ बग्स भाई ने
Now
बोला
just
मैं रुक
assessing
जाता
where they want to go, but ultimately they are drifting back over towards this A site.
Yeah, this time not just
लैंग्वेज सार्थक भाई
the chamber.
लैंग्वेज
Mixing up with the position, but Depp is pretty far forward
why
here.
we supporting Bleed
Perhaps an
so that they
unexpected
win
angle.
one match
Is he out? Does get the blind. Curveball at the ready. Looks for the catch. Is able to find one. Hot hands now thrown in to try to slow him up. Sugar Zero eventually is able to find one, but now Depp going to be taken down. Had built up that run it back, but does not opt to use it. Ends up getting taken out. Interrupt on the thrash. As it will be recoverable.
कैसे आ रहे रे ये फाइट बेटा
3v3. Laz getting ready to make his way around towards backside.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left in this round. 10 seconds, or about 8 now, until that thrash is back available here for Zest.
Yeah. Just waiting
It's
for
good
them
for
to actually push it in
G
the site, it looks like.
if Bleed
There it
lost
is.
There's the thrash to clear it out.
It's
कब
around.
अपना
Laz
थिंकिंग चेंज होएगा कब
himself situated up on top of the box. The plant now getting ready to come through, but Zest going to be taken down. Swing on the corner.
Last
Redla
player standing.
able to find
Spike
2 kills, 3 overall in
भाई
the
हम
round.
अच्छा
Suddenly Laz
खेलेंगे
is
और
on its
खुद के
lonesome.
दम पे क्वालीफाई होंगे यार
0 point does not
कोई
connect.
हारा करके क्वालीफाई होने
It
के
was
लिए
roughly
किसी
where one
हार
of them is
को
going to
तुम
be
सपोर्ट
at.
कर रहे हो
Swinging on the corner, spots the shoulder, finds the shot, but now around the backside is Darion. Does Laz read this at all so far? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
God.
Darion will be able to put him down. We are
What's
tied
that on
up,
subscription
8-8,
it was
Bleed,
like
keeping it close.
we
Yeah, I really don't know who's going to win this
11
one at this
out
point.
of
I mean, that's a couple of really solid
15 in
rounds
cricket.
from the
So,
side of Bleed.
playing 5 out
Some
of
trickery
7
from Ye, the previous
This
one, and
can
this one just
change
kind of
next
straight up.
match.
It looked good initially for the side of ZETA,
नहीं
but
यार.
then eventually they
But
just
it's
kind
very
of got
hard
cleaned
to
up here, not really hitting
practice
their
with
shots
everyone no
to deny this push, and then the double
Playing
grabs coming
6 is
through and an eventual wrap
just
around
because एक player नहीं है
from
तो
Darion.
playing
That is
7
going to
is
spark
बहुत ज़्यादा यार उसका
ZETA's
expenses
second
कम बेर
timeout.
करेगा
I'd say not too surprisingly. A couple of rounds going the way of Bleed.
Yep, pulled the first one. They were down 1-3. Now they find themselves tied up after
अरे
a decent
296
start
क्या
here
हो
in
गया
the second
कैसे
half. They just want to reaffirm what the game
Oh,
plan is going to be
296
here for this defender side. So far, things getting away from them. You can tell the players not really thinking about all the possibilities, these rotations, Darion just being able to swing all the way out around through backside to be able to get that final kill. Things like that need to be reinforced in the players' minds.
Even another 1 year all Indian
See if it
players and
works
then
out.
think about changes.
Yeah.
Areka
So
different.
they're not going to have any more timeouts. Bleed, if they ever lose control from here, they could always
आज
take
कुछ
a
अलग
timeout or
दिख रहे हो
two
क्या change
to
किया
just try
गाड़ी
to reconsider
Pretty
their
trim.
options. But so far, their attacking side has looked pretty
क्या
good.
trim
I
किया
wouldn't
है
say
तो
it's
इधर?
overwhelmingly dominant like
अरे
we saw
तो
at
थोड़ा
T1
काटा
earlier
ना
today.
सिर्फ थोड़ा काटा
But
पूरा
so
काटने
far,
का
pretty
time
close
था,
match
करना
between
था
these
मेरे को
two squads. As now, perhaps a bit more aggressive from the side of Bleed as they're going to set a bomb buddy and everybody into B main.
Working their way through B, but Zeta getting a
जा लेके
decent amount of information. Graham, the one-way smoke is set up there, so they can't push too much further outside of A. 0 point
मेरे को
in,
पता है
Labs
तूने
is going to
3
be
3 ring
rotating
किधर
around the
रखा है,
back.
ठीक है
on
Need to
side
get 100
ring.
bullets to try to make
Ring,
use of this for now.
ring.
It's up on top of the box. Ooh, that quick little peek.
दबा
Did not
दूंगा
notice.
तीनों
Didn't see that crosshair move up, so either didn't notice or wasn't too bothered by what he had seen there from Laz. As the push in, full flash, out, shots coming through. That's
भाई
gonna be scary,
blind तो
finding him.
sexy है भाई
Yoron and Yoron also fall to the wayside.
blind तो
Step
sexy
now.
है bleed का
Trying to rotate around in towards mid, but market door has been shut. So as far as ambiguity about the
Next
position
round tough
considered,
होएगा,
this
क्योंकि
is going
next
to be more
round
time
Phoenix
bought as they
चलता है।
have to rotate around to Boba.
हाँ
And look at the stack.
Just trying to get in position to potentially die to this one, but I don't know if they will. Looks like they will as everybody on the side of Bleed.
Yeah, it's going to be
क्या
bad
लगता
boy.
है पिंकी कौन जीतेगा
Still cautious about a potential flank
Huh?
from behind. Will ultimately just be
क्या
Epic
लगता है
Sugars
कौन
here
जीतेगा?
getting ready to go down to the spike. So similar
कौन
scenes to
जीतेगा?
what we had witnessed in the first half. Timeout called going into
What are
a
the
more of
thoughts?
a, a
8,
thrifty
8,
attempt.
9, 8 हो रहा
Now
है
with the weapons coming in, this is where we should see the real game strategy.
ये देखने का था
Yeah, I like how Bleed,
अच्छा है कि
they
flat
have to go
flares
against pretty
prediction
much
नहीं
no
दे रहे
firepower, but they
अच्छा लगा
still went in really quickly. Just trying to say, okay, we're maintaining control. We want to be dominant. We don't want to waste any time with this one. We want to string more wins together and maintain a mental advantage. So,
पिंकी का हाइट कितना है आपका तो 5'11"
just
इतना
pretty
फाइट कौन
clean,
जीतता है
straight
नहीं
up push
जीतता
on the
बे
B,
I am 5'4".
and they make quick work of it.
You're
Now
not
Zeta, let's see
5'4".
if they have
You
some
are
preparation here for this
4'4".
one.
Ult popped from Laz, creeping forward.
उनकी भी 4-4 नहीं है, just
Some
it.
space, and with the Dizzy going out, it's going to be Bleed backing away.
I was talking about your princess
Minor spray here from Yoran, but not going to be able
कुछ
to
भी comeback नहीं था तो
see
ये
anything. No connections made either.
कुछ भी
फिर भी शादी
Depp
कैसे
is here pretty close to this B main, and he's seeing a lot of things being thrown in. So,
अच्छा
I think
मेरे
a good
सारे
read that
जोक
this is
शादी के
happening
बाद ही
now. Gonna
मारता हूँ
push
अच्छा हुआ
on through a poison orb.
This would be very bold without the run it back. But
20 बंदे blind है
Good for one. Yoran, however, collapsing through.
भाई
finds two
20
as the
बंदे
ship is
blind किए वो
zero.
लोग ने
A triple swing in the end. And that is going to be Zeta winning out. And I'd say probably the cleanest round victory that they've had so far here on the map to retie it at 9-9.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of
Bhai,
the day, it was a
heavy,
very
bhai.
similar setup to the last round.
Three
Depp
Muslims
was
left,
there
right दिख रहे हैं
alongside
आज,
his teammates,
excuse me.
just ready,
हाँ,
feeling the
गलत
pressure,
काटा है इसने, कुछ
and
आता
reading the
नहीं।
situation very nicely. Nobody really was
लंबाई
able to
इधर, एक
avoid that
फोटो है।
one curveball that just flashed.
दिखा।
Pretty much everybody, I think,
Time
maybe
नहीं
he looked
था।
away, he picked
हाँ
up
तो
one kill.
बुला ले बाहर से
But,
लोगों को
yeah,
कर दे
with
तो।
5 people
घर पे
stacked,
आके
and the
करके
majority of them
जाते हैं।
अरे
mostly
stream
flashed,
करना था ना
you're not really going to win
तेरे
if 2
time
or
के
3
हिसाब
people are
से
able to
आके
pick that
करके
corner
जाते हैं।
immediately.
Oh.
As now, Laz,
Not watching that left-hand side, but okay, just make his exit. Yeah, not going to
Aye.
swing. Had he done so when he was
बड़े
scoped in, it would have just been the
बड़े
freest kill of his
बड़े
life.
बड़े।
काहे थूक रहे हो मैडम
Trading some places here, just hit it on. Oh, it's going to be joining in to maybe reinforce that top mid position for them. Bot out onto the
भाई
B
ये राउंड
site.
जीतना
You're not
पड़ेगा
thinking
ब्लिड
about
को ये
sending
राउंड
the
जीता
bite, but
वो लोग के पास एक बाय रहेगा
see
ये
anything
के पास
else.
अल्टी आ जाएगी
Believe just
वो लोग राउंड जीत
ushering
जाएंगे
that
मैच पॉइंट
Spike
12-9
back across over towards A.
ये राउंड जीता तो 12-9 फॉर
Footsteps.
ब्लिड हो सकता है
Being heard. As Dizzy up over the top. Do manage to clear it out.
and they'll clear it out for a flash on in as well, but they are not committing to this push at all. We do see Laz still hanging around in mid, trying to see what he can see. Not going to see much. as everybody from the side of Bleed is rotating
hello.
over towards B. And so is ZETA.
वो लोग को मालूम पड़ गया
Everybody kind of
है.
reading the play at this point in
Rotate
time, but I feel like
करो.
Bleed might not
Hello.
expect
30
this many
seconds left.
members.
Good timing on the smoke there from Sugar Zero. Another bite at the ready. Sees the Cybercade thrown in. Bite goes down. Good on able to collect the kill. Does get dizzy though. The reveal coming in. Yay. For a little bit more. Pivot there from depth, but will be snapped back. Finds one. Skittleron cleans up two on the back end.
Ahora.
And that is going to be another very solid round here from Zeta Division.
Hi.
Only losing out on one player once again. They maintained the op.
Hello mate.
And all he really had to use for that one was
क्वेश्चन ये है कि
Omen
क्या
TP as
जब
well to run
ओमेन
it back.
टीपी ने इन्फो लिया
You're
क्या
on free
इन्फो
read as
सुनाई
well.
दिया
And
कि
Sugar
ओमेन
Zero
वहाँ
shooting
पे
over the
टीपी
top. Everybody's just
I think अपने
lining them up.
ओमेन
It
को
really
मालूम
just
पड़
comes
गया
down
था
to the
तो वो
fantastic
लोग
read that Zeta had.
क्यों
Rotation
नहीं
came
आए
in perfectly
वापस
on time, and
पे?
Bleed kind of just ran straight at them.
क्या स्कैरी
Yeah,
को
if
सुनाई
you were gonna
दिया
win
था
every
ओमेन
single
टीपी
firefight and outgun them, then sure, but
Look at the read here as well from Zeta.
भैया हुआ
Four-man
रे
stack
वो
up on this
rooting
side.
for
Paranoia off the rip. Does
getting
connect
to
onto a
top
few different
in the
players here. As
respective region for
command now
mastering
could be
कोई भी
pulsing
है
out.
जो भी अच्छा
Stopper at the ready from Yay.
but I really want PRX to be one of them Sent to be one of
You're
them
able to find out what is going on. Last kills Yay, but
Yeah.
Sugar Hero
पाँच
has
पाँच
arrived.
खेल रहे हैं एक साथ.
Replay, please.
yeah, well, Sugar Zero
Bhai,
has
bhai
entered the
round
lobby.
dono full.
Sugar Hero, I should say. This guy, 22
ये
and
नहीं
11.
अल्टी में मारा था
This
ना
is the
शायद
best performance he's
How to
had
do
in a
this?
very long time right now.
1,
2.
Oh
Okay.
my,
They
Sugar
just
Zero.
all beat right into him.
and just don't miss.
पैसा
Unreal. Okay, well, that is going to be enough to force out the first time out here from Bleed.
Bronx अगर stock market
Zeta.
होता ना तो लूटा देता सबको.
In a nice advantageous position, just one round away from taking this up to
भाई
map point.
ब्लीड से एनएच की लग रही है यार ऐसा बंदा मारेगा
Yeah,
तो
they're
क्या ही
coming out of
स्टार्ट
this
क्या
one.
ही करेगा
I
ब्रो
mean, Zeta getting the reads on them in the last couple of rounds, and
It is बहुत ही OP
it
इस
feels
बार
like
का.
everybody's truly warmed up, especially Sugar Zero, just able to line them all up. And yeah, I feel like Bleed maybe just rushing things a little bit. I think this is a good
भाई
time
हेवी
to
मारते हैं भाई
take a
जेटा
timeout
वाले
and
हाँ
say, okay, well, you're going for these set plays. They're reading you like a book. You just
टैन टैन
do
टैन
something
टैन
different.
Well, they also just- You know, they invested ultimates on that one. The null command was sent. The showstopper was pulled out. You know, several things were invested there from the side of Bleed, and it was just shut down in the blink of an eye. Absolutely fantastic there from Sugar Zero, who's just been having a
मेरे
whale of
बुंड.
a time. 22, 11, and 9.
मेरी
Huge performance from him so
बुंड
far, but still, 3 other ults available for Bleed. Earl Theft as well as that Thrash ready to go, but Hunter's Fury and Pit could give them a bit of a hard time.
what is Bleed going to send into this one? They do all have, well, most of them have Vandals, and the majority of their utilities set up and bought, at least. And now just kind of hanging around mid.
टूटा नहीं ना वो लोग ने शायद ट्रैप
Tiles.
तोड़ने का कोशिश
You
किया
have Laz looking in this direction.
Quick jiggle peek from Ye, but otherwise, not playing too far forward. Step watching on the corner here. Sugar Zero ready for the crossfire.
Oh yeah!
Sets up the one way, but there's the Thrash out. Flash over the top and already. That Thrash has been cleaned up. Dizzy will get the blind onto one, but for the most part, they've been held at bay. And the
कैसे ले
Thrash
सकते हैं यार
is not
मैं
in
नहीं
a
ले
super
सकते ना
recoverable position for Zest.
So they sent all the Gecko util, and they are going to finally peek out of this one. Curveball going to delay this, a couple of curveballs even, and they will not be allowed through this corridor.
Paranoia Pain Shell sent
Bhai,
just to be
ek
able to
aur
recover
smoke.
that Thrash. That backs away. To pull out that Cypher Dart.
30
And it
seconds
looks like
बचा
for
है
now,
यार
Call from Bleed is going to be just cut noise. Let's continue advancing forward. Smoke comes down though. Now
अभी
position
उधर है one
reinforces
way
Laz. Staring down the opposite side, but it looks like an elbow approach for everybody here.
Uh-oh.
Getting ready to collide in with two players. Can't back up fast enough, but Sugar Zero already takes out two. Depp finds himself another one. That's going to be the man advantage here. Widely for the side of Zeta. Laz lurking within the smoke, Shorty in hand. Hunter's Fury going across, and yep, Darian was just so damn low. That's it. One pump of the ult, and the round victory comes through. Nothing else that Scary can do but die, apparently. I thought he was going to say tucked away, but Laz takes absolutely
क्या कर रहे
everything
हैं
away
भाई
from Bleed's
वो लोग ने
hands.
literally
12 to
1.5
9.
minutes
Zeta
से वेट
get
किया वन वे
themselves up
स्मोक
to
जाने
map
का
point.
I was really worried about Bleed pushing through elbow straight into Sugar Zero, who is currently the MVP of this map. They're going to take another timeout.
I mean, there's no reason to not do
well.
it, but I feel like I haven't seen Sugar Zero having this kind of impact, this level of just him being pumped up on stage in a damn long while. I think maybe not even in the LCQ last year where they qualified for champions was he this energetic. He is having a huge performance.
I can't believe it. Yeah, I mean, he has really stepped it up when they needed it most. The map was mostly close until he decided to play like a monster. And now, it's Bleed with their backs against the wall. 3 rounds in a row they have to get. And the last timeout didn't really help them. Now they're going to have to buy up whatever they can, and I don't think it's going to be much after losing 4 rounds in a row.
I mean, the 3-round run back here for Bleed isn't going to be possible.
Then let's go on the center left. Yeah!
It's their map pick, you know. They were able to watch ZETA play this twice, saw them dismantle Global, saw them get dismantled by Team Secret. It's all something that they thought that they could exploit.
Dismantle Global bol diya.
They have
Kyun
one
yaad dila rahe
Phantom.
ho ZETA wala match?
Besides that, a lot of utility indexed into.
2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Phantom, I think rightfully in the hands of Zest, has been the regularly impactful player right now in this map, which to his own right is a solid level up because that Gecko has been looking more and more consistent, more and more impactful as time has gone on.
Pacific Chamber se jeet rahe hai ZETA. Sunset.
Holding this line. No one anywhere near him at the moment. But you see,
मतलब trap तो है ही नहीं basically.
Wire around the corner, so he can't really overextend from here. I don't think he would necessarily want to, given that the rendezvous is already preset. And a very solid firm line to try to play here.
It's just waiting for them. And it does look like Bleed is going to come this direction.
Night Market से खराब skin भी दिलाओगे जो भी either you can pick one skin from Night Market or you can have the
flash, but as he swings out, he does get taken down. Laz able to find the opening kill. Rallying call now sent out by him as ZETA gets ready to start swooping across the map. Retla though position to try to go for a huge backstab, a huge flank, but there is a trademark set up.
And he should be above 18, ठीक है? कोई भी under 18 है.
As the reveal ping does come in.
तुम्हारे mom dad को पता होना चाहिए कि तुम गिम्स कर रहे हो और skins wins मिल रहे तुमको.
Curveball through and Darian just holds it down.
Family से.
Able to find the headshot. Taken out. And it looks like Bleed might just yet be able to extend this one. Smoke thrown in. Tap onto the spike. Darian spraying, but hit it on. Comes out. He finds 2. Darian and Zest both picked apart. Looks for a little bit more, and he will have it. Hit it on. Stands his ground. A rough start for him, the young gun, but a star-studded finish. As A-Division will take away Bleed's map pick of Sunset. In a somewhat, I was going to say dominant fashion. There was some wonkiness there. The rounds early on, not clean, but the ending, it all came together.
Took them a while to get online, but eventually 5 rounds in a row. Hitteron stepping up and the entire team on the backs of Sugar Zero as well. We are done here for map 1. Let's go back to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Breaking it down, I think Sugar Zero had enough of the back and forth, and he was like, I'm going to take it in my own hands. I'm going to activate Sugar Hero mode and just mow down everyone and finish this first map of Sunset, which was Bleed's pick.
Yes, that's exactly true. And I like it that he's back because we've had a couple moments where we had a couple rounds where it's like, oh, that's a Sugar Hero round, but we didn't have any Sugar Hero games yet. But on this Sunset, like this was absolute domination by Sugar Zero himself.
Yeah, he was just on it. And this was super important because we were seeing how at the start of this game, it felt like Depp wasn't, you know, kind of how we saw him on Sunset last time when he was just charging in, getting those super aggressive corner peeks with the Phoenix. It felt like it wasn't really coming into play, maybe just because of how well the preparation was for Bleed, but definitely Sugar Zero here going hero mode was absolutely important here for ZETA to clutch out these rounds. Considering how close this match was up until that very last moment.
Yeah, I mean, very back and forth. And what you noted on Astra, I think, also comes from the fact that obviously ZETA, they had a great showing against GE where there was basically no
क्या मतलब
composition,
skin
you know,
लेते हो
caught
आधार
them by
कार्ड लेके
surprise. But
बैठना
then
पड़ेगा
afterwards, they
obviously
realized their
भाई
composition started to get red a little bit. And it seemed
69 बोलते
today
ZETA
that
ZETA
caused
इसलिए
a
जीता
lot
था
of hesitation,
Post
right?
prank
Which
देखते
made ZETA
इसलिए
maybe not
ZETA
as
जीता
active
इसलिए
on the attacking side,
भाई
but
tweet
also
delete
credit
कैसे
where
करते
credit
हैं
is due. Bleed is starting to look like a team
भाई
again.
tweet
They're
delete
starting
कैसे
to play
करते हैं
off
यार
of their own util. They're starting to set up for each other a little bit. They're starting to cover for each other, things like that. So that's promising for Bleed. But what do you do when the opponent Omen is 24-12 in KD? I mean, 2.0 without any assists, that is insane.
I mean, they did promise Jordan that they'd win. That was his birthday wish.
That's true.
It's just
The birthday buff.
unfortunate for Bleed. They were so much better this game. And ZETA had, you know, the first time they showed this map, it was
मैं
pretty
ही गाली
good.
खा
So
रहा हूँ
Bleed definitely
यार
thought this through and had something prepared for them today.
It seems like the things that we were talking about, how this were like Bleed's weak points when we saw them in the previous series, right? Where Retla wasn't coming online, he's answering that back. He was playing an op on his Cypher here, getting kills. Setups were much better. We're talking about how Zest, where he struggles on the Gecko, no longer. Setups are quick. He's able to get those multi-kills once again. So all these pieces that were
tweet
a
मत
lot
करो आप
unsure for Bleed.
skins के बदले real money दो शर्म करो शर्म
Sure, it's a loss, but
पैसे
it's
के
a more
भूखो
convincing performance output here from Bleed that we see, that we have seen from, again, their past matches.
Yeah, and I don't think it's anything too crazy, but obviously since both teams haven't been looking too hot in stage one so far, what was also promising is both of them showed that they have a very good understanding of the basics of Sunset, right? That A site, how you want to control it. If you're going to go for retakes, how far back do you need to hold it? B site, how hard is it if you let the site get taken for free? And how do you use that to condition your opponents when you're on the defense? This came out from both teams, but at the end of the day, ZETA Division picking up the momentum just a bit earlier thanks to Sugar Zero, but also a couple of the moves from the rookies as well.
Now what's pretty wild is that I still wouldn't know who would win Ascent. Yes, it's ZETA's pick, and yes, they are generally okay on
मेरे
Ascent,
नाइट
but
मार्क
they
में
also
5 प्रीमियम
really
स्किन्स है
toed
इस
that
बार
line.
लेकिन क्या तेरा
See,
नाम
this is
आएगा
last year.
गिव अवे
Yes,
में
it's
जानने के लिए
always a
बने रहिए
very close
इसे
game on
एपिसोड
Ascent for ZETA Division. Granted, yes, they generally seem pretty good on it if we look all the way back to 2023, but they play the standard composition, obviously
अब तो
quite
Twitter
reliant
use नहीं
on
करना तो
depth,
वही
being
better
able to
था
perform some heroics as well, you know, with the things like the op, etc., etc. Now, Bleed, we haven't seen Ascent, so
सोशल ब्लेड में फ्यूचर प्रोडिक्शन में 5 साल में 1600 केसेस बता रहा है सच्ची 1.6 million in 5 years मेरे को चलेगा यार मैं कर लूंगा
having a map like Ascent that really
मैं कर
relies
लूंगा
on your surety on how you kind of execute on those sites. We're talking about how depth, that might be a problem for them. But if we look at how, you know, much more cohesive their Sunset is,
बंदा
how much
वैल्यू
more
नहीं
intact
खेलता
they have been
डिवाइस
with their
नहीं है मेरे
plays,
पे
it could be
मेरे को
a
मेंबरशिप
much
मिलेगी
more
अरे
brighter
यार
looking Ascent here
जब
for
मेंबरशिप
Bleed.
गिव अवे हो
And
जाए तब
also,
आ जाओ
obviously, Ascent, home, just absolute home ground for Zest.
How to take
right?
part in
Used to
giveaway
play
सारा
Initiator
info
a
मेरे
lot
300k
on this
के
map
बाद
back in the days
after
with
I
DRX.
reach
So,
300k
again, not knowing exactly how the comms
subscribers
work, but surely Zest has some really good timers just built in internally where he can get very good reads even passively on the map for his teammates.
Yeah, I think this is going to be set up to be a very exciting map too. It could definitely go into a full series today in map 3. I know our predictions all said ZETA Division, but even so,
क्या जेटा
I
जो
mean,
मैंने
you guys
ट्वीट
might be
किया है
surprised,
भाई
right?
ब्लीड
Going to map
जीतेगा
I
फिर
mean,
से
you know, this could be a map where Ye might bring out the check.
No.
Operator.
I think on that.
Okay,
That
I
should
know.
be our guessing game question.
I am going to say, I would be surprised. I mean, I'll just own it. I would be surprised. Bleed looked absolutely lost, right, up until this match. But now, okay, having seen map 1, yes, I agree. It could very well go to a map 3.
Now, what I am also unsure about is this next guess and game question. Did you research this one, Will?
Yes. Well, we actually
What
had the
a
research
nerd.
somewhat done for us yesterday, right? Because
That's
yesterday we
true.
took a look at post-timeout round win rates from all the teams. But basically, this question, I believe, is asking whoever calls the timeout, like, who's winning the round after that here in this map.
अयो
Oh, it's.
क्या हो गया
I'm
ब्लीड
really
को
wanting to get into Immortals, so there's so much tension in me right now.
I just want everyone to
I don't
know,
want to lose.
both these teams have a pretty bad round win rate.
इतना बाकी है
after
300k को
Yeah.
उधर
on their
देखो
own.
On
So-
on their own timeout.
Yeah, so the real question might be, who's calling the first timeout? Because maybe their opponents
Yes.
are winning after that one.
Exactly. All right, so
All right.
most of the audience has chosen ZETA. Actually, I'm curious. Will, why don't you go first?
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna make you go first this time.
Okay.
All right, I didn't see
Show
what I
us
picked.
what you got.
All right. Okay.
It's bleed.
bleed.
Interesting. Okay.
It's bleed. No!
Oh, make your case.
Why?
I was actually gonna pick ZETA with the audience.
What is this? No matter what, I want to separate. Okay, here's my case. ZETA obviously played a lot more with their current core, with their team on Ascent. It's home ground for them. So I think what's gonna happen is Bleed is gonna push them at some point, and ZETA is gonna be forced to take a timeout, and then Bleed's still gonna win the round right after. That's my case. I think ZETA's calling the first time out, but Bleed's gonna win the round right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Asterai, why?
It's kind of something similar to that. I feel like the first kill is going to
Tamaro
go
dimag
towards
mat
ZETA,
tuche.
but then they can't really find a follow-up advantage
Tuche
over that,
Tamaro
so they
dimag
kind
ma.
of recompose themselves,
What
win
the
that
shopping?
round after the timeout.
No.
So that's kind of what's going in my thought process here. Considering what we've seen
Diamond
from
rings?
Sunset,
That's an interesting
I don't
case.
like how we're the
Nah,
same answer.
success or
Like,
paisa
literally,
चाहिए.
an interesting
I didn't even
I really
see that you
don't.
picked it up, and I was
लिपस्टिक
like
देख
already
रही हूँ
getting my...
लिपस्टिक
I really don't.
But I'm not
Excuse me?
convinced of your rationale.
What's even crazier is you're also still with
झूठ
the viewer.
बोलता है ये झूठ
Well,
That's also insane.
पकड़ा गया
Convinced.
We just all
Clearly
can't be
neither of the
separated.
viewers.
इस पे भरोसा करते हो तुम
So,
लोग
all right, wingman,
Shut up.
my little
Well,
wingman. This is our time to shine. To
करे करे
operate.
shopping करे lipstick.
You know
I mean,
what?
this is a tough one. This is a tough one.
After this
Yeah.
one, there's 3 days of me not being able, or 4 days of me not being able to get back.
Yeah,
on that
Not
board.
even.
too. It'll be a while, so this is really gonna matter. The viewers get to play every day, so they are the lucky ones here. We are gonna go to the Asian picks now. We are
मैं तो
definitely
बोला
curious
इनको
what
chat ही आ रहा
Bleed's got
नहीं।
up their sleeve, and I've
Diamond
just
का
heard
लिपस्टिक।
Clove is finally gonna be coming into the mix very soon as well. So,
Yeah.
stay
Mark
tuned
it.
for that.
Fun.
We were trying to. That should be the next guessing game.
Banda,
which team
Bleed
will play
loses
Clove
this
first.
match,
Here we go.
then
We got
it's
mirror
easy for G
matchups.
to qualify.
Yeah,
Easy
no big
to
surprise
play.
here. I figured we
Chances
would go
बढ़
with the
जाता है।
stock standard. Obviously, that allows several of these members, the core members, to play on comfort roles. My eyes are going to be on Darion, right? A lot of Ascent nowadays has become how well does
Cam
Sakeo
off
set
करे,
up for
शर्म
the jet,
करो,
right?
शर्म
There's so
करो।
many clever ways you can throw those flash drives to really set up for the retakes, for the executes. So is that combo?
भाई ये
there? Is the
unbelievable
timing
भाई ये
locked down
comp
for
देखा
them?
ही नहीं
And
अपन ने
obviously
Ascent
the
में
Killjoys
never seen
always, they
before
have
comp
kind
है
of
ये
their work cut out for them in terms
ये
of the
comp
aim.
देखा ही
My
नहीं
eyes
किसने
real
देखा
quickly
ये
are
comp
on Ye. If he brings out the operator, how effective can he really be on that starting defending side?
I am all about the Sovas, and you're right, William. Seeing Zest back in on a
Odin
set
देखने
on Sova is
मिलेगा,
just too much.
Odin
Brings back
देखने
memories.
मिलेगा।
I expect a good showing here from both of these teams. We're going to go into the
मैच
second
चालू
half
कब
first
होगा
then.
चलो
Alrighty, thank you guys for breaking down the action from that opening map. Now, we go into Ascent, ZETA's old and consistent stomping ground. See if they are going to be able to close this out with a 2-0, or if Bleed can get themselves a map win and extend this over towards Lotus.
Well, ZETA are going to have to start here on the attacker side, so maybe an opportunity for the side of Bleed Esports to get some kind of advantage, but it is going to take a lot, I'd say, especially with this being huge comfort for the side of ZETA. As already, Ye trying to hit those long-range sheriff shots, not going to work out, but now through the smoke, Redla picks up
भाई
3!
कैसे
That's just astounding there as he had
वॉल्यूम डालना बड़वे डालना
paranoid, but not necessarily noted, but also can't find the shot. Yunat now on his lonesome, will get taken down. Quick headshot there from Retla to get the 4K, as Bleed will pick up their second pistol of the series.
So how exactly did he line this one up? I want to see
एक
very
बुलेट पे
carefully
3
how
मरे
he
हैं
did that.
डिस्कॉर्ड पे होगा
Because
डिस्कॉर्ड
I
ज्वाइन करो
swear I only heard 2 bullets, but he had 3 kills, right? So
Looks like you're. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say you're not gonna find out, but we will.
एक
Yeah,
बुलेट
yeah, 1-2. Nice little collat there on a Sugar Zero. Very clean from Retla. And similar, we saw his impact at the beginning there on Sunset as well.
कैसे खेलते हैं
Very
किलजॉय
good day for him overall.
किलजॉय नहीं खेलता मैं
I feel like he could hardly
I
believe
think
it
it
based
hit
on his
Lobby.
facial expression. He's like, whoa, how did that happen? Just right place, right time. You got to create your own luck. And the shots rang true. Good job from him. As you mentioned, as now, a little push coming in from ZETA towards A main. But Leader ready for this one.
Nade there on to Scarab, try to flush him out. Well, flush him out they have, but he's coming up with some kills. Them dropping down, noted,
भाई
spotted.
ये आइडिया अच्छा था ना
As Laz is going to be the last one standing.
भाई आइडिया अच्छा था ना वो
Noise drops
जेट
down.
का
And Zest ADS in.
भाई
Go ahead,
दिमाग
last one
तो था
flawless.
बे
And
डेप्थ
TD go
में
here from the side of Bleed, off on the right foot.
डैश ऑन करके
Yeah, good stuff.
हवे में
Cleaning
राइट
that
क्लिक
one up
करके
very
करके
easily.
पीछे जा रहा था
Only
दिमाग
2 kills
हेवी
so
था
far
ब्रो
go in the way of ZETA Division.
मेरे को
And
लगा
we'll
जंप
take
करेगा
another look
लेकिन
here at how it happens. Scary just throws the
दिमाग
paranoia forward. Once he's in a little bit of a dangerous
ये
spot,
देखो
sets it
बे
up for the team. And then Zest with the cap
गुड
on
ब्रेन
top.
प्ले था प्ले तो था
Laughter and smiles there out of him. It was looking like he was absolutely dead to rights once that fragment landed at his feet. Wide, but
Pinky noob
quite a few eliminations there. As,
Pinky
okay, here's a rush for it. Yay, trying to get a bit of a tiles crunch going, but
फुल
Laz does
ब्लाइंड में
manage to
मारा
shut
क्या
down
लैज
while
ने
backpedaling.
ऐसा लग रहा था लैज में फटका गया
And not quite able to get that one going. Looks like they do want to pick up that Bulldog, and that they will. So they'll have that for themselves at least, but it's still going to be 5-4. But Sugar Zero gonna hit that shot. Saw the second, takes him out as well.
He knew. Like, you're not going to just come swinging out of A main by yourself. I know that there's somebody else there. Waits patiently, relentless swing, and say, okay, maybe he's backing away. Maybe I can catch him on the retreat. It's very cleanly done here once more from Sugar Zero. As ZETA 5v2, being able to get a flawless or a near flawless win in this third round would be a very big boon for them.
So
See
far,
what Darian can do, though. He's got that outlaw in hand.
yeah, it's looking pretty likely at the moment as they're, well, okay. Darian does hit the headshot on the depth here. Takes him down, but this is an open A site. And Scary is going to be looking to go on in and try to pull off a miracle because he's not going to be backing off of this one with a Bulldog. So let's see what he can do as he is pushing up here in the rafters. About to be cornered into about a bajillion people approximately. And he does get taken out. Sugar Zero, 3 kills on the round. Got the 2 outside of A. And then just cap it off with that one.
All right, well, now we go into the proper rifle v rifle round. And this was just very nicely done from Sugar Zero. 3 adjusts. Basically just knew exactly how far Retla was even going to swing out. He had the crosshair perfectly aligned. Got himself a third there at the very end of the round. So, we now move forward into this one. Operator in the hands of Ye, but it's going to be glass cannon, so potential for punishment. See what kind of value you can get. As for now, just going to be a smoke down. Maybe a delayed peek in towards mid. This drone will escort forward, and okay, Ye peeking out. Nice timing, catches depth.
Yeah, he's just going to run out of there. After getting that value, they have a very nice setup already on B and some pushing out of tree from the side of Bleed. Let's see if Darian is actually going to throw this flash. He's got it in hand, and there are a couple of members right now who are about to peek around this corner. Scary here with him as well. There is the pop flash. That is going to delay this push, but very low right now is Darian. Only 2 health.
बड़ा मैसेज दिख रहा था बड़ा मैसेज दिख रहा
Still
था
comes up with the kill there onto Darian. Scary now down to 1 HP.
Last by color.
Trying to get the lurk, but Retlet stabilizing that spray a little bit faster. Let's find the kill.
First time.
Good on now, spike in hand. You're in market. With Zest getting tucked back in boats with the Odin. A very dire position to be in here for ZETA.
30 seconds left.
Gonna try to creep around, but get forced back there. Nano's getting popped. And get it on, gonna be spotted.
Last player standing.
Out towards Alley.
By
There's
Bleed
cleanup.
जीता भाई Bleed जीता
Go ahead and get the
क्या
final
बोलते हो
shot
Bleed
across.
जीता
As Bleed.
Welcome by
Very similar scene to what we had in the first map. Is there a timeout
Binks
call?
by welcome me back अरे bye welcome हो गई शादी इतनी जल्दी
As Bleeder out in front.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just not go over the timeout just yet, especially because it started like
Point
this.
से
I mean,
बोला
you
था
get Ye
बस
picking up, I
अलग
believe, his
बोल
first
दिया
kill as well with the operator.
by Bleed जीता
And
भाई
by the point that Retlo was cleaning them all up, it was essentially
Bleed जीता मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेरा prediction
a
गलत
lot of
नहीं
people
हो
were low, a lot of people were being caught off guard. And yeah, just a nice showing from Bleed so far on this map.
ZETA strong नहीं
Triple stinger. Pushes here. Sugar Zero going also glass cannon. Glass water cannon.
Cover going out.
Glass water cannon.
pop flash out. Yudon and
20
Sugar
बंदे
Zero
blind थे यार 20
able
बंदे
to find the shots. Stingers get value, weapons get upgraded. As that's going to be the
Spike
spike getting planted. This is a huge swing for the side of Zeta Division. You can tell Bleed, they're already done
risky
with
थी
this
ना
round.
थोड़ी
Nothing more to be done.
Good call from the coach, I guess, not to call a timeout this time. He's like, yeah, I guess, no, they've got it. They understand. They know what they're doing. And, no, jokes aside, I think that's, just getting set up in that little alleyway in A main with a couple of stingers, and then you have a couple of members of Bleed to just run straight at you. You're always going to have a good time, I'd say. They were just set up in a really nice spot, and Bleed got aggressive at the wrong time, and it really came back to bite them.
I mean, the thing is, I don't think for Bleed, I don't know that they anticipated that there was actually going to be this much weaponry on the side of the Zeta Division. They're usually a squad that doesn't opt for things like that. We'll just play back, wait until they have something better by, sheriffs, maybe a frenzy or a ghost, something like that, sure. But basically, Stingers crossed 1+2 Vandals. I don't know that they were necessarily ready for that. So a really nice round pick up there from the side of Zeta Division, and it's going to be Bleed. Actually, have to pump the brakes first.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, they are currently in the lead, and they called a timeout. I think they've got the economy as well. You know, we could sit here and think about, what are they going to say during the timeout? Maybe that round was a little bit iffy, as you mentioned. They got caught off guard, so maybe they want to try to slow it down, keep the mental at a good spot. But for me, I'm curious to see if Bleed is going to get the victory after this timeout, because that's all that matters for our Deskers and their mini game.
Well, we will have to just wait and see. I missed the minigame. Is it just them predicting which team, if they call the timeout, who wins after the timeout?
William and Asra, they voted for Bleed. So if Bleed get the win after this timeout, then they will be victorious.
Well, they are definitely playing against the statistics so far. The conversion rate.
I liked their call because Zeta was calling a lot of timeouts going into eco rounds. So it's like, yeah, they're going to call a timeout and probably not win their next round. So,
yeah, I mean,
I probably would have gone for Bleed personally.
But I probably thought that Zeta was going to be calling the timeout. There still is a formidable buy put together here for Bleed, so absolutely could get this round win, especially if Ye can come up with another crucial pick like he had on that operator previously. So far is just the single elimination that he has gotten for himself as Hirodon across the way over in tiles does take a bit of damage, as there it is! Same play. Ye hops out of market, gets a kill. Shagger spike pick up there rather from Sugar Zero. Recover this.
Yeah, some spray down while his teammates are ahead of him, actually. We already do have Depp in a forward position in tree, just waiting for someone to rotate potentially.
Sugar Zero ready to Getting ready to send this right towards Zest, but looks like instead it's just going to be a smoke thrown down on the door. Paranoia gets sent towards the site, answering Paranoia out into a main, but no one going to get caught by this, and now Bleed have an immense amount of players here. Move forward to try to protect this site. Card sent, Deb creeping forward. Just around the corner is Darian. So far not spotting him, and there it is, Depp.
Oh shit.
Snappy with it. Gets his first kill, actually. So far, he had not been on the board. Scary now going to be taken down. Sugar Zero able to find Zaz. That moment, not allowed to get value. And you can kind of see it in Ye's face there, like, okay, well, now there's a lockdown. There's nothing I can do. So rejoice, Chairs, and Victoria, it would seem. As Bleed, doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the round win off the back of the time.
They're not going to get it done. And Zeta just a bit better on that one. I really liked the little bit of a lurk play that Depp had, just to be able to go up to the glass and just essentially wait for a rotation he knew would eventually come. Took quite a while, but taking out Darian kind of was the first brick in the wall to go down. And they eventually opened up this A site quite nicely. So that's going to be another round going the way of Zeta, which will tie us up 3-3. As they will just hold on to their operator and respectfully on the side of Bleed.
I mean, it was a solid beginning. Clean headshot to get the spike down there onto Hirodon, but Zero able to just go ahead. Game covers it. They also get the null command out of Darian, so
next round so ult पे आ जाएगा.
pretty critical ult burnt. It all starts there. Depp just patiently waiting for that lurk through.
Interesting. Don't need to say anything. Just stare straight ahead.
कहाँ होगा? यहाँ पे होगा.
And
लेकिन
he had
Discord
quite a
main
nice
join
moment
कर
himself. Just oh, here's gonna come the null command. They are already charging in.
Gonna up the pace.
Pizza.
Storming their way across through market. Zest here on site. Doesn't have the Phantom. No Odin, but Paranoia now. Expiring. Very snappy as Zest. Latches on the depth. All right, let's still here. Flash is not connecting. They know that Zest is here on the side. Tries to play anti-flash. So beautifully. Turns back to find Hirodon as well. Okay, going to be taken down though. Off now, left on the floor as Zest goes creeping back over towards boat. Sees enough. Gets a kill on the Yuran.
क्या blind दे रहे हैं
ZETA.
यार.
Now going to be sent packing, it would seem. Last creeping
Last को
forward.
मारना पड़ेगा इधर.
Ranges the turret, but Darian very well aware of this. Gets the dink, gets the finisher. Now it's all on Sugar Zero to see what he can get done.
Might not expect him to still be over here on the B side. You do see a couple of members are going over towards A just in case he does rotate, but Sugar Zero taking it very slowly. And
there's the peek out. Yep. And once again, doesn't matter if it's on DRX or on Bleed, it would seem. This B site on defense is Zest's playground all the same.
बाप खिलावे Zest.
He looks very comfortable there. I don't think you need to mix up anything with that on the side of Lead for sure. Just the way he plays this position was excellent.
The thing is, I've seen him get 4K clutches on B site probably like 7 times.
Sexy 4K मारा था.
Yeah. And not one of them are similar. Like they're all different. He's always playing from a different position, different weapons.
Scanning ahead.
Well, for now, he will not be on that side of the map. It's going to be set up here on A as Drone once again. Going to be checking forward. No one pushing off the back of this one in case Ye comes diving out, but doesn't have an operator this time around.
And they're just going for a very similar strategy, just a lot slower. They're going to clear up that alarm bot and put down a smoke, maybe trying to threaten a push in through market, but so far taking it much more slowly in this round compared to the previous one. We've also got Sugar Zero rotating all the way back around towards B, but there is a double stack in main from the side of Bleed.
If I'm not wrong.
Might be ready for this one.
Fragment there.
वो भी world का shot.
Brett Law lurking forward, but not able to find the first kill. Swinging from Lazo, he's not quite prepared. Does get taken down. Now everything getting a bit disjointed here for ZETA. As Sugar Zero needs to try to displace him, but they might not necessarily know that Ye has gone moved up into this spot.
Top पे था. ऐसा कुछ तो
We're going to be drifting back, but Ye, quick to chase. Comes swinging through, spots one. Then finds the spike, swing out. Sugar Zero able to reply. Gets that kill back, but HP bars right now quite devastatingly low for the side of ZETA. And Zest is here, and he's got that Odin.
Omen ka Posey
Fast forward though, Depp able to avoid it. 3 HP remaining here on the Jet as there's a shock dart. Zest knows his lineup. Scary now. Out from main. Finds a shot, recon over the top. The wide swing, Yuran just a hair off of that opener. But does end up falling. Bleed now with the defuse. Will get themselves up 5-3.
Map maybe Razer
I think that was pretty nicely handled. I like that Bleed had the double stack and B main and just were ready for any kind of B push. I do think that ZETA
थोड़ा better किया क्योंकि Jet जब भी घुसता है ना smoke dash और वो टाइम पे
a bit too slow perhaps. Just allowing Bleed to really set themselves up into prime positions. And obviously, Zest, he's got the lineups as you mentioned. He's always in position, scary as well, hanging out in main and just coming at you from way too many angles because you took just a bit too long. So pretty difficult for ZETA, and that is going to be the call for a timeout.
Down by 2. ZETA will go ahead and invest one of their own.
What up, Bugs Bye? What up?
Let's see what the game plan is going to be. Right now, kind of surprising to see. Depp back over onto this Jet, really finding the impact.
What about?
Used to seeing from him. Hadn't gotten onto the board until that window kill on the Darion as he swung through. And it's been few and far in between since then.
I just feel like ZETA as a team aren't really getting very aggressive. We haven't seen any big plays onto A. I mean, I guess there was one that was where they had like the stinger moment, but besides that, just very slow pushes overall. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more aggression out of them from the attacker side. Just trying to catch Bleed off guard. Bleed have been
बस मैं
stacking
डाबने do
a
love
little
you.
bit, it feels like. So maybe trying to take advantage of that could work out for them. Let's see what they do on round 9. As we got 4 members
Dep
over
by
towards
को
A
मारना पड़ेगा Dep
for
by.
ZETA, but also a little bit of
भाई
a
ये मैं
stack for Bleed.
फीलिंग आ रही है ब्लीड की अंदर से चीखने की आवाज आ रही है ब्लीड
Guns up. Get deadly.
Operator in play once again.
कर ले इग्नोर मैंने
Get out of my way.
Some knives
क्या-
here.
क्या
Fourth
मिलेगा
depth does
इसमें?
have that shorty to go alongside it. Just going to be storming his way all the way down mid.
समोसा एंड चैट बस समोसा हो सकता है
Skilly
यार
kill thus far.
What time?
Dash at the ready. He goes in, but oh, he eats the flash. Darian in the meantime. I don't think he's realized, but now he turns back and clearly has figured it out.
कैसे
Head and things disjointed. Zeta division only able to find one, but lose out on 2.
भाई
Yeah, definitely a
unlikely
bit
miss कर रहा है
whiffy
Dep
and messy on
मुझे
that
भी इग्नोर
page.
डीप
And
बाय
now
गप मार
Cess,
लो
he's holding down mid. You see Laz trying to lurk on in, and he's even going to be spotted.
Oh, just slightly off there.
Yeah.
As Zest just takes away
तभी
every
तोड़
single
दिया
bit of
भाई
util that he can.
तभी तोड़
And he's eventually found. Wow.
Oh.
Bit wide there on the shot. Scary, however, looking to hold the door. Will fall down as Sugar Zero continues to deliver. Vandal now picked up here for Yudan, sends out that recon. Lockdown invested, but Hunter's Fury is available. But can he actually decide to use it? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Holding here on Heaven is Sugar Zero, finds one, teleports across. Zest in the meantime, though, finishes off Yudan, but his job has been done. The Hunter's Fury taken care of. Zest in the recon, not spotting him. The Odin would be critical to try to flush him out of hell. Goes for the spray now, Sugar Zero, considering the reposition. Here's the drop down. Shot through the wall and the headshot, the one tap, the 4K. Sugar Hero, he's still here.
This guy is just insane today. I mean, he's just able to get it all done, and it was a bit of help from his teammates as well. Some of the jiggle peaks to get him in position, but he's just not missing his shots. And that is really what is critical like this. This is very nice play from the team, and then getting aggressive, knows the lockdown's going to be taken out, and then crispy at the end. Not an overreaction either. He's just like, no, I'm just online today.
Unbelievable.
भाई 3v5
Still
हारे भाई
down, but clearly not out. They had to fight back. One round to try to tie it up. Ye now with the knives. Dep leading the way. Shut down immediately. Knife to the face. Pop flash out. Looking for a little bit more.
थोड़ा combo
A
left
lot
right
of
हो
reveals
गया
here off the recon. Ye now chasing in for a little bit more. Laz does manage to pick
थोड़ा
him off,
और
but
को
before taking one of those knives. And a Retla will also fall. So a double here for Laz.
थोड़ा और को
Return
हो
fire
गया
for him as he keeps it at a 3v3, but Spike still stuck and being watched by Darian for the moment. Oh, actually, never mind. Sugar's there. He could just TP pick it up if he wants to.
He could.
Oh,
See if he
swing
does.
out. Zest eventually will be able to find it, so now advantage in their hands. Jiggle peeking. Here is Yudan, but he's not quite ready for
Nice.
this. And that does just leave Sugar Zero on his lonesome.
6-4 बोलते
Free to try to clutch it out. Spot Scary, tries to ADS it.
6-4
Scary this time
बोलते
will get the shot across, so 6 rounds built up here for Bleed.
सच्ची वड़ा पाव खाए हुए बहुत साल हो गया अबे तुमको पता है वड़ा पाव डंबी का भी सेक्सी वड़ा पाव
stem the
मिलता है
tide of the side of
चुरमुरा
Zeta. You
बिरमुरा
get
चटनी
a
उटनी डाल
big
के
clutch
डंबी
from
का
Sugar Zero,
मस्त
and
मिलता है
you feel like some of that momentum's going the other way, but then Ye's just got some knives. And he does go, you know, the first two were amazing. The third one gets a bit over-aggressive, but that's just fine. Already did his work.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's an overheat, but
GF
just with
मेरी
the
कोई
knives, I don't think that it matters too much. It's not like you're going to be
Yeah.
stranding a
डर
huge
तो
weapon
बहुत है
anywhere.
क्या? बासुंडी
And it's certainly better than what his counterpart, Jet, is doing at the moment, right? We need to see a bit more out of depth.
This
Still
is-
just the one kill.
Very bizarre. It's just a quick peek down. Nothing going to be noted there in Wine. Paranoia through as they look to just flood into the site, and again, it's going to be those Stingers coming up with a bit of value nice and early as Gary will get dropped. Big break of the door, though. Smoke for now will hold them at bay as Bleed will just wait for the rest of the team to try to join in. Drone on the hunt, chases up, spots Retla making his way through the window. Follow up Smoke now. Invested is, hit it on. Getting tagged up, sends down the fragment. Keeps him at arm's length for now. Pop flash into Smoke. Sugar Zero going to be spotted. Dealt
Lord
with.
बोलते
Backbone in depth. Mowing down 2. Coming on
कैसे
alive. He's managed to triple up his kills now.
भाई
couple low
smoke में
players.
घुस के
Zest
दो
and
मारा
Redlock
डेप
overall
ने.
healthy, and Zest snappy with a headshot.
Did
Get
just
rid of Yuna.
that do some
There's a lot more
Deku please?
to be done.
Taken out.
Finds the
Oh,
KO.
Sarva.
Depp approaching. It's Zest! Unbelievable! One after the other takes them all down and carries Bleed over the line. Here on round number 11. They
Bro,
get
bro,
up to
bro, bro,
7.5.
Bleed by Bleed, जीत जा
As
भाई.
Zest. Oh, he sees what Sugar Zero's doing on the
43
opposite side,
Zest.
opposite side of the stage. He says, yeah, I can do that too.
I mean,
43.
maybe even better from this guy. Like, these last two are just incredible. Like, the whole team, a lot of smiles, understandably. Zest just making... I don't know. That was just incredible from him. And he's going to keep this lead very stable for the side of Bleed. This is going to be a buy round now for the side of ZETA, though. Remember that they got in and they got pretty close on that round with just, you know, a couple stingers. Sheriff were able to upgrade a bit.
Just hunting. Can suspect that Laz is just going to be lingering back behind where the turret was set up.
Right here.
And now the Odin
Scanning ahead.
makes its presence known pretty early on here. So overall, we're likely going to be seeing the lockdown play coming through. Oh, that paranoia not connecting in depth. Going to be taken down.
Oh, मेरे को लगा
Zest
रेटला दो
trying to
मारेगा.
be the hero here, the defender of this B site. As the null command does get popped. Darian making his way over through Market. Hunter's Fury now coming across. Tag going to be found. And, oh, actually resheaths that one.
Huh.
Laz in the meantime does find Ye. The man advantage here for ZETA.
You should
The
run.
HP bars are once again taken quite low. Now that the Hunter's Fury is out of the mix, they have to try to exit as the lockdown comes through. TP out for Scary. Zest in a little bit of a rougher position as Yudon will be able to find two. And that just leaves Darian all on his own. ZETA try to get up to 5, and they shall.
Yeah, nicely done that time around. You see ZETA playing with a lot of patience there. They know they have a lot of utility, a lot of ultimates left available, so just going to drop down that lockdown to make sure that they can pick up a 5th round. But this time around, we're not tied up at 6-6. It's actually Bleed having that nice little advantage with a slightly better defensive side here on the second map compared to the first. Still a lot of the fans here cheering for ZETA, cheering for Depp. That looks autographed there, very nice.
Bleed जीतेगा लेकिन Depp का fan मैं भी हूँ.
You know, I think ZETA probably will look better on the defensive side
क्या हो रहा भाई
of
Twitter पे?
Ascent. This should be their bread and
दे रहा भाई
butter,
मेरे
but
को.
I don't know. It does feel like the momentum is swinging a bit towards Bleed.
Well, now ZETA still down, but not quite yet out. Bleed in the lead as far as pistols are concerned. They rack up a 3rd one here. Put themselves up to 8, or can ZETA try to tie things up from there? And we're going to be moving over onto that defender's side, so should be in a fairly favorable position, unless you can see Bleed kind of replicate some of the successes that we saw, you know, from T1 on Ascent after they swapped sides. Started off with that 6-6 and then just didn't drop a single round in the second half.
Yeah, T1's attacking side today was just pretty special.
Red Recon Phantom out of 10.
Did see that Bleed did kind of falter when they moved over to the attacker side on Sunset. At least for the most part. Did have a little bit of a streak after the 3rd round.
Considering depth नहीं मार रहा
Still
है.
was mostly ZETA's. So
still a
certainly looking
7-5.
for Bleed to kind of up their game here on the second map if they want to have a chance. In the lead now, though, must be feeling a bit better. As for now, this first aggression is going to be coming through mid.
Cutting across. Fishing, let's see if they can clear out the expected alarm bot placement, but shots go a little bit wide, so we'll still be there. As Laz just tucked away just outside window. Classic in hand. Ready for that pop flash off that alarm bot contact. There it is, the push out. Get it only for the point one, but Scary with the turn fire. Gonna be looking decent. Depp will find him. He takes out Depp. So in the end, a 2 for 2. Last pull
Not bad, right? 2v2.
Right, he would have been able to spot him, and yay! Instant headshot there on the Yudon. And a 3rd. Laz now on his lonesome can pick up a different pistol. One with Inspectors, yay, tries to find it. Laz will be able to put him down, but it's only 15 HP here for him. Retla on the opposite side Sheriff in hand. The slow creep up. It has to be effectively a one-tap here from Laz if he wants to win it out.
Oh,
and he will not be able to do
Andy.
so. Nicely done as Retla
Bleed
go
जीत
ahead
गई
and get a third
भाई.
pistol round in the series for Bleed.
तू थोड़ी
Hey, you would have
sports player
expected
record
Zeta
पसंद
Division to
आया
be able to
इसलिए.
stop that one. They had a very nice setup to stop any aggression down mid and through pizza. But eventually just, you know, look away, don't get flashed, and hit your shots a bit better. Scary and Ye get the first initial
Heavy
ones, and then
shot,
you're on able to
heavy
get this.
shot.
Very nice shots from Ye in this round, picks up a 3K. And he is essentially the reason why they do win out in that pistol round in the end. Just able to hit the shots a bit better with the pistol. So now Zeta really behind the 8-ball, and Bleed beginning to ramp up.
Yeah, and expected to make 9 here, barring some kind of catastrophe. I mean,
Yeah.
yep, sure, he does have a sheriff, but right now things have been very rough around the edges for him on Ascent.
Sometimes it's just not your map. And it's definitely a bit unfortunate. I mean, he wasn't really the main character on the first one either. That was all Sugar Zero, who has also been playing pretty well on this map himself.
He's the main character of both maps so far.
Yeah.
Zest is trying to challenge, though.
For sure.
Retla just going to be setting up the turret here. And, I mean, this is everybody, absolutely everyone from Zeta on this side of the map. Retla on his lonesome.
मतलब है वो turret बजोगे आप भी बजने वाले हो.
They can't pick him off, and this could be quite devastating. Flash in, does get the catch, and oh, he gets bogged on the wall. That's about as perfectly as it could go for Zeta. About as poorly as it could for Retla.
This turret blocked him, trying to jump over it. Oh, very sad state of affairs. But at the end of the day, it is just the one kill.
Combos
And it is
खतरनाक
a
रहता है
plan
ना
for
लेकिन
Bleed
imagine वहाँ
onto
पे दो
the
तीन
A
बंदे
side.
रहते तो.
Does give them a bulldog. It's handed over here to Laz. Let's see what kind of use he can get out of it. As for now,
Any favorite
Yuran
sneaker?
coming around the back. We'll have to try to deal with Darian.
I love
but cannot,
Jordan.
just with that
क्योंकि
classic
मेरे
in hand.
members लोग में दो
Flash
Jordan
comes
गिफ्ट
in.
हैं.
Dart cleared out.
अभी currently दो ही जूते और दोनों गिफ्ट
As drop down coming through. Yay, able to mow down one after the other. Sugar Zero will be able to take him down eventually as Laz finds one with a bulldog, but 43 HP. At this point, it's really about dealing whatever additional damage he possibly can. Smoke gone, jumps up over the top, but Scary, watching from hell, is going to be able to take him down. So decent damage here for Zeta, but Bleed not going to be dropping the round quite just yet.
Yeah, pretty cheeky stuff from Laz. Nearly got away with it to get the drop on his opponent, but not quite able to do so. So 9-5 for the side of Bleed. We take a look at the replay and how this one went down. Very clean from Darian. And then Ye.
और ultimate भी आने
Phantom
वाली.
versus Classics.
हाँ? क्यों हंस रहे तुम लोग?
And we'll see if they can actually close this one out. I think they've got a much better performance so far on this map compared to what we saw on Sunset. But can they actually do it against Zeta's defensive side now that they have these rifles?
Thrown up over the top. Always obviously heard. They're on Cat. But ultimately nothing really going to be spotted here.
अच्छा अच्छा आराम से सारा clear करो. Let's go. जीत गए round. जीत गए.
Going to be finding any forward presence. Approach gets ready to come through in main. Dash forward. Able to get in front of it as Darian eats quite a bit of damage. Just rotating over top of that fragment.
Free side बोलते.
They know that the site is cleared.
भाई सोवा का timing heavy
from
है.
Zest. Phantom in hand could certainly do some damage as the smoke dissipates. And there it is. Snappy as ever. Takes out Depth.
Snappy थोड़ी है zesty है ना वो.
That matchup is not fair at the moment. Zest is just having a much better map right now. And he makes quick work of that.
Look at this aggression. The recon could
Thapkar
be fun.
लगाने से सब slowly नहीं बढ़
goes
रहे.
in, swing to the corner, and it's 1, 2, 3 from Yuran. Never mind. It's
Yeah!
unfair. It's dishonest. Cleans them all up, and Zest, will be noted and taken down there by Sugar Zero. As hold on to the fuse can come through. 2 players going to be lost, but the most expensive weapon going to be picked up there, or carried over, I should say, as Yuran will be able to retain the Odin. Zeta not allowing for a bonus conversion. Solid anti-bonus work from them. But now, full righteous purchase gets ready to come in for Bleed. This is where Zeta really need to find their footing if they want to try to close this out. Otherwise, Bleed going to be in a very good spot to try to extend this all the way over to Lotus.
Yeah, for sure. And great paranoia and fantastic follow-up peek there from the side.
Which one is Kurunami बोलते हैं ना Kurunami.
And Euron together. getting it done. So now,
69
Bleed,
by
do you
shout
have
out to
what
you
it
यार मेरी
takes
जान जेटा लेकिन तू हारने
to
वाला
actually
shout
push
out
this
to
one forward and give us a real match? I do not want to see 2-2-0s today. That
Plus
would just
one.
be not so fun as a viewer.
Plus
But
one.
That depends on which
I
camp
guess,
you're
I
cheering
guess
from.
so. But if you're just a non-biased viewer, you just want to see the maximum Valorant, then would like to have a 5th map. Especially because I think, you know, a lot of people cheering to see Bleed kind of reach their potential.
10 missed call from RCB to Jinx.
But so
Opponent
far
team.
haven't really been able to see that so far. So maybe a 3rd map would give them a chance. Depp now has a judge here at 3. So if the rifles aren't doing it for you, just go to the judge.
Yeah. Shut down on the drone. Turn away from the flash. Depp.
Ayo.
He'll find another elimination there. Just put that judging at UCA. Not quite ready for that one. Rush forward now through market. Laz very well aware of this one. Just looking to try to slow up the approach. Pops a swarm. And the nano swarm instantly.
30 seconds left.
Get on. Oh, flash connects into his face Pandora as
heavy
well.
blind.
Stuck here in boats. Here's the approach. Starts pre-firing as they try to swing into him, but eventually they will
भाई
be
वो
able to do
लोग
so.
उसने भी heavy
Only
blind
whittled
दिया
down
है
to 80 HP as
Women
step up over the top. They'll find much. 2v3. Headshot there from Hirodon. Gonna be decent. Finds Scary. Depp gets zest. Now
लो है
it's all down to
Depp
him.
लो है let's
15
go
health
भाई easy for
versus
it
Retless. Spike planted.
easy for it
Any
ला
ounce of damage will be good enough, but Depp maybe starting to heat up a bit. A 3K in the round to save ZETA. Get them up now to 7.
Yeah, that was looking a little bit dicey for ZETA as well. I mean, they got onto the B site, they got this plant down. The
Oh, it's looking
utility usage was fantastic, and they isolate Euron. They take him out eventually, regardless of a dishonest gun or not. But
Next
then Depp,
round.
just really patient, waits
पूरा
for the
सुना है?
peak. He's crouched,
Easy for
so the
Retla,
lineup
लेकिन
isn't
next
exact,
round.
and
ये
he's
वाला
the one
round
that
में
hits the crisp shot.
ये वाला
That's
round
all
में
you need,
इको है
doesn't
ना
matter what your health is
next round
at.
इसका next वाला
If you can win in that
इसका
1v1.
next
So
वाला round में
keeps the
Retla
hopes
भाई
alive for ZETA to come back in this
4K
one.
करने वाले 360
Only 2 rounds separating.
समझ रहे हो
Cash. A little bit all over the place. It's going to be knives for knives on both sides. Weaponry still very much favored here for the side of Bleed. Hirodon ready to send that nade out.
ये भी like मैंने
Cut
खेला
off this
मेरे टीम के
access
साथ
point. Here's
सोलो
anything
शॉट
else
पुश करके
coming his way.
घुस गया है वो ये
Said though, we'll be paranoid up, but that is up on top. Confirm that no one's worked their way forward here into the site quite just yet, but now the lockdown is going to be coming through. Yudan 1 away, crucially, from that Hunter's Fury, so they have no way of clearing this out. They will have to concede some space here towards Bleed. Yay, pushing forward, saw some feet there in hell. Knives go flying, and Triggers here going to be taking down the push for the right click, not going to connect. Hirodon able to find the one, but now Daria pushing up, finishes them off with the ghost. Lies in heaven.
Not
Jordy
George.
out, Depp wraps around back,
George.
Jen takes out Zest. Scary,
Not
taken down,
George.
now it's all on Darian here in hell. Noted. As the shots
George.
come flying his way. Swing
Not
on the corner, and Yoran just a little bit of a fadeaway with the Odin. Will be able
गुड
to take
इको
him out.
लेकिन भाई गुड
Very
इको गुड
dangerous
इको
round, especially considering the firepower that Bleed had coming into this one.
Good
But
eco.
ZETA still do persevere, picking up now 3 in a row. They're just 1 away from tying it at 9-9.
You see the knives, pretty good usage from the A, especially identifying the second person in hell. Gives them a chance to push on in.
भाई ट्विस्ट
And
पे
they
सबसे
used,
चैट बोलते हैं
you
most
know,
matches are
the null
scripted
command, they
भाई
had
कैसे
the
स्क्रिप्ट करेगा
lockdown as
कैसे
well.
स्क्रिप्ट करेगा ये
My heart just stopped, I think is what he said.
टीम का
I don't
इतना
necessarily
इज्जत
blame
है
him. It
players
was a
की
lot
इतना
closer
इज्जत
than
है
you would have.
Scary.
Acid.
A lot closer than you would have liked it to have been.
At least they used a decent amount of ults, and ZETA are holding on to 4 of
आरसीबी
their
का
own
बहुत
at the
सपोर्ट हो गया
moment.
अभी थोड़ा
There
सीएस
was
के
a 3-0
एसआरएच हो
commitment
जाता
there
तो
from
नहीं भाई
Bleed.
आरसीबी जीतेगा बे मैक्स भाई ने बोला मेरे
They're
को
on lockdown available. Zest in a similar position as Yodan from last round, where he does not yet have that Hunter's Fury
Do you
ready to
think
go. So
five Indian
be able to just
player
quick clear
can
it.
do good visit
This is going to get pretty dicey here towards the end, especially
them.
because
Name-
both sides
I
have
can't
one
name them.
timeout, so
They
could get
can
really
do good.
swingy.
Probably
You know,
yes.
if ZETA picks up 1 or 2 more rounds, surely Bleed call a timeout. Maybe they
not-
grab a couple rounds
if
and then
not,
ZETA
they
call
will
theirs. And it's really just going to come down to,
But will it happen? Probably no.
you know, who can stick with it towards the end of these last half rounds and who's going to be a bit cleaner. So let's see what this looks like on the attack for Bleed, which so far has been slightly
भाई
losing
तू
2
तो
to 3
old boy हो गया है.
in favor of
मैं
ZETA,
old boy? Hello?
as it looks like they want to go for an A hit.
Enough smoke down. Well out onto A main as Ye goes for the entry.
Clean गुस्से है clean.
Wrap around back gen. No one here on the site
ये
once
round
again from
चाहिए
Zeta.
अपने
Will
को,
have to
ठीक
be
है?
a bit of a
वहाँ
retake
का
for them.
सोवा जब भी alt मारेगा, यहाँ
That
का
lockdown
सोवा alt
available.
मारेगा.
Could just see the commitment here from
Let's
Laz.
go.
But Zest this time, Hunter's Fury is available. Pulls that one out. Looking for the clear out. Laz in the meantime taken down as Ye just comes swinging around, finds himself a second. Monstrous kills as Hirodon. He can't throw the weapon out fast enough, and Ye
Ye
is absolutely
is
activated.
back,
Gets himself an
baby. Ye is back. Ye
Well, I guess
is
He's really
back.
just showing up now. He wants to bring us to Lotus,
Huh?
and he might have just done that with that
It
round
does.
win. Pretty incredible stuff. Peeking out right underneath the Hunter's Fury, even going through it, catching him off guard.
2 HP.
Yeah.
This is
Hero, as you
unbelievable.
mentioned, not having the gun out on time.
मेरे पानी की
Well,
bottle
that has
किधर है?
got to be a damn good feeling for the Bleed camp as well as for Ye himself. Second ace, I do believe, of the tournament so far.
आ रहा है, आ रहा है, आ रहा है, आ रहा है, आ रहा है.
Game.
ये आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है.
Played that for the first time, but now, as mentioned, as alluded to, and round win goes the way of Bleed, and Zeta will use their
लेकिन
final
Bleed से तो
timeout.
बीटी हो जाएगी G qualify करने
Yeah,
में कोई सीन
don't
नहीं.
blame him.
G बस बाकी मैच
You
अच्छा
get
खेले.
sweep like that, you got to calm the players
No
down,
sweep.
just give them a moment to breathe at least, and just try to play
और मैं Jeff has a
some good
crush on
Valorant
you.
rather
What
than
to
being
do?
caught up in that one. Always got to move on.
Simple.
A lot
Instagram.
of words from both sides, honestly, as this is a pretty critical moment. We saw yesterday we had to go all the way to overtime to force a map 3 in the second match. But today, will it happen? Will we get
तो
to
अरे
a
मैं बोला
third map?
Instagram
I
मिलेगा
feel
उसको
like,
तो
you
मैं
know,
ब्लॉक
Ye
कर
has
पाऊंगा
his
ना.
moment,
समझ रहे हो? तो
Bleed's
क्रश
feeling
चला
pretty
जाएगा.
good,
वैसा
but
बोला यार.
it's not over till it's
मतलब गलत
actually
ले लेते
over.
हो.
I mean, from where Ye started, you know, that one kill that he was able to get over in mid on the defender side, now finds himself +3,
Dude,
just
Zeta
got an
just
ace.
activated ये हो सकता है.
Big glow up within the map
Imagine
here
करो
itself.
अभी वो सुपर सेन
Zeta
7 हो
are
गया
kicked back once again onto an
और
eco.
घुस के एस मार रहा तो
Take flight.
Just the Hunter's Fury as well as Sugar Zero's ult to work with. Very similar scenes from Zeta compared to Bleed in the round prior. Major commitments on the ults, not getting around victory.
Yeah. Also might be a bit of opposite day in terms of, you know, Sunset going to
Bleed
Zeta,
RGB.
and then maybe Bleed take Ascent against Zeta of all teams. Could definitely happen, has happened a decent amount already.
अपना
You're
बस
on.
पेस करो बराबर है.
First line of defense.
KG ulti
Yeah.
was broken by so ulti only. हाँ.
The Sheriff.
बोले ने काउंटर किया था K ulti के साथ लेकिन वहाँ तक पहुँचा नहीं.
Well,
There's a swing out, and yep, it's going to be him taking a bit of damage. Minor spam through is Ye. Threatens him back even further. Sight completely open here for Bleed.
yeah, might just try to end it a bit. Okay,
Oh,
well,
okay.
Lol, dude.
he's going to extend that ace into a bit more.
Looks, sir. Okay,
uh-oh.
well, let's run out, but
अयो.
Zest here will find the kill there onto depth. Weapon would have been recoverable. Okay, Yoran does manage to find his little shot, so they're at least making this a bit more costly for the side of Bleed, but as far as cash is concerned, they have plenty of it, and it's not
God.
ready for Zest to be there alongside the box. So
It's silicon.
cleanup comes through. 11 to 8, Bleed now, just 2 away from being
It's
able to
super
take this
bad,
over to
see?
Lotus. But now the purchase comes in, and Depp going to be picking up the op for, I think, the first time on this defense.
Should Deathmaker
Not a bad
replace
call. Might
Pollu
want to
chat?
just mix it
Very
up
realistic.
with the success he has
Udega
or
paise
has not been
Deathmaker को.
having. Nice spot here from Zest.
एनिमे देखते हो
Coach is
अगर
happy
हाँ तो बताओ
with the way
टॉप
that
5
one
बहुत
went.
है बे मेरा टॉप 5 ने टॉप 100 है.
So let's
खड़े
see
होके सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा. Let's go.
what is going to happen now, especially with Zeta picking
गर्मी
up
में
some
बैठ बैठ के
weapons.
बुंड ज्यादा दुखती है रे यारो.
Still have this Hunter's Fury. They still have a chance. Looks like 2 guys on A, and then a
बस
bit
मैं
of a
आपको
setup
कैसे
on
पता
B
था कि आज
with the
ब्लीड
Killjoy.
जीतने वाली है.
And
Feeling.
just Udon, the
Feeling
guy
baby,
that's going to hang
feeling.
around mid
सबके पास नहीं
alongside
रहते.
of
मेरे
this
पास है
Killjoy.
स्पेशल.
Recon out, Laz. Let's go ahead and clear that away.
आपके टी-शर्ट पे येलो टट्टी एक्सक्यूज.
They really would love to have
Garfield है भाई.
everybody funneled in here towards B where
मेरा laptop hit greater
their
than
depth
Sun
has
hit.
been camped up here, but I mean, a ton of damage actually coming through onto him.
जब इस Sun तेरे laptop जितना नजदीक आएगा ना तभी बोलना ये.
Down to 54.
Yeah. Well, he was able to get it done with like
15 HP. Yeah.
15 HP.
कल
That was
परसों
a
बंदा गैस पे
spot,
बैठ के
but
भी
at least it's
बोलेगा.
good that he does
Gas
have the
hit is
operator in
greater than
this.
Sun hit करके. ये कोई
Check there
comparison?
from Sugar Zero, but I don't know if he actually spotted how many players are there. Dep now creeping forward.
ये क्या क्या upgrade को कुछ नहीं कह रहे थोड़ा.
Not in range of him is scary. Similarly,
देना
checking in
बच्चा,
on
shape
that A
देना और
site. Now the
नीचे से
rotation's
काटना.
getting ready to come through, but it's not
चुभ
deep
रहा
enough
था
there of a swing from Retless, so he does not get spotted. But now this mid approach,
30
Dep
seconds left.
tucked in just alongside the stairs. Looks like Zest watching for it. He is so damn smart.
भाई sexy.
Unbelievable. This guy today is I don't think anyone's going to outdo him. Sugar Zero was the guy. Now it's
वो alt
Zest.
मार सीधा
20
सीधा.
and 8.
Switch getting hit. Hunter's Fury coming through to try to slow them up on this approach, but the shot's going just a bit wide. Tags not found. Yay, still switch side. Laz able to find one, but Yay sprays across, finds three as he pulls the knives. That's a bit of a miscommunication, but it doesn't matter. The round is over, and this map is looking to be very much the same. 12 to 8, one more to go, and that's us headed to Lotus. The cash right now from ZETA basically non-existent.
लेकिन ये आ गया
Looking
वापस हाँ.
very likely at this point in time. And Zest just checks it. A very aggressive spot there, of course, from Dep, and he gets punished for it. And very nice
ये
free
देखो
transfer
लास्ट
there
ने
from Ye. Pulls
थोड़ा
up the
लेट
knives.
मारा.
Doesn't
लास्ट
need
अगर
them.
पहले मार देता था ना.
And probably won't need them for the rest of this map.
मैं shadow band
So,
नहीं था.
see a very pitiful buy here from ZETA. Let's see if they have the magic touch.
That knife use would be a hell of a butterfly effect to have take place in this one, but Yay now held back, scoped in instantly, headshotting Dep. Huge opener there from Yay, who is looking the most like himself than he has all year long. Laz does
Ayo.
find Darian. Doesn't do too much damage there for that.
Advantage
This
return
does
भी दिया पे.
slow up and make Bleed rethink where exactly they want to go.
Success tension between E and monitor.
Yeah, they have
Well,
all the
accidentally
time in the
variant
world,
roster in
and
future आएगी, future
it's
किसने
4v4 with much better firepower, much
मेरे अलावा.
more
मेरा
utility.
prediction अभी basis of
available.
future ही होता. मैं
And for
chat
now,
में
they're
इसके
just
से
gonna
cover पाए.
2-2 split. Just clear everywhere out, I guess.
बस भाई कोई sports खेलता हो,
Just gonna pretend like
esports.
they're going towards A, but throw some utility and just run back and rotate all the way around towards B.
Zero. Less common spot than we're used to seeing, especially these days. Up on top of the
Common तो
barrels.
नहीं है यार.
0 point in.
Uh-oh.
Not cleared. That reveals
30
two.
seconds left.
Still no hard rotates coming through, but with 25 seconds remaining, if this spike ends up getting dropped onto the ground,
भाई ये का हो गया लग रहा है
it could be
यार.
catastrophic. Fragment
बहुत
going
बार
out now
अकेले
to try and
घूमने
delay
गए.
this. And I don't know how Bleed are going to make this happen. Paranoia does go out. They're starting to rush their way through now. Yay. Creeping down out of market. Footsteps may have been heard. Timing. Oh no, covering fire from Retla actually is what finds Sugar Zero. Now it is all on Yuran and Laz. A couple
जी
seconds to spare as the
बोलते
spike does come
चड्डी
through.
खोलते.
Everything to play for now. The veteran, the captain, the IGL,
Veteran.
one of his young rookies alongside him. See if they can keep them in this, but Yay, taken down.
कैसे?
Shot through the box.
कैसे spam मारा क्या?
It's just Retla and Scary. But time ticking. Alarm bot spotted, cleared. Swing out, feet spotted. Decent damage going through. Laz able to find Retla and Scary, taken down. ZETA, 2 members left standing. They managed to persevere through the round. They still need 3 in a row if they want to force this into overtime.
Yeah, they're staying alive, but it's, yeah, as you mentioned, only 2 guys able to pick up those Vandals and move on to the next one. Round win is a round win, I suppose. Laz is kind of the hero in this one, I suppose. You know, he picks up a couple of the kills on the round you're on as well, doing a great job. Just to clear out the side, but man, that was close as well. I think Dude was the one as well who just kind of spamming with the Guardian through the wall and clipped Yay, who was low on health.
Time to use my
And that really
powers.
kind of gave him the advantage in this one, but the economy is so healthy for the side of Lead that,
Oh yeah, they have multiple more buys.
yeah. They're just like, okay, well, send it again, round 2.
बन जाते स्कूटी की सीट पे बाप रे. भाई मत बोला करो तुम.
The
माफ
only
करो
ult that
यार
ZETA
मुझे
have
भाई.
available to themselves is that lockdown where
माफ
Zest has the counter in that Hunter's Fury.
एक अच्छा है कि ब्लीड के पास बहुत पैसा है.
4-man push up. into A main. 0 point to check. Get it on. Sending out the fragment to try and delay the rest of the team, and so far he has. So segmented our bleed, but as the fragment expires, they'll start working their way forward into the site. Yudon still a world away. He's going to be creeping around the backhand side where Retla is going to be camping. They're over by tiles. Has the turret to play contact. Now he's looking for the challenge.
Spike planted.
Continues to swing out. Retla just staying stagnant here, waiting for it. Jump onto the corner. Only takes a smattering of damage. Follow up here from Hirodon. We'll push him back into the opposite corner. The Jet will look for the kill. They will be able to find it. Hunter's Fury now in response to the lockdown. The bleed bought a decent amount of time here on the site.
By heavy
a lot of time bought here, and now they're just going to have to clear out every single corner of this A site.
Zest continuing to delay. Yay, going to be taken down. Scary able to find shooters here. The reveal coming through. Zest trying to mount. Doesn't need to even get that shot. Tap onto the spike glass. Cannot 180 fast enough. Zest picking things off so very gorgeously for Bleed here on this map, and he will be the one to get them across the finish line. 13-9, same score line, but different winning team. As we head on Sunset, we are going the distance here tonight with Lotus on the horizon.
By Bleed,
yeah, it does feel pretty
hashtag.
appropriate. I think Zest is the guy on this one. Yay as well, pulling 20 Laz, getting 20 himself, desperately trying to pull his team back in, but it was not quite enough. So we are done for map number 2. Let's go back to the analysts to break it down.
Hashtag Bleed winning bolte.
Bleed is here to stay. They are fighting for their championship points. They ended up taking each other's map picks from each other.
Yes.
And I mean, we were questioning a bit about their map picks and their decisions here, and what has resulted.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, continuing with the first map, Bleed continues to play a lot better as a team, but this is a good reminder on what happens when you take someone to their comfort map.
Yep.
Like the singular impact that Zest had in his utility, in his timings, his peaks, everything. Like he just knew when to peek, which angle, where to clear, and that made everyone else so much more comfortable. And even Ye was getting way more confident in this map of Ascent.
Yeah, I mean,
15
15 first kills,
15.
right? And a lot of those was actually Ye's contact as
अभी
well.
Bleed
So,
क्यों
yeah,
जीता पता है? Post plan देखो.
I mean, it's just
Last
the
time
stats that I was mentioning
ZETA जीता था
before the
69.
series started, where Ye
अभी
was
Bleed
not
जीता
getting that
69.
impact that he was
Simple है
looking
भाई. जो
for.
मेरा
This
stream
series,
देखेगा वो
he's
जीतेगा.
definitely
Simple
on
बात.
something right now.
And also,
It's
obviously, it
something
started
about the
off with
magic
actually
number.
Retla really pulling his weight in the beginning couple rounds, and then, of course, you know, a couple
Jeez,
heroic plays from
in there.
Zest, then
Attack
Ye,
LAG,
and then
बस.
everyone really coming online. But it just seems that Bleed, finally, after all these matches, and a lot of rough ones at that, they're starting to get a lot more comfortable on stage, and also a lot more in sync with each other, where they don't have to really communicate everything one by one, but just looking at the mini-map, things like that, where they're like, okay, this is the play. And, you know, not just Zest, but obviously it helps that Ascent is one of those maps that's been around for a while, and all these guys have been playing for quite some time on the side of Bleed.
And this is where it gets kind of tricky too, because on the side of ZETA, look at Depp. He's 10-19 out of what, 22 rounds? The first couple of rounds on the first half, he was 0 kills. He was not getting that rhythm, that impact that we usually see from him. Even though we have seen ZETA Division actually try to make those contact plays for Depp, it just wasn't clicking for, you know, the Child of God.
Yeah, and you have to look at the Silvas when it comes to that, in my opinion, right? Just what areas of the map are you clearing for your duelists, even if you're not moving together, right? Maybe you've cleared the other side, so you have an idea of, okay, well, that means like maybe 2 or 3 people are on this side of the map, etc. But, I mean, when you get your confidence, we always say, like, Valorant is a momentum game, it's a confidence game, and we're not just trying to say this just to brush off the analysis and the stats, but it really is. And we've all felt that when we're playing solo queue, and that comes through here for both Zest and Ye. And Retla, even, again, starting off so strong, they're all positive on the side of Bleed.
Absolutely, and this is the Bleed we want to see. This kind of cohesion, they're coming together finally, and like you said, we were talking about this, we were eyeing the Sovas. It's just so important on Ascent in particular, how they perform. And Zest, you know, since last year, he's always proven to be probably incredible on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, Zest, whenever he takes a break and he comes back and he plays Sova, like even when he was on DRX and Vision Strikers, he just looked stronger and stronger. And clearly, he really studies the maps wherever he plays, whether it's just lineups or, again, okay, the internal timer of this is the rotation, this is how long it takes. I mean, that cover for his teammate was just so crisp. And that's when we all kind of felt, okay, the momentum swing is in action now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then everything just, again, followed through. Ye getting himself some pretty big highlights. Okay, sure. On the flip side here, we're looking at some of ZETA's plays here and now, right? But the problem is, I think it just was too far and few in between. It felt like they were trying to get something happening at the very start, and then it just kind of unravels.
Yeah, and I mean, Ye, of course. We don't see Ye kind of just peeking back and forth like that just to swivel on kills, right? A lot of his greatest moments are recognizing where everyone is and then going for those one taps. But right now, he is moving on a swivel, really trusting his teammates for the trade as well. Just overall, I mean, listen, the match isn't over yet, so obviously we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but all the criticism I think everyone had around the world, including ourselves, all the things that we talked about of this is just what's missing, and it's a lot of the basics for Bleed. At least now they have the basics. So now the question is how much further can they go upwards?
That's right. And we are going to go to Lotus now for our third map. I think there's a lot to break down here before we go in, but before that,
someone else has to go upwards.
So, So Bleed got, they won. But let me talk you through our genius. I say our because you, the audience, also picked Zeta Division. Coach Legia likes to take early timeouts, but we also know based on the data that we saw yesterday that he has the lowest win rate after doing a timeout. So obviously there was genius behind
Okay,
all
minus that percentage and everything. The play itself was very questionable from Bleed, all right? They should have won that. They got the first pick on Hero Run.
Listen, let's not be sore losers. Zeta won even after their own timeout.
It doesn't matter because you lost.
Yeah, let's not be sore losers. Zeta was the better team after timeouts. Bleed was the better team overall on the map.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a little stressful in the green room. It was a little stressful. Hey, it's me and it's you guys, the wingman.
Good job. We're all really bunched up, you know?
You know, the Korean casters, they got some irons, they got some radiance. We're all just fighting
Maybe
here
we should
in the
send
middle.
Achilles to the Korean cast as well. I think he would fit right in on the...
He's here on the borderline there. Isn't he glad he's casting today?
He's waiting. He's just waiting for a chance to come back and rank back up.
Yeah, so this is great. I'm glad the games are over for today. It's been very stressful. It's very stressful. I don't know how you guys at home feel about it, but
well, our games are over, obviously.
Yeah,
they
our
still have
games
to
are
play
over.
one more.
I know. We have to go into Lotus now. We're gonna see Chamber, Laz.
No,
Chamber
well, Laz,
together.
yes.
Together
no.
facing off. No, it's not gonna happen. It doesn't happen.
Here's the thing: is that if they're looking this much better, which again, it's not that Bleed's doing anything crazy spectacular. It's just that they are playing basically as a team, which is what we were all hoping for. If they're doing this, what that tells me is that they probably weren't like cooking up comps, etc. They were just saying, okay, we have faith in what we originally cooked up. Let's go through the reps, right? Let's make sure that what's breaking down, what's wrong. And this is one of those maps again in their opening match against Talon. Zest had a very great showing, even though it's been a long time since he played in Tier 1. Bleed, even back then, they didn't look like they were on point as a team, but Zest looked like he knew exactly what to do as that Fade. So I think this could be close.
And you know what? It seems like, you know, this is what Bleed technically was. You know, that super dominant team from NYSG that even though, sure, they got through a lot of roster changes coming into stage 1, this is still the team that has the same, I'd say, soul compared to before. You know, their contacts are much more aggressive, cleaner, they're able to multi-kill their way into a site. This is iconic Bleed, and it's starting to come into play when it matters the most.
Yeah, and I hope they continue that on Lotus, because Lotus, again, being a 3-site map, even on defense, you have to push out, you have to clear areas, and you have to start to funnel your opponents. And if they once again revert to saying, hey, let's wait back and wait for the util and then we'll go for retakes, I don't think that's going to work, especially when we've seen Zeta Division start to bring the neon back out as well. I mean, they are going to up the tempo for sure. So I think Bleed needs to recognize that. They need to have confidence and, okay, we can fight back, we can duel as a team. Let's start to push and clear the map a little bit.
No, that's a fantastic point, and this is exactly right, because that is what stopped Bleed in their tracks. In their losses in the previous games, it's when they hesitate, they're taking too slow, they're overthinking it, they're not going, you know, based on instinct, all the practice that they've been doing. And Zeta Division, you're right, with that Neon, I mean, those rotations, those swings are really fast. So Bleed is
Internet
going
bhai,
to stay,
chalo
have to
na.
stay on top of it, continue this momentum from the last two maps. Even though they dropped the first map, they were looking good.
Yeah, no, I mean, they looked a lot better, right? I mean, this is one of those things where
Abhi,
if you're
kya ho
watching
gaya?
a team
Payment
and you're
nahi
looking at the
karne de rahe?
mini-map,
Kya ho gaya
you want to
bhai?
at least be able to tell that there are comms, right? And we don't need to know all the details, but you just want to see, like, oh, someone spotted something and there's that rotation, okay? We didn't see that from Bleed the last week, but now, as we're about to wrap
So
up
the
week
guys,
2,
the
we're
final
starting to
question
see bits and pieces
arrives.
of it.
क्या आज
I'm
Bleed
still wondering.
जीतेगी? Bunks में मैंने
Still the
आपका
same
tweet
thing.
देखा.
Yeah,
उसके
so just
हिसाब से
yeah,
Bleed
meta comp
जीतने वाली
update. But
है.
Zeta
Thank
Division,
you.
I mean, bringing back that Neon, they played it last year. Obviously, currently Team Heretics kind of headlining that composition. But Zeta, they're putting
भाई
in the
कैसे हो? 3
chamber
chapter
as
पढ़ लिया.
well. So,
Yay!
I mean, you mentioned it, Victoria, but it's going to be the fast rotates both on attack and defense. I think that's something that some of their opponents didn't quite account for, is the fact that once Chamber's holding something,
भाई
that
ये
Neon
मत
will be
बोलो
on
कि
the other
Bleed
side
के
in
साथ
an instant.
एको डिफ
Oh,
होने
yes,
वाला.
absolutely. Even when they're on the
Bhai,
defense,
Neon.
it doesn't matter. Dep on
Neon.
Neon is quite a force to contend with. I would love to see a poll actually between the Neons, Dep's Neon, Mini Boo's Neon. I would love to see
Mini Boo's Neon's really good.
Yeah. He's fantastic on it.
I just also want to add, on defense, Rubble control, you can reset
Bhai.
it a lot more because of the double stun for the Neon compared to
Gaming
the
होगी
Raze
क्या?
only throws
Bang
that
को बता
Aegis
दो.
once.
Full support
Yes,
to
so we are going to
Zeta.
find out how
Zeta
this
के
is going to
भाई.
go on the third map of
Gaming-
this final series for the weekend.
सोच रहा हूँ मैं रात को आ जाऊँ 11:30 बजे.
Achilleos.
11:30 बजे
Thank
से
you very much.
2:30
Yes,
गेमिंग
let's
करेंगे.
get
2:30
ready
से
to
एक
go
वॉच पार्टी
into this
करेंगे.
one. The desk talking about
फिर
depth
चले
on
जाएंगे.
that Neon. And how strong
ऐसा
he was
सोचो.
looking in their last outing on Lotus versus Team
ताकि
Soul, where they
दोनों
kind of
स्ट्रीम 5-5 घंटे की हो.
debuted this composition. As far as his strength
Go,
on the
go,
Neon is
go.
concerned, would have said similar things about his Jet, and it was severely lacking for them there on Ascent.
आज
See how
वो
he
वॉच
fares though.
पार्टी है ही नहीं
Back
अमेरिका.
over onto this where
रात को
needs to be the
कुछ
one
नहीं है.
very much setting the pace and catching Bleed off guard.
Yeah, absolutely.
भाई
do
आज
need
कुछ
to do
नहीं है तो
that.
फिर रात को रूटर
And it
करेंगे
might
भाई.
just come down to how
आज
aggressive
रात को
they
वॉच
want to
पार्टी
get
नहीं. आज रूटर
around
करेंगे लंबा शिफ्ट.
Rubble, although at the
सुनेगा.
moment we don't see Bleed is going in that direction at all. Just waiting back, seeing if Zeta are going to start off with some
डन
aggression.
सीन. आज
And then maybe
रूटर
going for a
करेंगे.
push
आज
of
लंबा
their
स्ट्रीम
own.
रूटर
Their
करेंगे.
own would love to pick this one.
वैलो होगी और ड्रैगन्स डॉगमा 2 होगी.
And
फुल नाइट गेमिंग्स होगी आज.
they clear out all
तो इसके
of
बाद मैं
Rubble.
चला
They
जाऊंगा.
take
डिनर
this
करके
orb.
रेस्ट ले लूंगा.
Say, well, there's no push coming in from Bleed just yet.
9:30 रूटर 9:30 नहीं शायद
Bottom
10:30.
check, no pressure being
ये
applied
गेम
out B.
खत्म होएगा
Paranoia at
6:30.
the ready,
डिनर
though.
विनर करूंगा. सो जाऊंगा भाई
Hero could catch
7:30.
everybody with this one.
3 घंटा
Now,
सो के
a little bit of
10:30
random
स्ट्रीम.
spray. Prowler going to be spotted. Relay bolt
आज
sent.
ये नहीं है. आज नहीं कल है.
As they're just looking to really gum up the works. A couple players spotted there. Is Dizzy going to be lobbed in deep? Widely, a lot of you still expected his hero and actually push
Sana na
forward
na 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 na
and
sana
claim
na.
this one. Does get it and can successfully back away, but
नियॉन के साथ एक क्या प्रॉब्लम है पता है?
just going to be sending them over
Fast
towards
rotation.
Laz. 6 bullets. The haunt sent cleared.
30 seconds
Looks for
left.
the shot. A little bit off on that one. Can't quite get it through the corner of the wall.
Yeah. Not too much time though, and immediately the rotations are coming out from Zeta. They got 3 people on the C site.
It's about to get messy. They have to commit to this one now. Like you said, no time remaining. Good on able to find one. The
Like
second gets it.
कैसे?
2 in reply.
C.
10 seconds now
10 seconds
remaining.
left.
They have to get ready to stick this one. Depth ready to swing through. Gets the headshot. Forces them off the plant. And that is going to be the
भाई
round.
कैसे
Zeta.
कैसे
Up their second here of the series.
कैसे वहां
Their
से
first
बंदा
opening pistol
दो
round
मार
win of the
दी.
series as well.
कैसे राउंड
As you
हार
mentioned
गया?
before, when they
कोई
were just
सीन
trying to
नहीं.
push into Rubble, they
कोई
just really
सीन नहीं.
jammed
अभी
up
भी
that
जीत
area, and it
सकती
felt
है.
like Bleed wanted to
अभी
go
भी
for
जीत
a bit of
सकती है.
passive play into a
अभी भी
push,
जीत सकती है.
but then eventually they lost out on so much time that the rotation over to C was very readable. And Deb's hitting some great classic headshots.
Nice! Good job!
All
कुछ
right.
लग रहा है.
Energy
मंगाओ
coming
बेल
back
मंगाओ
in.
भाई.
As we get into
तो है.
the later
मैं
hours
बाद
of
में
the
खा
evening.
लूंगा तो फिर
The
रात
later evening of the hours is what I was about to say.
ज़्यादा नहीं एक एक
The
वो
hours of the
क्वांटिटी
later
ज़्यादा
evening.
आता है.
Yep. Well,
नहीं रहने
the outlaw shot
हाँ?
ringing out.
ऐसा
Is trying to deter them from pushing up, but will just be the orb take here
यार वड़ा पाव
from
का नाम
Darion to
लिया
try to
तूने
get that
मंगाया नहीं.
lockdown online as
हाँ?
quickly as
वड़ा पाव
possible.
का नाम लेके मंगाया नहीं.
वड़ा
Not
पाव
a bad
मंगाओ
idea.
भाई.
Yeah, he says, you know,
Yeah,
I'll
really well.
probably pick up some kills
Huh?
anyway, so I'll
Oh,
just generate
orange.
my ult that way. And, well, he was able to
Hello.
do a fantastic job on the last map.
ये ले तो मंगा दो.
Who is going to have the hottest hands here on Lotus. Still question to be answered. And so far, just a
Irony
tap on
wala.
the door
Prema chacha.
and more passive attacking side play from the side of Bleed, of course. Just trying to see if they can catch anyone off guard with 5 classics.
नहीं
पक्का
A little bit of info there for him. As Laz just creeping back
फिर
around.
भी एक एक्स्ट्रा मंगा के
They
रखो
know that this outlaw is likely still going to be here. With a push, just 2 shots there, fishing for it. Sends out the snake bite, gets some vulnerable, and gets him dead.
क्या रीड है बे ZETA
But
का
get it on, ready for it. Does manage to find that elimination. Push up, that will be taken down. So no flawless to be found, but
कोई सिनेमारा तो भी अच्छा ही है
Viper's pit is he's just 3 charges away. It's scary. Now left all on his lonesome. Tap on the door. Yuran for sure was going to try to push out there, but instead it's going to be Sugar Zero.
भाई
Able
क्या
to come
से
up with the goods. So only
कल
one player
डायरेक्ट ये
lost
में
in
है
the
दोपहर को
anti-eco
रूटर कर
Zeta.
सकते हैं
Now
मैं
up
बूट कैंप जा रहा हूँ कल
Yeah.
शूटर
Once again, a bit predictable. I mean, it's not a big deal on
इसलिए
that
आज
second round,
लंबा
of
करना
course,
पड़ेगा
but it just felt like you're almost like, okay, they're right there. I'm just going to. I've got the Spectre. I've got a snake bite on the ground. People are dying if they're here, and he was just waiting with open arms.
I think Yuran was actually running the knife.
ah shish
We saw that
Should
replay.
have let him.
Would have been nice, but I also, you know, you can appreciate Sugar Zero not wanting to die. As for now, push up, create some space for Hidderon to be able to try to get that Thrash online.
back to me sana
Laz will now look to occupy that forward position here outside of A.
No.
Does have the rendezvous set up for himself
Oh,
to just
no.
bounce back in the tree.
तो एक्स्ट्रा बचा तो थोड़ा बहुत
See if
काफ
they get any kind of aggression out on the opposite side, but Zeta is happy to sit back.
भाई
on the
ये
side
राउंड
himself.
जीतना ही पड़ेगा
And again, Bleed struggling to find a real entry
Hey,
so
ये-
far on this map.
ये
It does look
कितना
like
अच्छा है ना
maybe
जैट यहाँ से
chance
टिपी
towards
मार्केट
A,
ट्री
but Laz is waiting with open arms. Just the outlaw at the moment.
Poison orb now thrown in as well, trying to check around, see what he can spot. Oh, there's one. It's gonna be Ye taken down.
लाइट आर्मर
Solid opening kill here.
प्रॉब्लम
With the raise in that position, should suspect that there's going to be more towards this A side of the map, but rotation's still going to be slow here from Zeta. Not looking to overcommit to anything. His last now, I mean, his bailout
30 seconds left.
is gone. Tap on the door. He's going to rotate up rope. Backs away and doesn't manage to escape. Just wait for the rest of the team to join in here.
रिटेक पॉसिबल है भाई यूटिल्स वाले के पास पूरा है यार पूरा यूटिल्स है
Will be interesting to see if Lee can hold this one down. Deny the bonus from coming through. Scary. Looking to hold that angle himself. Meanwhile, Zeta surely taking their time with this one.
Paranoia going to be sent across. Doesn't really find too much there. Pass lane is available to try to obfuscate the side a little bit more. Relay bolt going to be sent in. Couple shots flying. Scary pushing up here into the smoke.
Oh, by close.
Drag it across
यूरान मार सकता था
onto Yuran for the headshot. Wingman now going for the plant. Spray through. That'll just clean it up. Snake bite as well. Going to be invested for good measure. Time ticking
नहीं
away. They would have to stick to it right here for now. So it seems like Bleed
Shot
will just be able to find the
Yaar.
win. Sugar Zero just looking to see if he can try to deal any additional damage, but eventually will fall. Zest cannot get out of the blast radius, however, so still going to be
But
3
good
lost.
bonus ना
Zeta
तीन
cannot
मरे
convert the bonus.
Yeah, not half bad. I do think that Bleed handled it pretty well, even with a member down, still able to get on in there. This was a little
यहाँ
bit
पे
wonky,
अगर
but
मारता
got the
था ना
job
यूरोप
done eventually. Anyway,
शायद
held the angle
उनके
very
राउंड
nicely
होती
here from the baby door, and Zeta just didn't have the firepower to put it down. So let's see now as both sides want to be
यहाँ
picking
फुल
up
बारिश हो रही है
rifles.
मेरे काहे बुंड जला रहे तुम
Looks like, yeah. Let's see what this round is going to look like.
Full players out here for both squads.
सीखो बे ये
That,
सीखो
unsurprisingly, with that Phantom, just in case he needs to go sliding in. As Laz cheating forward.
I'll find you.
and find
Looks
you
away the haunt. Not going to reveal his position. Kept secret.
दरवाजा खोल के सी जाएंगे लग रहा है
Flashback not actually going to get the clear out
भाई
on that
क्या
trademark. And Laz
मारता है
gets the,
बेलास
I believe, one tap shot onto Scary.
ये दोनों का चेंबर एकदम सेक्सी लगता है ना
Backpedaling to see if anybody does come his way. No peek
Laz
out
or
from
Excurate.
Yuran just playing this one cautiously.
I thought that, okay, they are actually going to begin to head in
कोई है
towards
chat तीसरा
C,
chamber.
but Poison Orb up, and that's going to allow Yudon
हैदराबाद में
to
फुल गर्म
just
हो
rotate
रखा है
back
माहौल
over.
इतनी गर्मी 2
Still
महीने
no
से
full
एसी
committal
बंद
here
नहीं
from the
हुई
side
है.
of Bleed, as maybe it is a B hit, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of a fake out, some util dump there, but they could pivot any which way.
ये कब है
Either
chamber
which way, I
था?
should say.
हाँ ना
Mitchell's
अभी
going to be
नहीं.
sent down into the back. Relay bolt now flying through. Hit it on. Give the gun down too. Dep up over the top.
भाई खाली कर दिया बे.
And
लग
right
गया
now,
अभी heavy lead है वो लोग
flawless
इको है
round
अभी.
victory here for Zeta
और
Division.
प्लस flawless खाली किया है.
Zest all on his lonesome, just going to go creeping back. Laz
जब
on the
तक
hunt.
4-1 हो जाएगा डेप और यूरॉन का भी अल्ट आ जाएगा. गेको का अल्ट है ही. भाई
Be able to spot him too much though.
अपहिल बैटल होने वाला है अभी ब्लीड के
Be able
लिए.
to tuck away inside of A main, keep himself safe.
कोई
The
ना
rest of this
मैंने
one,
ट्वीट
just gonna
किया
be that
मतलब
single
ब्लीड
weapon,
जीतेगा.
that single
सिंपल
rifle
बात है भाई.
carried over, but Zeta
हेटर ना बने.
able to go ahead and win out now, 3-1, not allowing for Bleed to come up with any wins here. This is very much an inversion of what we've been seeing across the last two maps. It's widely been Bleed starting things off very strongly, having that 3-1 scoreline. This time though,
They're really bold.
क्या
Value
stun मारा
was just
बे.
insane. Not much to say about that one. Will be a relatively early timeout from Bleed this time around. We saw Zeta doing this earlier.
रास्ते पे बात
And
बना.
just want to talk about what has been going on so far, which has been just
Language
a lot of
ऋषभ
passivity
भाई
from the side of
language.
Bleed, not really pushing in. They're getting picked off early and often, and outside of the
डिलीट कर दे टाइम है नहीं नहीं.
you know, Zeta's
Possible.
bonus round, I guess. They have not really been able to find much luck, and a flawless round immediately after is not a great feel either. Only Zest able to stay alive. So, certainly I think a good time to call the timeout.
Chamber was ama kulate.
But
बात
does
तो
it
है.
translate into
डर के
the
डर के
round
भी आता.
win? That is the big question, of course.
डर के अच्छा प्लेयर है
Has
वो.
been widely eluding Bleed thus far.
सबका बोलो चैट उधर देखो क्या होता है जब सब्सक्राइब करते
Let's see if
हो.
this can
वो
be
नंबर को देखो.
the change up here for the
वाह.
squad where they do need it quite badly.
ये सब करना पड़ेगा यार अभी 300 के लिए. हाँ.
There's a Dep. You get him over onto that attacking side. That's when he's really going to be unleashed. We saw that from him on his entrance
भाई लेकिन
versus
सब काउंट
Secret.
करते 100 सब
It's
तो
already
बढ़
looking
गए
pretty
यार.
good. I mean, the
ना?
relay bolt timings have been excellent, and there are a lot of small chokes on this map where you can get pretty good value from that ability. Laz is up here,
Not a wide
sensing some
enough jiggle.
pressure.
Let's just craft back.
Marseille,
There's the
bro.
rendezvous out. A now
Marseille.
dead. 0 and 5 thus far. There's a quick clear out on that nano swarm, but has to backpedal as the haunt does come through. But stun across. It's slow there.
It's time
Like gonna
for
be planted
some
here and again.
stun.
Attempted a 4v5 for
Heavy
Bleed. The
blind.
third time they've been put into this
Oh, no.
position is, I mean, they're
Lag
just swarming their way
gaye.
through. Now the two remaining players stuck
भाई
in
वो
number B.
खड्डा blind बहुत strong है बे.
Was back away as Laz is just holding for the defuse.
Woman blind into खड्डा blind.
Nothing more to be done. Zest, save the weapon. Scary. I mean, try to find any kind of kill you possibly can. He will be able to get one. Grabs the weapon and then is going to be dropping it as Sugar Zero puts him down.
Yeah, that was a very easy
सब
cleanup
लोग
for
सब
Zeta. That
count
did
या
not look
member
like
count
they had just
रखते
taken a
हैं. हाँ क्या?
timeout. I mean, Laz reads the push, reads the pressure, assesses that they are going to get aggressive, hits the shot, goes
300
back,
के
and
बाद
then
डालते सब
they still
count.
aggress on a B, and
50
just, you know, one
million
dizzy gets thrown
subs.
in, everybody's blinded, it's just free cleanup for the side of Zeta. They make it look like they weren't pressured at all. So,
ये कौन सा नया कॉफी ब्लेंड आए हैं
they
अम्मा
want to
कुले.
see
Word
some
है भाई.
more solid pushes from the side of Bleed.
Shuffling here on the buys. Prowler trying to wait this one out. The Boombot as well eventually will have to make his exit. As Thrash to go ahead and check around the opening here of A. Nothing going to be spotted, so just drags it back so we can get the quick recovery and save it for later in the round. In the meantime,
A तो नहीं जा
Showstopper
सकते
is
भाई.
available. Right now,
A
seemingly
नहीं
Bleed
जा
not
सकता.
liking
फिर से
what
B
they have
try
been
करो मैं तो
seeing and
बोलता
seeing.
हूँ. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
So they will turn their sights back
भाई
over
A
here
tough
on
है.
towards A. Zero
गेको
back
का
rubble.
पूरा यूटिल और ओमेन का यूटिल है.
There is still the Gecko here from last time they tried this.
Paranoia Ascent, matched on the opposite side. Dizzy goes out, TP having to be used, Showstopper.
Oh!
And the Ascent goes in towards Baby Door. Decent amount of damage dealt. Eventually Yang rewarded for that spray through the box. Gets himself on the board with the wallbang shot. Laz watching. Oh, splits the difference between Retla and Darion there. Cannot find the kill, and now it's going to be a lockdown invested here from Bleed. They know that they really need to try to get this round win. Relay bolts sent through, stun across depth. Only going to be good for one before getting taken down. Zuran around the back. Oh, what a snappy shot!
Planted.
Oh, just completely ignores Scary. Takes out Retla. A huge kill potentially here.
Get back.
Zest pushing forward, finds one. Laz.
One enemy remaining.
Another elimination coming through, but potentially in a very rough spot. Here's out the turret. TP on the top. The troll down on the shorty. Takes out Zest. But Darion with the reposition. He gets himself forward here onto the site. Playing a little bit of ring around the rosy here. The Nano to try to force him back. Sees him, swings it, gets him. Laz,
unbelievable.
This man is Chamber incarnate. The defuse will come through, and ZETA will lead out now 5-1.
I mean, what can you even say? Laz clutches it out. Huge play there at the end of round 6 to continue the onslaught of ZETA. Just have to watch and see how he did it. Started with Euron. A really nice shot there. Laz gets his first. The shorty pull out here, and then... Yep. Spots just the shoulder, and that's all he needs. With just barely enough time, just gives himself a laugh and a nice little pump up there with the arm. And he keeps ZETA's dominance going.
As well as the ult economy. Built up nicely his depth.
Oh boy.
That aggression that we're talking about. Slide out, Darion dead. There goes your Killjoy. There goes a big chunk of credit investment in the round.
कैसे क्यों कभी मेरे को पूछा मैं कैसा हूँ?
Hit on line for good on.
मेरे को पूछा कभी मैं कैसा हूँ?
No real pressure felt here to invest that off the rip. We'll just keep it in the back pocket for now.
Yeah, that's one of the things that using the Neon can be good for on this map as well. Just poke at a B or poke at a A sometimes. Yeah, they're not going to see. Some spray on through. Well, with Spike back here, it looks like they're going to have to find a different direction. But unfortunately, it's one of those spots where you've already used the timeout. And after the timeout, you lost 2 rounds in a row. So confidence levels are at an all-time low. In terms of, okay, well, A isn't working out. We can't go C. The last time we went B, it was like we had 5 less members than the enemy eventually did.
So close to being able to get that hit across. Relay bolts to try to slow things up. Depp keeping himself protected now. Fast lane set, but Zest with a spray is able to go ahead and flush him out. 3v4, but now, okay, never mind. 2v4. As we'll get the hit in, and that's the Nightfall out of the hands here of Bleed, where they get this spike planted.
वाइपर को देखो अपना वाइपर
Waiting.
Arriving.
Good turn from Scary. Is able to answer one back, but he's dazed up by the wingman. Taken down by Sugar Zero. And ZETA they're not relenting whatsoever. 6-1 now here on Lotus.
अभी आएगा.
That was a
very nice.
Pretty decent buy round there from the side of Bleed, and they got pretty much no value, as you mentioned. Killjoy is gone, and yeah, Depp did go down, but he already did the damage, spotted the push, and then they're just getting rotated on like it's nothing.
Good job, Omen.
Ishbam de yaar, बेचारे को.
Second timeout.
Last time out है ना ये.
6-1.
Last chance to win the game भी है बात कर.
Talk about vibe merchants. How about calm
Full
merchants?
zoom कर दिया ये पे.
Man, a few words.
क्या करेंगे अपने ये
It doesn't
भाई.
really pop off much.
Yeah.
ये round.
Sometimes it's better to
Bye,
not
guys.
go through the
Bye,
swings of the up and
guys.
down and just maintain a similar level. So that way when things aren't going well, you can say, okay, well, I'm at the same level I was when I was winning 6-1. And that allows you to potentially kind of keep it even, keep it consistent. But then maybe you don't have quite the high highs as some other players.
Second timeout having to be committed here to 7 rounds in. Unfortunately, this has just become all too familiar territory for Bleed.
Binks by 3 years of trying to make you read my chat.
Something here. Turn the tides to get the gears spinning. Right now, very much shared effort from the side of Zeta Division. No one really breaking away, not seeing that huge, Sugar Zero performance like we had on Sunset.
गलती से टाइम आउट दिया आदि गलती से दिया
Yeah.
गलती से दिया ऐसा तो नहीं है तुझे स्पेशल वाला बाय बोला करके गलती से वो भी मैंने गलती से 30 मिनट का दे दिया है मेरे को लगा 30 seconds है I'm sorry
Needs a little bit to gain some forward space, but now waiting at the Viper wall.
स्पेशल वाला बाय
We'll slow up the approach a little bit as Prowler checks around. With the tap on the orb.
Assuming that maybe somebody would peek out there, but ZETA not really
Trade
taking
पे
any
मीटअप
big
करा हेवी
chances.
गिवअवे हो रहा है ट्रेनर के
It's
पे
just
heavy.
Laz over at Mound just checking to see if anyone else is going to rotate back, as Bleed have done a lot so far on this map, but that is not the case as we know.
West के पास ult है क्या हो सकता है
Throw down a smoke. And Zest throwing the Prowler, but again, as we know, they are not going in that direction, and it looks like ZETA have read it very nicely. I mean, already Depp is rotating over towards B, towards the direction of where
भाई यहाँ से क्रॉस फायर में ब्लाइंड आएगा वाइपर स्पिट आएगा ओमेन ब्लाइंड भी ऐसा करेगा
Smoke just coming
तो
across
बहुत
here.
बुरा होने वाला है ये
Make that
राउंड
A site unassailable.
लेकिन जेस्ट ने अगर अल्ट
The
मारा
moment as the Nightfall comes through, he's going to be setting the paranoia and actually rotates in for the challenge. Does get blinded back on the opposite side though, but Laz does get this catch here onto the lurking Killjoy. It's the spot. Zest pushes his way up into the site. For now, Bleed will have control.
10 seconds.
Weapon upgrade for Ye. Girodon holding back here. Waiting, allowing for them to push into him. He reads one. Is he ready for scaring the side? No. Tries to go for the flick. But Girodon there to go ahead and get the read peek. Take him down. Now it is all on Zest.
भाई फेक दरवाजा खोला है
On coming back up soon, but Laz
भाई क्या है ये एक बंदा सिर्फ उछल रहा है
and overall it's still going to be an onslaught here from Zeta Division. Now 7-1.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea from Bleed, down on some firepower, trying to just use the Nightfall to try to get onto the B side, but Sugar Zero getting one pick, and then Hero in really nice position here, just reading the pressure, knowing they would try to rotate out and clear one angle after taking the B site. Gets a lot of value there, allows you to follow up. You're just too far behind this Bleed, so I feel like the idea was all right.
Zeta looking strong.
Now you've lost another round to use both timeouts.
This though, up in from there in a bit of a change-up, a four-man stack from Zeta Division here at A. They know that this is going to be fought off after, and they want to try to win this one out. Relay Bolt's getting sent around the corner here from Depp. Does eat that paranoia as he tries to stay alive. Yang in a forward position, able to find one as Scary tries to spray across. Gets Sugar Zero. Quite find the rest. Spike dropped as will be Zest taken out. So in the end, a 2 for 2. But ultimately, just a damn good read here from Zeta.
Yeah, it feels like they somehow had Bleed's number on this map, many different angles. And they were just so ready for that push to come in. And now, chance for Bleed to go in.
Okay, well, Laz really wishing that he had completed that teleport. Scary, not spotting
Okay,
you're not going to be caught off guard. Not able to find that. Creeping forward, gets himself in front of the smoke, but cannot align the shot. Scary will get a second. Pitt's still going to be committed here. With an extra second or two on the back end of that one. Would have preferred to hold on to the ult, but all the same, Bleed, what they desperately needed was a round win, and they will find it in round 9.
Finally got their second one, and even though they got challenged down at Rubble, it was a great job from Scary to just get some nice value on the right side of that pack, of that pile of Rubble, and then eventually they go for the retake. It looks like Udon was just not really ready for that. The dry peak coming on in.
Scary able to follow up,
and that was the end of it with Laz going down. Doesn't need to hold on to that weapon as he's got his ult and a lot of money.
Okay, well, Tour de Force pop as are the Lightning Bangers. Relay Bolt going to go flying in rather. As Dab just holding it down, comes up 2 sides forward. There's the days, the wingman.
एक राउंड जीतने के बाद ही
कैसे stacked up here alongside one another, and it would be one hell of a day at the shooting range there for Ye if he was going to be able to pick those off and isolate all the players. A big change up here. Zeta say, okay, let's go aggro once again. This time on the opposite side of the map.
मेरे हाथ से ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
Yeah. I just love that they just send it here. Especially
नेट
got
का है
this
वो
ult
तो
available
नेट
for
अगर
Death. He
मुंबई
leads
में
the
पैकेट लॉस हो
charge,
रहा है तो नेट कैसे
puts the relay bolt in, and just against the flow of play, he said, okay, you got one round, and now I'm going to take you down personally. 8-2. ZETA, very nice aggressive play. We'll see if they keep up with this aggression or if they do want to mess with it. With the flow of the play, as we do have 3 members at least pushing out here.
Fast lane sent. Yay, creeping forward. As Showstopper going to be sent over towards Hirodon. He's able to find that one. Yay. Oh, okay, Depp. We're just back to take down Yay. Looked like he was going to be dead to rights, but now.
अरे आप यहाँ पे
an
ही
advantage here
सब बता
for the
दोगे
side
क्या?
of Bleed.
अरे
That's still with just the classic. Moves up, grabs the gun.
क्या है समझना
checks
चाहिए
in
ना
towards
लोगों को.
Tree.
अभी रिड्जी भाई ने कैसे बोला कि
Spotted there.
मंथन में
Paranoia
कुछ
at the
हेवी
ready.
गिफ्ट आने वाला है हेवी.
They get stacked up into the smoker. They're just going to swing out. They do. They both die. I think that one
8-3 by
unescorted by any
no,
form of
8-4
util. A bit
Bleed
puzzling
8-4
for the side of
Pistol round
Zeta
जीतो
Division. So Bleed now
8-6
well
by round
poised
जीतो
to go
8-8
ahead and rack
खत्म
up
है
the third round win in
जेटा
this half.
खत्म है.
Yeah, it
समझ
kind
रहे
of
हो?
just looked like they wanted to keep
जेटा
up with
खत्म
some
है.
of that
Let's go.
fast
ये
tempo,
planning
but
है.
immediately the two of them got punished so quickly.
क्या कह रहा हूँ
3, 2,
लास्ट
1,
राउंड
die.
जो
Yeah.
पहले डिलीट कर देना ट्वीट इसको पता नहीं
Certainly
चलेगा.
some kind of pact, and Laz, he's got a lot of money, and there's only a couple of rounds, or I guess one round after this one left, so just gonna send it, and
आपकी स्ट्रीम हाईएस्ट
down
क्वालिटी
he goes.
में
Bleed picks up
देखता
the
है
third round.
नेटवर्क इशू
Gets
कैसे
us one away from having a
कैसे
nightfall online, so if that is able to be
Game
scooped
और
up here
stream
by
अलग है.
either an orb or a kill could be useful here for Bleed to try to get themselves up to a 4th round win in the half, but overall a solid start. I mean, I don't know how the hell Depp really snapped over to get Yay there, but
Nice out, Jake.
for everybody else, very, very clean. Crash at the ready.
Huh?
As Yudon as well, similarly, just one charge away from having a critical ult.
now let's see if he can get there. It's really the question, as I'm thinking about utilizing Dizzy over the top.
ये
see
मेरा
if he
main
can
घर
clear
है,
this
main
one out
घर.
with Sugar Zero, because there has been a bit of aggression coming
Hi,
out from
Bugs,
Bleed on this
hello.
angle onto Rubble so far, but this time Bleed are going to go back to what actually didn't necessarily work, which was a bit more passivity,
by
just waiting
8-4
to see
चाहिए बे
if Zeta
क्लोज
would
जा देख ले
push,
क्या बोलते हो?
and then going
बाय
fully
हेलो
push
ज़ेरेफ के ऊपर
themselves.
आपका क्या विचार है?
Now they are
प्लीज
grouping
शेयर
up
करें.
outside of A.
हे
Relay sent there in response to the Prowler. and
ये
looks like
क्वेश्चन
that-
आपको
that
ज़ेरेफ की
alone is enough
दीवानी
to
से पूछना चाहिए.
Shove everybody all the way back. The Orion inching forward outside of C. The rest of the team getting ready to join in alongside him. Where it is just Yuran without that pit. Try to hold this one. Rotate coming through though. Looks like Hirodon looking to just go ahead and try to reinforce this, but as the smoke
मतलब
comes
वैसे आया
in,
हो कभी बन जाए
ton of
नहीं.
util being dumped
घुस
forward.
गया बे घुस गया.
They are very well aware of this. Last trying to go for the shot through the doorway. Can't quite find it.
ये
Crash
problem
now
है.
at the ready, leading the charge. The clear out. They do manage to destroy it before the tape comes in, but Yuran swings down. It's able to find two. Does get taken up, but Hirodon
हेवी लड़ाई हो रही है.
trying to keep things even, but Laz finds the shot, puts down the enemy Viper, and now it's he and Depp. Try to close this out and make it a 9-3 half.
It's only 14 seconds.
Depp would have to stick to it. Cannot make it happen. The
भाई
headshot
लास्ट बार
comes
मिस
through.
करोगे. Only
There's
PRX
9-3.
will win.
Zeta
तुझे
way
नहीं
out in
मटा.
front.
PRX बाप मिलता है.
Yeah, this map has not looked a lot like the others. There has been a bit of a difference here on Lotus. I thought this would be also a close map. What with the 13-9, 13-9.
बस मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट है आप जी के मैच में जी को
9-3
सपोर्ट
now,
मत
the
करो
biggest
और
lead
देखो
we've
एक
had.
Oh,
गेम
see, they just forgot to write the one in front of
जी
the
को
three.
मेरी सपोर्ट की
Yeah,
जरूरत है. ठीक है.
Could happen. Just
That's what we need to do.
just win 10 rounds in a row. It's fine.
DRX did it.
They did. Can Bleed do it? I don't know. I don't know. After
I like
this,
the revisionism on the sign.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get the 2-0, so I'm gonna just scratch that
Still
out.
Pistol
Alex
और
might
हारे
just
ना.
cross it out,
सीधा
draw
GG
one,
है.
right? I knew this was gonna happen.
लास्ट का ओपनिंग सेक्सी है.
Master predictor.
Well,
everything
everything to be done here for Bleed. 6 rounds down, not a good position to be
क्या
in.
लगता है गाइस? सिंपल स्टार्ट होएगा एकदम एक साइड पुश
Players themselves
या
believe
फिर
versus
बी का दरवाजा
a
तोड़ के
Zest fan here in the audience.
ए का दरवाजा
Many of them
खोल
are.
के बी से घुस के सी जाएंगे वो लोग.
Them to like and subscribe to some. I don't know. It's probably some YouTube.
Like and subscribe.
Smash the like button.
Yeah. Make
On
sure
our
to hit
channel.
that bell.
We don't know what the other one is. We're not endorsing that, but you know, on our YouTube and Twitch pages.
Yeah. But if you came down to the studio, you could also do what he did and make a sign.
It's true.
Say like and subscribe.
Yeah.
You could be that guy.
रैंक पुश करने के टिप्स दो गेम खेलते रहो
From the attacker side.
जिंक्स 2 लेवल का
Yes.
मतलब चल चुका है जी
10 out of 10.
इसके दिन ओपोनेंट को सपोर्ट करके स्पीड बनता है नहीं
Well, for now, that's exactly what they're going to do. Here
जी
in
के मैच में
formation,
ओपोनेंट
wanna
को
check
टीम
that
सपोर्ट
first
नहीं कर
corner. Nothing spotted.
तूने मेरी आंखें खोल दी मेरे हिसाब से जी वर्सेस पीआरएक्स भी जी जीतेगी तूने मेरी आंखें खोल दी
Turret is set up though.
लव यू
Give them some
आंखें
information.
खोल दी
Now, I mean, plenty of noise heard as Ye tapping the door, trying to get some shots. Oh my God, Laz's HP bar damn near disappeared.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. I mean, they are going to get this plant down, but nice little health advantage for the side of Bleed. We'll see what angle they're going to come from. It looks like pretty much every angle at this point.
Just trying to keep them guessing every which way here, not give them any kind of comfort on this approach.
सब जगह पे ये क्या है
Paranoia through. Looking for a bit of a timing shot. There is Laz. Def in the meantime trying to hold things down on the site. It's good for one. Trade it out. Zest.
2 for
the
2
second as he gets rid of Buran and keeps things nice and even, but as he tries to go for the use of the
Time
intel,
नहीं है
has to take it down now.
भाई,
All
time
on
नहीं
scary
है
lines up the
भाई,
headshot, but
time
he
नहीं
does
है
not
भाई।
have the time. Eurodon will go ahead and take him out. The third charge towards that crack.
ये
Tie up the scoreline in pistols across the
भाई
series 3-3.
thirsty हो जाए भाई अभी
They
भी
hit
जीत
double
सकते
digits
हैं
here
I
on map number
believe
3.
Yeah.
I
that might
believe
just be the nail on the
thirsty हो
coffin. I mean,
जाए
if you were going to make a comeback, it had to start there from the pistol round, but 10-3.
they think it's very
pretty
expensive
damning.
to get
Zeta are going to have a
very
big
good
advantage in this
players
one, and
in
then only
Indian
2 rounds
और
away. As
मतलब
we
अगर
see,
imports लाएगा तो ये expensive
Laz,
तो होएगा
good position, gets the one, and yes, they came from every which angle, but eventually you're just running out of time if you're trying to literally encircle the B site.
भाई मैंने बोला था 8-4
even
उसकी
with the
जगह पे
deficit,
9-3 वो बोला
no force
पिस्तौल
up here
जीतेंगे
from
उसकी
the
जगह
side
पे
of
जेटा
Legion.
पिस्तौल जीती
Having,
क्या है आज मेरी
understanding
बैटरी
of the
फुल
call
चार्ज
ahead
है
of
यार
time. We do not force
फुल
buy.
चार्ज पे मेरी बैटरी
Now it's the A site, the gamble stack, having to be shifted over. There's a little bit of utility used on the approach here from the side of Zeta, taking their time, making it, you know, a cautious approach. They look to not get caught off guard, but now the flood gets ready to come back through. But on top of that snake bite is Darian. He's able to find a second elimination as Red Level will get
दो
another. But
कैसे
in
मारे
the end,
स्पिट से
gonna be
क्लासिक
clean up
से
there from Laz and Yuran.
हाँ
So 3 loss overall, not bad for the side of
Darian
Bleed,
bhai?
but unfortunately the scoreline doesn't really lend itself to giving up more rounds.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't, but let's see what they have in their pockets here.
ये
As,
माल से
this
क्या
wasn't
होता है मतलब
necessarily
तू
the
नया
cleanest from the
सब्सक्राइबर
side
है
of
देलू
Zeta.
का
They kind of got
इतना
circled
लेट
this
क्यों
time
आया मेरे
around
स्ट्रीम
and
पे बताइए
lost
ऑडियंस
some
को
battles against classics, but a win's a win, as they say. They put that 11 on
नाम
the board.
चेंज करके भेलूंगा की जगह पे झूलूंगा करके
That's just
डाल
the power of the bundle.
Yeah.
It's a classic hit
ये
that much
से
harder.
नहीं हो रहा बेचारा यार आज वापस मिलने
It's a
वाला
game of confidence. You look good, you play good.
Laz having to jump back there. Rendezvous on cooldown. We'll just backpedal away from the site in the meantime. The rest of Zeta.
आज गेम में
about
ये रात
side
को
of
आएगी
C.
रूटर पे आज रूटर करेंगे
And Darian here. Both have some rifles. Fast lane going to be sent as Depp slides into
नॉर्मल
a
स्ट्रीम में
little
करूंगा
cutty.
ठीक है वो
Keeping himself protected.
पे वाला
as
नहीं
Retlan
प्रो
now
स्ट्रीम
stunned
नहीं
up.
नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम में करूंगा तुम लोग आ
Darian with the
सकते
covering fire is going to help take down Depp, but Yudan at the same time able to get rid of the enemy Viper. But on in that regard, but a decent amount of damage is still dealt here onto the members of Zeta. Shooters here down to 45 as they start inching their way forward and spray.
God,
across from
baby.
Yang. He's able to find Hirodon.
Yeah, it's a
Like that drop,
fantastic
but, I mean,
pick-off.
Enough
इन
space
सारे
given.
लोग इतने
So they
दूर
will, okay, I was going to say they will get the plant down, but no, Darian with a nice spray gets the wallbang headshot on the Laz.
One enemy
sexy
Don't show your head.
Almost there, but Darian with a 4K.
Darren बोलते चट्टी खोलते
Float and deny that match point
Yeah,
coming
but
through
after
here for
match
Zeta.
बोलेगा
One
team
away
को-
now from that lockdown.
टीम को ही
Laz
पता
on the
है
attacks
हम
is, yep.
मैच कहाँ हारे
Going for the up.
Yeah,
टीम किसी को बोलेगा ट्वीट अरे
that is the chamber way. I feel like
भाई
all
जी
things
कर
considered,
Bro,
a pretty nice
allowed है
hold
इसमें नहीं ग्लो के
from the
थोड़ा
side
ग्लिच
of Bleed.
फिक्स
EA getting that very nice shot down, and then some of the sprays through the
Glitch
smoke were really key. And then, of course, we
bolte.
had the fun hop back and forth.
Fun. Nice.
And it's not a lot of energy. I think they know the kind of dire straits that they are in right now.
I think
Kind of
just trying to
unfortunate.
maintain focus here. As Iran fishing for a kill with the Odin in hand. Zest does get tagged up just a bit. Pick up there on the Dizzy, as well as the Orb to try to get that next Thrash online.
भाई सच्ची बोलूं ब्लीड क्यों आ रही सच्ची मेरे को लग रहा है गेको मेटा है ब्रो
Yeah, so much for the 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
We're going to go
okay.
super aggressive. Although when they do go for the pushes, they really do send it. So maybe just trying to mess with the timings, bait out some more utility, and then
no
send it.
Bleed is not winning anything with players like Scary
Seems
Area
like that is the call for
Hey,
now. As all
Scary
5
Deadly
members
on
are
छोड़ो
looking to push towards
रेटला भी
A
कितना मस्त खेलता
through
है
the
Zest भी
rubble.
कितना बात
Scary
खेलता
is
है
it's going to spot them.
ये तो
That should
चेरी
be
ऑन द
enough
केक होना
information for
चाहिए
them
पता है
to
लेकिन यहाँ पे
potentially
केक
get
में
position for this
सीन
push.
है चेरी बैठ नहीं पा रहा है भाई क्या एग्जांपल दिया बंक्स
Ready to
भाई
peek out from stairs.
लव यू क्या एग्जांपल दिया
If he spots
पता
anything
नहीं
at
ये
all
सब
is...
थॉट्स मेरे मन में कैसे
Oh,
आए
they're right here in front of Ye. Here's them pushing through. Oh, trying to get turned around. And as they turn back, will be able to take him out. But, oh, Scary full blind across onto just about everybody. He is able to come away with 2 eliminations. Wingman going through. Dizzy
हल्का सा
stepping
चेरी
towards
गिरा
backside. Prowler facing there from Zest. Spike gets planted and Zest on the swing.
Ooh.
Gets rid of Laz. Sugar's here at 5 HP. He's in such a poor position here. 2v3 for ZETA to try to get up to match point. Bleed trying to hold on as the sync bite avoided by both. Mosh pit now lobbed in to buy some more time here on the spike. That's the last bit of util that they have. Now they will have to challenge in. They'll have to go for the fight. Swing out. Can't quite steady the spray. Hit it on for one, but eventually will fall. The defuse will come in and Bleed. The first time in the
back
map will win 2 rounds consecutively and now moved up to 5.
Better late than never.
Huh?
This is how you begin that comeback. 5 rounds,
तू
get a
खाएगी
couple in a row, you
मुक्का
string some
तू
economy
खाएगी
together.
तू
And so far, the defenses have been pretty good. I think that, you know, DA was in there, but at least he got the information of the push, right? So didn't quite do a lot of damage, but his teammates were able to follow up, and then eventually it was a bit of a sticky situation for ZETA to actually get the plant down, and eventually that was just a bit too much for them to get through. So
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ
2 in a row for Bleed. How many more are they going to get?
कि मैं 10:30
They're
बजे
definitely favored in this one.
Well, they have the lockdown online. Depp rushing forward. Zest. Odin of his own.
give it a bit
Starts
300
bang.
के
Sugar
पे
zero. Yep. Straight back the opposite way. Tap on the door. Paranoia not connecting. Ball goes up. Zest does take a shot or 2 there. As Laz tries to put him down, Sugar Zero eventually will be able to push in from behind. Find that kill.
Oh,
Get it
shit.
up. A nice headshot takes out Scary.
सब लो
It is a 3v3, but well, ZETA significantly less HP to try to work with here.
Yeah, this this is not going to be easy for them, but getting a plant and a couple of kills already is positive for the side of ZETA.
Oh, the lockdown. He got that out of him.
Oh,
Held.
no.
Okay, doesn't have the bullets to try to destroy it here. And as Retla will swing the corner, they will be
से
able to
मारा
just go
बे
ahead and
Retla
finish
ने
the job. But still heavily costly. Down the 2 players left standing.
बहुत बड़े की बात गेमिंग नहीं आज हम
Scoop up the
वो करेंगे
more
आज रूटर करेंगे रूटर
expensive
पे मैं बहुत
weaponry.
पूछूं प्लीज
But lockdown
I
made
request
it in.
रात को 10:30
Earns
बजे
a little
आऊंगा
bit more, but Bleed
गेमिंग
ultimately
होगी
they do stay in this. Now just 5
1
rounds
1:30 बजे
separated.
तक उसके बाद ड्रैगन्स डॉगमा 2 खेलूंगा
Still in it here for
उसके
sure.
बाद
Coming in
सो जाएंगे
quickly
3-4
was
फिर मेरे को कल जाने के
lining up.
ठीक है
ZETA got in there very quickly on the site.
गाइस जो
And
मेरे
they were
आज
actually
की
able to
स्ट्रीम
take
पे
out
नहीं
Zest as
आएंगे
well,
ना रूटर पे
relatively
याद रखना
easily, so
तुम्हारा
it
कल
looked
का
like they
दिन
had a
बहुत अच्छा
chance,
जाएगा
but
यार दिल से
eventually not having the
दिल से
firepower.
मैं
They
बोल
got the
रहा हूँ
lockdown though. So
The
ZETA
lockdown.
आज देखता हूँ
Well, there's a couple
किस
ults
किस को
available
डर
here
लगता है
for
मेरे
Bleed.
शक्तियों से
About to have damn near all 5 up for ZETA.
बहुत बड़ी
Charge
है
for
लेट
Depp,
आज भी
Laz, and Yuran before they have those ready to go. And now with the
तेरे को
operator in
इमॉर्टल
hand,
3
backing away,
बताने
relay bolts
के
getting sent into
बाद
the
में
site.
इमॉर्टल 3 हो गया हाँ
Into
क्या
the box just to
मेरे
check
को
and see
बनाने
if
के
there's
बाद
anyone
बात।
there.
अच्छा वैसा तूने मेरे को बताया तो इमॉर्टल 3 अभी 2 हो गया फिर से जाएगा 3
And then silence. Just cutting
upcoming
noise,
match of G
backpedaling, drifting away from C.
in 3 days I guess
Yeah. And so far it does feel like the pushes from ZETA have mostly
एक का
gone
blackmail
towards
दबा
Rubble
है
in through
एक तो
door
तुम्हारे लिए फ्री रूटर
and trying to punish whoever is in there. At the moment it isn't Zest who was there in the last
यार
round.
तुमको फ्री में ना बहुत कुछ चाहिए, एड्स भी नहीं
Got
चाहिए,
4
क्वालिटी भी
members.
अच्छी चाहिए.
Laz, you know, he's doing his chamber thing, is over,
बहुत कुछ
looking
चाहिए
at Mount
तुमको free
still,
में.
but 4 members here on the side of Zeta looking to potentially
He's about
just
to bite.
send it again.
Sends the boom bot at least, and okay, looks like he may just back away. There's the jiggle out, and yep, okay, saw enough. Laz does not pull the trigger, and Ye does not challenge the fight. But with that, now the call's going to be made to rotate back around to the opposite side. Laz looking for it, but Ye shuts it down.
Opidif
Now they try to play in and
Opidif
displace this race. Swing out, Ye. Second shot, pink shells to delay. 25
Door.
seconds remaining here.
Door.
Dodges out on the dizzy. And Zeta, looks like, yep, they are a bit puzzled, scratching their heads, wondering
Bhai,
what to do.
comeback ho
Ultimately, they
rahi
just have to sit
hai.
back and save and allow for Bleed to keep themselves in this game. 7 rounds now racked up.
Bleed are in it. Bleed have a chance. They're making a big comeback here. It's actually happening. You never believe when it's like 11-3, right? Especially the pistol round goes the way of Zeta.
full give and takes कर रहे हैं आती.
4 rounds in a row now to the side of Bleed. And what can you say? I mean, they've been
By
quite
5
clean.
ulti है 5.
I guess they're just kind of wishing
क्या वो
they
लोग
started
eco
this a bit
करेंगे?
earlier.
क्योंकि अगर ये लोग
But
ने
they
eco
certainly
किया,
do have a chance now.
next round
As
Bleed
we'll
के
take another
पास
look.
भी
It
4
really just
ulti
comes down to
आएगी.
Ye hitting 2 shots, and then the round ended.
All the way back here waiting.
Uncle door.
Oh my god.
Uncle.
His waiting paid off.
मेरे को कॉल आ रहा है.
And, well, Zeta certainly did not. Now, all
फिर
ultimates
से आया था,
available.
फिर से कोई आया है शायद.
See what is necessary for them to try to get this
Let's get
round victory. Push forward. They take space outside a door. Here
ये
comes
round जीतेगा
Zest.
ना मजा आ जाएगा. ये round Bleed जीता
anticipate
तो
this,
comeback मुमकिन है.
For now, just avoiding the spray. Door going to be tapped. Thrash leading the charge. Paranoia connects. Step going to be slowed up for the moment. Have that overdrive at the ready, but now the Nightfall chucked in. Relay bolt sent up top, trying to slow them up here as the pit gets invested at the same time from Yuran. Smoke's just keeping everything blocked out. Is scary. Molly there at his feet has to jump back up. Third step.
भाई ये तो
Slide
problem
right
है.
back down. Last in the meantime, waiting to see any kind of rotation, any kind of flank attempt out through stairs. Looks like Darian might be heading in that direction, but Zaz just trying to flush him out. Has to go for the reload. Time being bought. Smoke bloomed. But enough of a window there. Laz spots at the killjoy. Scary in the meantime. Going to be able to find Dep. Now Zaz taking out Hirodon. 3 members left standing here for the side of Zeta, but Sugar Zero shuts down Ye with a shorty. Shuts down Retla. Scary will be able to identify Laz's position.
Round जीत गए ना लेकिन
But
वो
ultimately, they just do not have the time for this. They will go their separate ways as Scary tries to overstay, tries to find something with that operator, but ultimately Zeta will finally stop
Exam
the
है
round
lovely
win streak
तरह
here from Bleed and get themselves up
देखो
to
कि
match
पढ़ेगा हो
point.
गया last round
I
है.
mean, eventually, as you mentioned, you have 5
अच्छा रात को
ultimate
ठीक है.
abilities.
मिनल भाई आप माफ.
You gotta
इनका
find a way to
exam
win
से
a
उनको
round,
मैंने
right?
माफ
And they
किया.
did. They sent it all. They went in fast. Laz, nice angle here. Wasn't even that
इनका
done of
exam
a
से
deal.
उनको माफ.
I thought that
उनके
maybe they
लिए
were going to be able
मैंने
to clean up Sugar Zero, but he's
return
able to
दिया.
stand tall against 2 that push in, and he is just zoned in. No fist bumps, no anything.
अरे
He wants to
नहीं
win
रे,
this
let
one.
him rank push. आओ पलक, आओ. एकदम आओ
See how
वाली
this
बात कही है आपने मेरे
round
लिए.
is going to go.
Oh, Laz just hop in the corner.
भाई combo
Tour de force in hand,
कर
takes
दिया.
out there and slide. Great
ये
shot from
headshot
Redla, very
कैसे था मेरे को
snappy.
जानने का है. ये
Hit that
great shot,
neon mid slide.
great shot नहीं, ये shot
Gonna
कैसे
be
लगा
committed
मुझे
here.
बताए.
As Laz will be
मुझे
found.
जानना
Man
है
advance going
shot
to be
कैसे
here
लगा.
for the side of Bleed, but now equalized. Just about, no, Ye over the top. Showstopper keeps him in a firm lead. Retla on the push. Gets the headshot. Hirodon goes down.
Yeah, a nice try after all, but with the pit coming down was going to be difficult regardless.
तुम्हारी
As now we've
duo
got
को भी लाओ
almost
फिर.
all
वाकली जी.
down. And
को
Bleed,
इनको
they get back on the board, they give
गिरते हुए
themselves
देखते
another
हैं. देखते हैं
chance
कैसे
here.
नहीं.
But again, kind
कोई ना
of
कोई रहेगा
a
रात
similar
को.
spot to where Zeta were on the last one. And Zeta are going to call a timeout just to make sure of it. They do not
How
want to take
to
any
end.
chances here. They want to really come together and get one last solid round because they know that Bleed have been a threat the entire night.
Do have a second timeout. They're going to be hoping that this is the only one they need to use.
चलता और रात को
Multiple
मिलते रूटर
attempts here
प्रोडक्शन.
at match point to close this series.
कल क्या बाप मैचेस है ये में. कल सेक्सी है बे. कल
Simply
फैनेटिक
packing
बिनेटिक
without
बस
match
यही है कि
victory.
मैं टाइम पे आ जाओ यार.
Bleed though, a solid effort to run back
दोपहर
these
को
5
shoot है
rounds
ऐसे
thus
तो
far,
लेकिन
not giving up.
पता नहीं
Can they
कितना
go the
लंबा चलेगा
distance?
शूट।
He's such a monstrous turnaround.
क्या
for
ना
them.
एक दिन का छुट्टी नहीं है ना मेरे लाइफ में।
Yeah, I mean,
एक
you were
बार
able
वन
to come
डे
back
खत्म
and get
होगा
4
ना।
rounds in a row the last time around. You just
10
got another
nights
round.
and 12 days जाऊंगा मैं बाहर।
Feels like they are pretty comfortable here from the defensive side, but now you got to be super clean.
भाई
You
मेरी
gotta
भी
just
कल
hope that
एग्जाम है,
nobody
मेरे
builds
को
up
भी
an
माफ
ult
करो, ठीक है। जिन
and
का
nobody
एग्जाम
can
है
quite
असली वाला
challenge
उनको
you, but
माफ।
I would imagine they get there
वो लोग नहीं
eventually.
आए चलेगा, लेकिन
Even
जिनका
despite
नहीं
deaths,
है
if they get to the final round,
कल
number
का दिन बहुत
24.
अच्छा जाएगा, नहीं आएगा।
Let's see how this one is all going to shake out. ZETA
How's the turret
division
these
was
days?
our unanimous choice,
turret is
but this has
nerf.
been much closer than I think
Like मेरा
a
घर
lot of
वाला
us were
turret या गेम वाला?
expecting. So
दो
shout out to
turret
Bleed for
like
that at least.
Dizzy not spotting anything. Lion's share of the team here for ZETA now pushing forward outside of C.
जगह
Smoke
पे
has
टी
come
बैक कर
down.
रहा है वाइपर।
And now over here outside of A.
सब झूठ बोल रहे, कल हॉलीडे रामनवमी का।
Bit of a
हाँ
lurk
बे, कल
forward.
17th है।
Doesn't hear or see anything. Redlow watching to see if he can spot anything at
कर
all.
ले इग्नोर तू, इग्नोर तो ही।
Has to peel back, put up the poison orb, drops it as the follow-up smoke comes through from Scary. As all of their smokes dedicated here towards this side of the map. Now smokes coming through. Snakebite goes in to try and delay, gets a vulnerable across here on the tube, but Depp still on the hunt. Stinger in hand. Retla, does he read this position? No, he does not. Depp with a peek out, able to find him. That's the first step towards this match win here.
ऐसा नहीं।
As all of ZETA, most of them rather, pushing out towards CT side, trying to get the catch. Prowler confirms the presence of multiple. Jump around the corner. Yeah, going to be taken down. Depp able to find three. For a little bit more, slides back across to the opposite side. Now back out onto the site. Darion with the AWP. Swaps it over now for the Vandal. But it's a 2v4 against ZETA with weapons upgraded. On down, Laz, headshot across. Zest is gone.
Well,
and it looks like that should be the hopes and dreams for Bleed gone as well. 13
कैसे
to
डिलीट
8
करते हैं
ZETA.
ट्वीट?
They call the timeout.
मिलता
They
लूटर
get
बाय
the
बाय।
win. They managed to persevere.
Yeah. Like the call of the strategy as well, just to rush on in to see a bit faster than they had been going up until that moment in time. So good call from the coach. They get the job done. Was a grueling back and forth match though. 13-9, 13-9, and then 13-8 at the end. Just barely going the way of ZETA. And it was a team effort. I mean, it was a difference of 16 to 13 kills from top to bottom, right? It was very close one. It wasn't really one guy that stood out on this map in particular. I mean, you're on the highest first kills, but at the end of the day, ZETA do pick up the win. Lots of fans here supporting them, and they'll get the job done.
That they will. Hell of a birthday gift there for the squad. Plenty to celebrate here tonight. Obviously, still things to retool as well. You know, a lot closer than they might have anticipated coming into this series here.
भाग यार, क्या ये?
Some clear.
ट्वीट क्यों करते हो? लिख खाने को ट्वीट करता हूँ मैं बस। चलो गाइस, मिलते हैं। बाय 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 बाय। रात को मिलते हैं, ठीक है? 10:30 11 बजे के आसपास आ जानी चाहिए, ठीक है? मिलते हैं गाइस। बाय 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 बाय। आदियो चड्डी आदियो टेक केयर। मेरा कल ऑपरेशन है, मुझे भी माफ कर दो। वेरी रियलिस्टिक। कल है ना, आज देख सकते हो स्ट्रीम। चलो रात को मिलते हैं गाइस। बाय बाय बाय। रात को मिलते हैं। रूटर हैवी लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम्स आ जाओ। सिया चटकोस।